think we're live yet. I think we're gonna do some mic checks first.
Okay.
And then get to it. Wow. Am I not a lucky lady today, huh?
I would say.
I agree. I concur.
We're the lucky.
We're good? Mics as well? Okay.
Every mic is hot.
Yes. Every mic is on.
All right. Gotta be nice.
We'll talk after.
Test.
Good morning, Southern University friends, family, and loved ones. This is SU Give Day 2022. What an amazing day to be a part of this institution and this family. You know, we're here today raising money for the school that we know and love, all of her campuses in all of its glory. We stand now at $7.9 million. Sounds like a lot, but we'll take some more. We're looking for an extra 2,000 donors today. Give what you can. Every dollar counts. They've made it easy for you. In the chat box, you will find the link to donate there. All you have to do, point, click, and you know the rest. You can also call in. There's a phone number as well if you want to call in and give your donation. And you can even mail in your donation if you would like. So whatever your preference is in donating today, the options are there for you, but we want you to go ahead and give on this SU Give Day. Southern University, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Shreveport, the Law Center, and the School of Agriculture, all looking forward to your donations and your dollars being put to work for the future of this institution. We were just discussing this. I'm a very lucky lady here this morning with these fine gentlemen who are a part of our institution. If you all would introduce yourselves to our audience, please.
Good morning and welcome to SU Give Day. I'm Dr. James H. Ammons, Jr., Executive Vice President of the Southern University System and Chancellor of Southern University at New Orleans.
Good morning, Jaguar Nation. My name is Orlando McMeans, and I'm the Chancellor of the Southern University Ag Center and Dean of the College of Agriculture.
Good morning, Jaguar Nation. I am Vladimir Alexander Apeening, Interim Chancellor for Southern University at Shreveport. I want to welcome each of you on behalf of our faculty, our staff, and our students at dear old Susler.
Good morning, Jaguar Nation. Happy Give Day. My name is John Pierre. I'm the Chancellor of the Southern University Law Center here in Baton Rouge.
Okay, gentlemen, here we are asking people to give their hard-earned dollars in a time when they're paying more for everything across this country. Why should they donate today? Why does this day matter for this institution?
Well, the most important reason for giving to this institution is the student population that we serve. We are very fortunate that so many students have placed their confidence in these fine institutions of the Southern University system to get them to where they want to go in life. And so many of them have everything that it takes to be successful except money. And your contributions will have a lasting impact, not only on the lives of these students, but on this nation and the globe. Because as you know, as the alumni know, Jaguars are all across the globe making their mark. And we have the opportunity to educate this next generation of leaders.
You know, oftentimes at this stage, people are thinking about donating and they think about Baton Rouge, Shreveport, and New Orleans, but the Ag Center and the Law Center are not to be excluded, right?
That's correct. These students that we have here are the best in the country. I have an opportunity to go and actually meet with my students today, and I'm excited. We have our largest freshman class in about 20 years, and so I'm really excited about it. And on yesterday, we had a USDA official come here, and the first thing they said, your students are so impressive. They are ahead of others, and they've been to many, not only 1890, but the larger schools. So today is an opportunity to give, and those dollars, I remember when I was at Alabama A&M, and if it were not for those donors, those discretionary dollars, I guarantee you I would not be here today. So we're asking for ag alumni and alumni across the country to give today so we can help those young men and women across that goal line.
You just mentioned the largest freshman class, and often we see a large number of students come into Southern in whatever their chosen fields may be. But let's talk about retention. Let's talk about keeping those students here and until the point of graduation. Is that a challenge, and do you see it changing? Anyone?
Well, it is a challenge. And one of the things that we see, not just here at Southern, but at many HBCUs across the country, is that our students, because of the limited resources that they bring to the table, many of them on Pell Grants. For instance, at Southern University, New Orleans, about 63% of our students are on Pell Grants. They run out of money and they stop out, they work, save money, they come back. So retention is an issue for those institutions that have students with the profile that we have. But the good thing is that our institutions understand that. And for instance, at SUNO, we have put in place a program, a comprehensive program called Pathway to Knighthood. Southern University at New Orleans mascot is the knight. And so we have this Pathway to Knighthood where we take a look at every component of a student's matriculation, and we have put in place not only services, but also financial support to help students stay in school and finish their degrees. And we're trying to get them to finish in 4 years, which is a very lofty goal. But that is our goal, to have them to finish in 4 years. And we believe that the Pathway to Knighthood is going to make a difference.
What about on the other campuses? What are your programs that are in place or anything up and coming when it comes to retention?
Absolutely. So at Southern University at Shreveport, we have approximately 2,700 students. Roughly, we have a 2-to-1 ratio when it comes to gender and when it comes to race. And we are very, very concerned about that from the perspective that we want to see more African-American males in college. And so we have a very strong African-American male initiative through the Williams Center for Undergraduate Student Male Achievement. We're also investing in our wraparound services. Chancellor Ammons hit it right on the head. Wraparound services. Most of our students at Southern University at Shreveport are first-generation students. So we know coming in, they're going to need those services. And that is consistent with the historical mission of our HBCUs. We meet our students where they are. We don't cherry pick them. SUSLA is an open admissions institution. So we make sure that we meet our students where they are and we get them across the finish line. And the way for us to do this is to strengthen our wraparound services that also includes reinvesting in mental health. We're standing up our mental health center, and we believe that when you talk about student outcomes, it is all the activities in the classroom, but it's also the activities outside of the classroom, like those peer mentoring programs, like the counseling center that's been stood up, like having living and learning communities out of our residential residences. So it is a comprehensive effort at SUSLA. We're putting in this year a capital outlay request for a new student access and success center, where in one single location, our students can not only get all of the wraparound services they need outside of the classroom, but they can also take care of registration and make sure that they have that seamless transition into college, successful matriculation. We graduate our students. And there's one last point we need to emphasize. After graduation is the notion of placement. We put an emphasis on placing our students either into the workforce or to allow them to continue their advanced degrees. Hopefully, we encourage them within the Southern University system on the Baton Rouge campus, on the main campus in Baton Rouge, of course, on the New Orleans campus, and of course, we leave them the choice to pick any other institution of their desire.
Dr. Pierre, what about the Law Center?
Thank you. So we have for many, many years had a very intrusive academic support system. So one of the things that our goal is to have more than 80% of law students who start in their first year graduate. And so we have to then put in a lot of resources. So even before they start law school in the summer prior to the fall, they have classes that prepare them for the rigor of law school. So that starts with the
So they
summer.
come in getting
They
prepared.
come in, they're ready, because first day they're expected to read up to 100 pages of very dense material. And it's a life-changing experience for many of them. Some of them say they read more in the first week of law school than they might have read in the whole semester in undergraduate school. And we tell them that's the experience, but we're preparing them because they're going to be transformational leaders. And they have to be prepared for those leadership roles. And then a primary example of a transformational leader is Claire Babineau-Fontenot. She's the CEO of Feeding America from your part of the world.
She is.
Exactly. And she is a Southern University Law Center alum. She was the #3 executive at Walmart, and now she's leading probably the most important nonprofit during the pandemic for all the people who found themselves food challenged because of all of the economic upheaval that occurred during the pandemic. So that's a primary example of somebody who has come through our system, who went through the rigors, who were prepared for that. And there's an outgo in terms of rate of return. Her value of return is a reason why you need to invest in Southern University Law Center students.
Councilor McMeans, let's talk. We just talked about Feeding America, and we know that we're dealing with food shortages all over this country. You represent the College of Agriculture, and people often think agriculture is just putting a bean in the ground and watching it grow. But your institution and your part of this is vital to this world and this country. What are we seeing new and up and coming from the College of Ag?
Well, I always open my comments about the importance of agriculture to young people, and even having a conversation with my mom a couple of weeks ago. Let me try to put it in perspective. By 2050, we have to feed 10 billion people. We are not prepared for that. Economists stated that we will need 2 Earths, additional Earths, to provide that type of food.
Wow.
For 10 billion people. So the importance of agriculture, as Chancellor Pierre mentioned, post this pandemic has increased. Emphasis on the fact that 60% of the workforce of USDA will be retiring in the next 5 to 7 years. We're not graduating enough individuals in agriculture collectively across the land grant system. So it's imperative that we start recruiting. We're K through 12 right now. Everybody needs to understand that when you go to the grocery store, this meat and these vegetables just don't appear. There is a process involved. And so what we're doing right now is we actually have, for the first time, a recruiter in the College of Agriculture, intentional recruitment. And so that's why we have the highest freshman class. That's why our enrollment is up 41%. But also our last year retention rate is 91%.
Fantastic.
So you have to be intentional about graduating these individuals, because it's going to be so important. You know, we were paying $40 and $50 for steaks, maybe exaggerating a little bit, but Louisiana was not ready for that. So up in agriculture, we're looking at degrees. We're looking at adding new degrees, new areas in which we can address these issues before they emerge. And so we're changing our whole nomenclature of degrees for things that what students call sexy, you know, environmental sciences, you know, what have you, and no more economic, home economics. So you're changing it to human development.
Because that is the marker, that is the moniker, that is what agriculture is all about.
Right. And agriculture is everything in this room has been touched by agriculture. Everything you wear, everything. Agriculture is everything. And so it's imperative that we get people to understand it's just not farming or putting that bean in the ground. So it's up to us as ag educators to get that out, to market agriculture better, and to understand And I'll close with this. When I was at University of Illinois, there are two individuals graduated, one in mechanical engineering, the other one in turf management. The engineer got a job in suburbia Chicago, making $85,000 a year. The other individual went to the same area and was making $115,000 in turf management because he was working at a golf course. So we have to demystify the myth of what agriculture actually is. And so that is our challenge in agriculture.
So we've talked about students a bit. Let's talk about faculty and how important Give Day is into making sure that your campuses have enough faculty. Let's start there. And then the shining stars as faculty as well.
Yeah, that is extremely important. I just want to add something to what Chancellor McMeans talked about. The other thing that's happening in agriculture is that it is now technology driven. And so many autonomous machines are being used to harvest crops and to do other work in agriculture. And so science and technology are embedded in agriculture. And students who want to go into those areas within agriculture have to be prepared in these critical areas. But, you know, the students are the lifeblood of any institution. But the faculty, the people who spend the most time with our students, are really the ones who make our institutions what they are today. And the connection between SU Give Day and investments being made in our institutions is that it all comes back to faculty being able to have resources that they need to provide world-class education to our students. And so when donors make a decision to invest in an institution, it is also important that they think about the faculty in terms of faculty development. In key areas, we need to have funding for startup costs. There are faculty who have laboratories that they need to bring with them, or we need to start when they come to the campus. There are pieces of equipment that are critical to the delivery of instruction. And so this connection between the investments and the overall performance of our institutions must have the faculty in mind as well as our students. The faculty are extremely critical. And I tell you this, it is getting more and more difficult to recruit faculty in key disciplines, because today there are so many options that people with PhDs, law degree is probably one of the most versatile degrees that anyone could have. And there are just so many options. And in order for our institutions to continue to produce the kind of talent that the world needs, we have to have top-rate faculty.
Are you all seeing the same thing across your campuses when it comes to faculty? Just the need and the fact that people can go anywhere, and some folks don't even have to leave home and stand in the classroom anymore to instruct students?
Absolutely. At Southern University at Shreveport, we say our faculty are the backbone of our community. In fact, at SUSLA, it's all about academics. The reason our students come to our campus is academics, and at the heart of the academy are the faculty. We're very, very pleased that this past year, with the approval and support of our board, and we thank our legislature, we thank our governor, at SUSLA, we were able to bring every single one of our faculty members to the SREB average by rank. And that's the first time in the history of the institution that all faculty members are now compensated at that SREB average by rank. But that's still not enough. We need to continue to make investments in our faculty and faculty development, because they do so much for our students beyond just the classroom work. And I just want to highlight a couple of things. When it comes to the academic inventory, which is the reason why our students come to the campus, just in the last 2 years, SUSLA has introduced engineering programs, engineering technology programs, industrial engineering, process technology, computer and electrical engineering technology, all because of the hard work of our faculty. Last year, our faculty members brought in $7.7 million in sponsored grants research. So the faculty are doing their part. What we're asking today is for our donors to please, please, please invest in our students, invest in our faculty. They are transforming Northwest Louisiana and changing our communities one student at a time.
There you heard it. It's SU Give Day, everybody. As you're joining us on Facebook, go ahead and click that link and make a donation today so we can continue transforming not only Northwest Louisiana, but the entire state, this nation, and the world. We're here in a very engaging conversation this morning about the institution as a whole, but also specific campuses as well. And it is on you today to donate. We are at $7.9 million thus far, a very lofty goal that we have surpassed this year. The goal was $7 million. So you're already outdoing yourselves, but we're not done yet. We're looking for an additional 2,000 donors today. No amount is too big or too small. Click that link. You can also look forward to a text. You'll be getting a text today, text to give. So as we're checking our phones throughout the day, that is another easy way that the foundation has set up for you to donate whatever you can so that we can keep this going. Keeping this conversation going, let's talk about some of the gaps that you all are seeing and some of the needs that you have, not to turn this conversation to the downside of what you are doing on your campuses. But I think people need to know that donating their money is just not about giving a dollar. It's actually about giving that dollar so you can get new equipment, so you can maintain that faculty member and also give scholarships to students. So specifically on your campuses, what are you seeing as, let's say, your 2 or 3 major gaps that you're looking to close in the very near future?
Well, one of the gaps that we have been working to close is the technology gap. Because we have invested a lot of money in technology resources because 3 things. Number one, everybody knows about the impact of the pandemic on our ability to do things because of safety issues. But in reality, we have students all over the state and all over the country. And one of the things that we're prone to in Louisiana is hurricanes. Over the last several years, we've had to disrupt class because of hurricanes, but we had to continue providing instruction. So we really invested money in technology so we could continue to deliver instruction to our students across the state and across the country. The other thing is the competitiveness among academic institutions for faculty members who are talented. So one of the things that we're constantly doing is we're actually always looking for resources to keep our faculty here, because there's always opportunities to go elsewhere, and you have to keep reinvesting and providing what I call opportunities outside of the institution for them to go do research, to go and create opportunities for students. So we're very invested in, for example, experiential learning opportunities. So our students are working in New York, they're working in the West Coast, and sometimes they can't afford the housing cost of being in those different places, but it's such a great professional opportunity that we can't allow them to not take the opportunity to go and see what's out there. So we supplement a lot of things for them to help them afford housing so they could go take advantage of that opportunity. And when they're able to do that, they show off their talent, and that gives them an opportunity for a permanent job that's going to be very rewarding for them, and a career path that they hadn't even imagined was possible. So it's being able to supplement those resources for students who are always trying to better themselves. And so we find ourselves trying to send them for symposiums and conventions and stuff that cost money. Those hotel costs are never going away. The travel costs are never going away. So we really make that big investment. And these kinds of dollars help us in doing those kinds of things.
Well, at Southern University at Shreveport, I'll sum it up in 2 categories. Number 1, scholarships for for our students. I love Chancellor McMean's example when he always speaks about planting a seed. And we believe no amount is too small or too large to plant a seed in the lives of our students on our campuses. A lot of our students are first generation students. And you're looking at that young person whose grandparents, whose mamas, whose aunties have scraped just about everything, and they just have that little gap left for them to get into school. That's where your giving steps in to close that gap, to make sure that student who is right there, ready, excited about school, can actually get into school. The other piece is we've taken a very intentional look at the number of students who are close to graduation, may have only 1 to 6 credit hours left to graduate, but have that little balance over there that has kind of stayed with them. And they need that little bit of assistance to get them across the finish line. For we know once they graduate, they become a contributing member, a paying tax member to our local communities, into the state treasury. So we see scholarships as one of the key areas to support our students. And Chancellor Pierre hit it on the head. The other is faculty and staff development. We want to make sure that our faculty and staff are on the cutting edge of everything they need to know in order for them to pour and provide the very best to our students on a daily basis.
Yeah, I think my fellow chancellors have covered mostly what I was going to say, but I will say in 2 categories, I think giving will close the gap. The first is professional development of our faculty. With limited resources, we need to make sure that our faculty stay up to date, up to speed on technology within their respective fields, and that takes professional development. I say to faculty, if you're not doing research or you're not engaged in anything that is advancing your area, you're doing our students a disservice. So we want to make sure that we continue to close the gap there. We received some monies this year to start that process, but by giving, I think we'll have an opportunity to do even more. And the second one is land-grant institutions are known for international engagement. And that has been down a bit even before the pandemic. And so we want to get our faculty and students back engaged in international relations, dealing with Mexico, Africa, and Central and South America. And so we actually have about 6 MOUs in the work. And so we want the students to understand that this world is bigger than just the US. It's bigger than just Louisiana. We want them to get out there and see the world and be engaged. And matter of fact, one of my alums actually challenged me on that. Daniel Whitley, who is the first African-American to serve as the administrator of Foreign Ag Service. And he challenged me a couple of days ago and said, I have the money, you need to get those individuals ready, and we need these young people to see the world.
That's something to think about. You know, a lot of our student body may, in some cases, have never left the state of Louisiana or not even the South. To think about the world and to see it and experience it is something that clearly is impactful and life-changing. Let's talk about Suno and your gaps there.
Well, this investment that is about to be made is critical for our students. But I want to take a look. I want us to take a look at the entire spectrum of students. We have students who are high achievers, and those students are the ones that build relationships with corporate America, with different organizations who are looking for talent. And those institutions that have a critical mass of high achieving students are the institutions where there's a beaten path to them for these entities that hire our graduates. And so scholarships are key. That is for us at Suno, scholarships, that's our #1 priority. On the other end of the spectrum are those students who have potential, but who don't score well on standardized tests, but they have everything to be successful. So we need grants for those students. And so the investments in students, again, represents our #1 priority. My colleagues talked about technology. On yesterday, I met with the students who received the highest scholarships at SUNO, the Fellows Scholarship. With that scholarship, they get tuition, fees, room and board, a laptop computer, and a paid internship. So I met with them yesterday to deliver the laptop computers. And for these students, for many of them, they probably already had laptops. But there are students within our student body, again, being on Pell Grants, coming from limited resource families, need access to technology. And even though people think of New Orleans as this bustling urban center, let me tell you, there are communities within New Orleans where people do not have access to the internet. And so technology is extremely important. By the way, we just brought our athletic programs back. Our basketball teams are getting ready to go out in the spring sports. Those athletes stay out on the road longer than, say, a football player. So our goal is to have laptops for all of the students in the spring sports so that they can do their work while they're out on the road. And so investments in technology. And then there are programs that we have at the institution, like our Lyceum program, where we bring speakers to the campus, we bring dance troupes, artists, there are concerts, and it would be great for alums and other investors to be sponsors of these events on the campus where we bring these extracurricular opportunities to our students for them to have exposure to people that they normally would not have exposure to.
There are people out there who say, oh, I'm not giving my money. I don't know what they're doing with my money, and may not donate. What do you say to that person? I think we've all heard those conversations.
Well, let me say this, and I go back to a statement that I made earlier. We are in the business of producing leaders, in the business of producing people who would not only perform, but transform environments that they go into. And we have to take a chance with our money on students who have made a decision that they are going to do better for themselves and for their families. And many of these students are coming from homes where they can't pick up the phone and say, hey, Ma, hey, Dad, I need $500, but they're doing exceptionally well in their academic endeavors. And these are the kinds of investments that I would hope that anyone who has any hesitation about investing, that they would make a decision to invest in the students in the Southern University system.
We talked about some of your gaps on your campuses. Is there an opportunity for alum or just those who love Southern to come to you in New Orleans or Shreveport or here in Baton Rouge and say, I have time, energy, and experience, can I volunteer? How engaging can a volunteer be and purposeful can a volunteer be on your campuses?
Oh, it's so critical because I tell you this, in areas, especially fundraising, nobody can tell the story better than an alum. And we are recruiting alums to help us build these relationships with other alums, with corporate community, and with the larger community for them to invest in our campuses. The other area where we are asking alums to volunteer is in the educational arena. Those who have the credentials to serve as lecturers, as tutors, as advisors, we need them because, again, they have been there. They have navigated our systems and our processes, and they can give not only guidance, but give encouragement to currently enrolled students.
Well, thank you for that question about volunteers. So let me give you an example of how volunteers are important, not only to a university environment, I'll use it in the context of the Law Center. So 2 weeks ago, we had an expungement event. One of the big issues that a lot of people who want to go to work are facing is they've got a criminal record, and certain offenses can be expunged from their records, and it can make a big difference in terms of them getting maybe a TWIC card or a license to do something that's going to transform their lives. So we have been working over the last couple of years to do expungement events, and we had several of our alums that came to help us do these expungement events for a lot of people who could not afford. First of all, they couldn't afford the legal fees associated with the expungements. And in partnerships with the Louisiana Workforce Commission and others, we were able to get the cost associated with filing those fees reduced and even provide the funding for that. So for hundreds of people, now they're in a position to go and apply for jobs or get licenses or certifications where their criminal backgrounds, which were not major criminal offenses, are an impediment to their success. And now you tie this in, you can go all over the city of Baton Rouge, all over the country, and you see all these help wanted signs. So many employers need workers. They need workers to fill critical jobs. And, as a result of the pandemic, the wages are higher. So there's a big incentive for people to go get those jobs. And now we have to do everything we can in collaboration with all the individuals that we can to eliminate those barriers. And we're very happy to say that's an area where a lot of folks can come in and volunteer their time to help us do that. And we're doing another event in September, and hopefully we'll continue to do one each and every month. And we're trying to do it on a statewide basis. So that's a great way of showing that your time is a valuable resource that can help in really propelling the institution to reach its mission and have an impact. And also mentoring students, being able to show students the pathway to success. So those are two primary examples of how volunteering time can be very, very valuable in our efforts as an institution.
Speaking of volunteering time, there are students in the union right now writing thank you messages and messages of appreciation to donors. So go ahead and click the link in the chat box and donate today. SU Give Day. We're wrapping up the 90-day $1 Million March campaign, but this is it. This is the big culmination. And we're asking you to give whatever you can to the institution that we know and love and is impacting the world. Dr. Alexander, I want to talk to you specifically for 1 second as we are closing out this 9 o'clock hour. You not only work at Southern University, but you have chosen Southern time and time again for your educational advancement. Tell us about that.
Well, I'll tell you, graduating from high school, there were many options before me, but there was one that stood out very clearly, the Southern University. And I graduated in 1994, was the chief student marshal of my class, and had several other opportunities come before me, but the faculty and the students, the culture of Southern University just drew me back. And so I am now a 4-time graduate of Southern University, the baccalaureate degree in agriculture, a master's in public administration, master's in environmental chemistry, and the PhD in public policy. What am I saying? Southern University prepares the very best to be those transformational leaders they can be. We've graduated generals that are leading this nation, people in corporate America. Southern University is that holy ground. For me, when we sing that alma mater and we say, "Oh, Southern, dear Southern, we owe our all to thee," I superimpose my name. I say, "Oh, Southern, dear Southern." This guy owes his everything to this dear old institution. And so today I encourage our donors, please give to the lives of the next Alexander, because I think greatness emerges from Southern University. I think in our student body, potentially is the next president of the United States. But that potential would not be realized unless our donors give. And as old scripture says, it is better to give than to receive. And for those who give, I say to you, may your cup runneth over 30, 60, and 100-fold.
Gentlemen, to the other three of you, I ask, why have you chosen to work here? You talked about your faculty members can go and work anywhere, and so could you. Why stay in this system?
Well, that's an interesting question, and the man to my right is a part of the story. But let me
a little pressure.
Let me say, I was at an institution. I had been there 21 years, and I was tenured and had a pretty good salary, and I was content to remain at this 1890 HBCU.
Mm-hmm.
But when I started talking to individuals who I didn't even know were Southern graduates, I had worked with for 25 years, and their passion and the phone calls, and they said, "Well, you have to come to Southern." And so I sat down and I thought about it, and it was so crazy that I was on this committee with 4 people in DC for 10 years, and all of them graduated from Southern, all of them graduated from the College of Ag. And it just so happened I heard from all of those individuals. They're so passionate about the Southern University, and in particular the College of Ag. And when I think about the fact that the first African American to serve as the chief in the U.S. Forest Service in 115-year history, currently serving, is a graduate of the College of Agriculture, Randy Moore. It blows me away. So I knew that the lineage of the College of Agriculture is one like no other. It compares to any land grant institution. So that drew me here, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
Dr. Amos, did you pressure this man to come work at Southern? Maybe just a little bit.
Well, we had a very good conversation, and it worked. And I'm so proud to have him and the others here on the stage as my colleagues. I'm a graduate of Florida A&M, and I had the good fortune of returning to Florida A&M as a faculty member and then an administrator. And this was back in the day, as we were charting our course to become the top HBCU in the country, there was one institution that we planned that we had to overtake, and it was Southern. Southern University was the top HBCU, is the largest HBCU in the country. It had all of the academic programs, quality academic programs producing leaders, great band, athletic, history. Southern had everything. And so that was our plan, to overtake Southern. And then as I moved up, had a chance to go back as president of Florida A&M, and had retired from the presidency, teaching political science, and had been offered and invited to take other jobs. And I felt that I had something left. And I got this call one day from Dr. Ray Belton. I was sitting in my office at home, minding my own business. And he told me that he had created a position here at the university and wanted to know if I would be interested. And I immediately said yes. There is no place like Southern University. And when you see how lives have been transformed by this powerful institution, you got to want to be a part of it. And I made the right decision. And I have the opportunity now to serve as executive vice president of the system, chief academic officer, the academic programs, and all of our academic initiatives. I get a chance to take a look at, and then to be the chancellor of Southern University at New Orleans, and now starting the most technologically advanced nursing program in this country.
Mhm.
And now we're getting ready to start a cybersecurity bachelor's program. We're getting ready to build a new cafeteria. There are other new buildings that are coming on board, other health programs, education and technology programs. This is an exciting place to be from an academic standpoint. And I don't know if there's any other place on earth like Southern University.
Dr. Pierre, your brilliant legal mind, still here at the Southern University Law Center. Why still be here?
Well, because we can be in a position to transform lives. So I grew up in Southwest Louisiana, and I was an altar boy for 12 years.
Mhm.
And this is like mission work. So if you're an altar boy, they say, well, you ought to become a priest. Okay, my father was a farmer. So I get to be a priest and a farmer every day because I'm doing work that truly is transformational, and I can see the outcomes so immediately.
Mhm.
When I look at my alums who have become judges.
Mhm.
This past year, we became the #1 school in the state of Louisiana for judges at the district court level. So imagine this, 71 judges in the state district courts are Southern University Law Center alum. That's over 1/3 of the judges in the state of Louisiana at the district court level. So you just think about that particular thing.
Mhm.
Think about this other process. So we have been able to have our faculty members create what I call changes in lives of people. For example, Professor Angela Bell challenged the non-unanimous jury system in Louisiana. People were being convicted in the state of Louisiana with a vote of 10-2 or 11-1, not a unanimous jury. So there are people who are incarcerated who have never been convicted by a unanimous jury. She challenged that and got that changed, and even to the extent that the U.S. Supreme Court determined that having a non-unanimous jury system was really unconstitutional. So that's a transformational impact that for generations we'll be able to see that. For another faculty member, Judge Janice Clark, who challenged how voting was done for judges and essentially changed the judiciary and opened up doors for African Americans to become judges in the state of Louisiana. And now probably is going to be on the forefront of dealing with voting rights because voting is the next battleground. You know, I've been reading a book about Selma, 1965. And when I read that book and I see what's happening today, I see history repeating itself.
A lot of similarities there.
Yes, exactly.
As we're having this conversation this morning, it is really about taking what we know and the legacy of Southern University and transforming it for future generations so they will be able to sit here, not knowing one day that they'd be chancellor. I'm a mother of 2 boys. My sons are 10 and 7. My older son swears he's going to Howard. My younger son says he's coming to Southern. Why should I send my children here?
Well, first of all, they are going to get a world-class education. We've already seen it. Jaguars are everywhere, all across this globe, in leadership positions, making a difference, and coming back and being a part of this legacy of Southern University. And I think the other thing, too, that's going to make the difference is that they're going to see role models. They're going to see people who look like them, who had very similar beginnings, very similar upbringings, who have used this institution as a vehicle to change their lives, and they're going to pour everything that they have into them to ensure that they're going to be successful. And you don't find that everywhere. That's one of the big differences that you see here at Southern University, is that you have not only excellence in academics, but you have people who care. And I always say to my teams, you need to treat our students the way that you want your children to be treated. And I think that message resonates here at Southern University. As a matter of fact, I know it does.
Anyone else? We know about Southern's legacy and history, but what about Southern's future?
Southern's future is bright. I can speak from the standpoint of the Ag Center. The things that we're doing, the revitalization of our enology and viticulture program, that is winemaking and growing grapes, our sun beef, Southern University natural beef, and some people in here can attest to it. It's probably, am I right, Chancellor Pierre? Yes, the best beef that's around. And then what I'm excited about, producing that next generation that's going to deal with climate change. We have developed a new program in climate smart agriculture, and we have a $25 million ask out there. And I think yesterday was a sign, because one of the top dogs came to campus and sat with us for a couple of hours. And he's an Alcorn alum, but we still love him.
That's okay, he's forgiven.
But he has that checkbook, and so we're getting ready to start that program. And so when students graduate from Southern University College of Ag, they will be on the front line. I'm not talking about historically Black land grants. I'm talking about in the nation, because we have courses that are developed specifically to address those climate change issues. And so I'm just so excited about the potential growth, enrollment growth, and also the new programming that is intentional. When I say intentional, not doing research for the sake of just doing research, but how can this research improve the quality of lives in the communities that we serve? And so I'm just so excited to be here at this time at Southern. And I think the sky's the limit. I mean, we really have some great things going on. And I get a chance to work with Chancellor Pierre on so many different things. And now I'm going to get an opportunity to work with Dr. Ammons and Dr. Peening on some collaborative efforts. So I'm truly excited.
Dr. Peening, let's talk about the future of Southern University in Northwest Louisiana. What's the institution doing to make life better there?
Well, thank you. In Northwest Louisiana, Southern University at Shreveport, of course, is the comprehensive HBCU in that region. And through our Small Business Development Center, just this past year, we were able to serve 345 clients, the best, largest number ever in the history of the institution. 90 new jobs created, 23 new startup businesses, and $10 million in capital infusion in that region. And we're talking about the parishes of Bienville, Bossier, Caddo Parish, Claiborne, Red River, DeSoto Parish. The entire community is being served, the small businesses in the area. But what's even more unique for Southern University at Shreveport is something that we've alluded to, but let's just call it for what it is. We are part of the nation's only historically Black system. Now, that's an accolade by itself, but the question is, what are we doing with that? And at Southern University of Shreveport, as you just heard Chancellor McMeans mention, through our upcoming engineering programs, our nursing and allied health programs, we are now setting up 2+2 pathways for students at SUSLA to seamlessly, within the Southern University system, transition to New Orleans, to Baton Rouge, to the Ag Center programs, and eventually to the Law Center. Chancellor Pierre just established a new footprint for the Law Center in Shreveport. We're looking at how we can put together a 2+2 program that starts with a paralegal associates program, kind of meanders its way through either Baton Rouge and New Orleans and ends up with the Southern University Law Center. So we're excited at SUSLA that we are connected. We are a constituent member of the only historically Black university system. And our students, in many cases, do not have to leave Shreveport to partake of those expanded academic offerings in Baton Rouge and New Orleans because of the online technology platform. We started that with an RN to BSN program where all our students who graduate with a nurse and associate's degree can complete their baccalaureate degree in just 1 year with the online platform. And that's just the beginning, a down payment of many more 2+2 programs within the Southern University system.
Chancellor Pierre, we talked about what you guys are doing when it comes to expungement, but how is the Southern University Law Center continuing to transform the legal system here in America?
Well, on several fronts. Dr. Peening talked about our new effort to bring legal education to Northwest Louisiana. And that is going to be, I think, a groundbreaking opportunity for us because everyone in Louisiana, if they want to get a law degree, has to come either to New Orleans or Baton Rouge. Mm-hmm. And we have said that Shreveport, a growing metropolitan area with so many diverse industries, is a place where legal education ought to be. And we're planting the seed and putting down the stake in the ground to do that. But in so many ways, we are really expanding how law is impacting just life in general. So for example, we have a technology and entrepreneurship legal clinic that helps a lot of small businesses develop, especially in the area where intellectual property rights are part of the business idea. As you think about new businesses, they are really ideas that require intellectual property protection. We have a Minority Business Development Center, which is new, and we're the only law school in the country with a Minority Business Development Center. Interestingly enough, when we got that Minority Business Development Center through resources from the Minority Business Development Agency, it was not yet a permanent agency. Here's how we really see the impact of Southern University and Law Center and the whole institution. The new Undersecretary of Commerce is Donald Cravens Jr. And he is the director of the Minority Business Development Agency in Washington, D.C. So again, connectivity. We're seeing, for example, our ability to take connections in ag. For example, we're about to do a deal that relates to a grain elevator in St. John the Baptist Parish, where we're going to basically try to help progress opportunities for Black farmers. And one of the reasons that we're involved in it is because land retention for African-American farmers is extremely important. So we've done partnerships with John Deere, with a lot of different entities to help really promote the idea that land retention for African Americans is still very, very important. And so that's a way of progressing our constituents to better economic opportunities. So when we think of ourselves as a law school, we're not just producing people that go in the courtrooms. We're producing people that are changing policy, that are changing how resources are allocated, that are changing the way we think about things, that are helping businesses develop. And when you think about that future and technology, how technology is affecting everything we do, we think that our future is really, really bright, and we have a robust opportunity to leverage resources and to create the kind of synergy within a system that only a system can provide.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, whether you've been with us for the past hour for this conversation or just the past 5 minutes, these gentlemen have given you real life, real world examples of why this system matters and why we need your dollars so that the work that Southern University is doing can continue not only for the current student body, but for generations to come. It's SU Give Day. Dig deep. Give what you can. Click the link in the chat box. Go ahead, and while you're doing it, after you make your donation, go ahead and share that link with your friends and family as well. Call someone and explain to them, hey, this is what I heard this morning. This is what I learned about that institution we know and love that has poured into our family, whether you're a first generation student here now or a legacy Southern University students and alums. Students are in the union writing thank you notes because, you know, at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. You pouring your dollars into someone else so that person can go out and change the world. If clicking the link is not your thing, you can call 225-771-3911 and make a donation that way, or you can send a donation in as well. So many options for you. You're getting a text throughout the day saying, go ahead and click this and you can donate here. A lofty goal at $7.9 million. It sounds like a lot. Well, that money is spread out throughout this system. We need more of it and we need you to donate today. SU Give Day is a 24-hour campaign. However, that link will stay live throughout Labor Day weekend. So when you're with your family and friends celebrating this weekend, go ahead and take a moment to do something for the betterment of this institution. I'm Marcelle Fontenot. I'm news anchor at KATC TV3 in Lafayette, Louisiana, but more importantly, I'm a 2002 graduate of Southern University, very proud alum. Glad to be here again this year, but we don't stop here. The conversation continues in another hour. We've talked to the chancellors right now. The next hour at 11 o'clock, we'll be talking to students about their experiences and their hopes and dreams and what they know and what they don't know and what they're hoping to learn and pour back into the world what they're getting right here at Southern University. Thank you for joining us throughout this hour. We will see you again later today. Join us again. The conversation continues all day long. But right now, take a moment, click the link, and donate. SU Give Day 2022.
Assistance they need to get going. For that to happen, we welcome resource partners and community groups to join us in this effort.
Where we see vision, we turn it into action. Because as technology changes the world, our graduates and our clients will be ready to lead it.
I'm Marquis Phillips. I'm the director of the Honorary Center for Undergraduate Student Achievement. The young men in the Honorary Center receive scholarships for 4 years, mental health services, and support through their college careers. And once they graduate from college, they go off to being classroom teachers in the greater New Orleans area. Today, I ask that you support this honorary program to help ensure these young men college education and careers. This year for the $1 Million March campaign from June 1st to August 31st, we ask that you share this video, donate yourself, and support us this year. Thank you.
Hey Jaguar Nation, it's Give Day 2022, and we are calling you out.
It's time to show your Jaguar pride. Because when Jags come together, we change the world for the better.
Give Day is your chance to celebrate and support the Jaguar Nation. This year's goal is to raise $7 million by August the 31st.
On Give Day, we want you to help us secure $2 million in 24 hours and over 1,000 donations.
Your contribution will help students finish stronger. Every dollar equals more scholarships, more faculty research grants, and more life-changing opportunities for the entire Southern University system.
No matter how big or small your gift, it will impact students and faculty members across each Southern University campus. Your generosity will make this SU Give Day the best ever.
Thank you for supporting Southern University today,
tomorrow,
and forever.
As we kick off the SU Give Day on August 31st, 2022, it is the final appeal for the Southern University system, which seeks to encourage SUNO alums and friends to join to secure philanthropic contributions for SUNO. SUNO is on solid financial ground, and we are ready to move forward with some exciting new initiatives to grow our programs and student enrollment. However, these new initiatives come at a cost to our students and their families. The pandemic has placed an undue burden on the backs of the families of our students that attend SUNO looking for that ray of hope of becoming a college graduate. We need you now. Please consider donating to the School Scholarship Fund by clicking on the link below and contributing to your college, program, or to the School of Social Work. By doing this, you are ensuring that the future is bright for your fellow Knights. You have until midnight, August 31st to donate. Remember, we are SUNO, and it takes a village.
Southern University offers students a robust academic portfolio across various disciplines, including in-demand programs like education or mass communication, producing a number of thriving broadcasts, print, journalism, and public relations professionals. Many of the university programs have been nationally ranked and recognized, like those in healthcare, business, and engineering. In fact, Southern has produced 90% of the African American engineers in the state of Louisiana, placing multiple graduates in positions across the country. Students in agriculture are working side by side with professionals to combat food deserts and more. Along with these programs, Southern's law program is widely known for producing a number of notable politicians and government leaders nationwide. Southern University not only offers an unmatched college experience and family culture, but a high-quality education to equip each individual for professional success. We are Southern.
When you step out on that field, everyone is equal. Talent, it means nothing. They may be more talented than you, but if you show more heart, if you show more focus, if you just decide this day that you will never accept second place to anyone, if you do that, if you all do that, there's no one we cannot defeat, and there's no one that will want to challenge us ever again. So do you want to go out there like every other player, like every other team, or do you want to stand up this day to make this day count? Make it count.
The Southern University system chartered its 5th campus in July of 2001. The Agricultural Research and Extension Center helps build an increasingly functional state through practices that can be used globally. The Ag Center's research station is home to several research and outreach activities. Much of its 385-acre landmass is utilized for livestock projects, especially those involving beef cattle. It is also home to the Maurice Edmond Livestock Arena and the only 1890 land-grant youth livestock show. Together, the Ag Center and the College of Ag help produce the next generation of beef industry workers and make significant economic impact in agriculture, one of the state's most lucrative industries. As we culminate the 20th celebration of the Ag Center, we would like to thank the Louisiana Beef Industry Council for supporting such important work. Beef cattle bred and raised at the Ag Center's research station are used in hands-on experience for students enrolled in the College of Agricultural, Family, and Consumer Sciences. Courses like meat science, beef cattle production, veterinary science, and more provide tactile learning and skills required to pursue careers in beef and meat industry. Our classroom instruction places the emphasis on practical work in feeding, care, and management of beef under Southern conditions.
Beef is what's for dinner.
My name is Leon Vaudry. I'm a native of Louisiana. My parents had 8 kids, 5 boys and 3 girls. All of us were born and raised on the same property in Bush, Louisiana, 15 miles west of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I was raised on the farm. My father was a school teacher, and we had the only grocery store in my area. My parents were beautiful people. They always encouraged me to go to school and be the best.
My dad was handsome, or still is. He was always friendly, go-getter, had a lot of personality.
There was one story I heard. They said that when he was in school, he would come with a briefcase. And they said that he was always the businessman. He was always geared for success.
He also comes from a family that has a work ethic like no other. All of the brothers and sisters work extremely hard, and they come from that kind of background.
Out of the 64 parishes, I came from the smallest parish. And when I went to grade school, quite natural, the school was segregated. I went to high school, it was segregated. But going to high school, I was very lucky. It was segregated, but the year I entered high school, we had a high school, thank God. I was the first class. Southern was my only choice because it was not very far from my hometown, and I heard so much about Southern, and the other universities didn't appeal to me. It was a great experience. I can trace everything back to Southern because it was the stepping stone of my life.
Southern University helped my father to become the man that he is.
Upon graduation, I didn't work in Louisiana. I came to California the day after commencement exercise.
My mother was originally born in Missouri, and she moved out to Los Angeles to become a nurse. And she met my father in the apartment across the street from where she lived. And so that's how they met. They were neighbors.
We met in September, October, not one month. very short. And by November, we were married. I knew what I wanted, and I think she knew what she wanted. So we just got the ball on the roll.
My mother, Doris Valdry, had the same work ethic as my father. They were always go-getters. They were always trying to get to the next level and accomplish their goals.
This is one of the things my father told me about my mother. He said, one of the things I loved about your mother is we both wanted the same thing. And that was to succeed in life and have a good life.
To them, family came first, whether it was their own nuclear family or their brothers and sisters and their parents. They always had a positive outlook on life no matter what was going on. They chose each other well.
Leon and Doris and the kids came here in 1972, and Leon has really been the biggest contributor to this parish. So he is #1 giver in the history of our church.
My wife thought it was great that we gave back because it's a way of life to help other people. We're all here to help people.
My dad says that our greatest role on this earth is to help each other. He means that. I've seen that throughout his life. I've experienced it. My sister and I have both experienced it.
He'd say, you know, you should always help others when you can. If you have the ability to help someone, you should.
And what I love about Leon is he's so humble, so unassuming. You never know it. He passes out the worship aids every Sunday. He takes up the collection. He's just a really humble man. He's the real deal. We have a lot of people that...
You want to discuss?
Nope.
Day 2022, and we're joined by none other than President Chancellor Dennis Shields. Hello, welcome to your first Give Day. How's it going so far?
It's really busy, okay, but it's great fun.
Absolutely. So let's talk about this day and what it means for Southern University. We're asking friends, family, loved ones, those who have just heard about the institution, to pour in their hard-earned dollars into Southern University. What does that mean for this system?
Well, if you think about what this system has done historically.
Your microphone.
Oh.
Okay, so let's start there. Here we are today at Give Day, asking people to dig deep into their pockets and donate money to the Southern University system, all of its students, all of its faculty, all of its campuses and colleges. What does that mean for this institution?
Well, I think you look back, because if you look historically at the role this system has played and what has struck me in the short time I've been here, but actually in the months that led up to this, is how connected the alums are to this institution, how grateful they are for the platform it gave them to lead to greater lives. And so what this day does is provide that same opportunity for the students who are here now. Supports them with scholarships dollars, with academic programming, opportunities to do all kinds of things that reflects the history.
Here we are approaching the third month of your official tenure here at Southern. What are your 3 big focuses?
Well, I always start, because this is where I come from. I come from fairly modest background and I'm grateful for the opportunities that I had in my life and what higher education did for me. So the lens is on how do we help the students have great outcomes? How do we make it affordable for them? How do we provide great programming for them? How do we make sure they proceed apace from first year to second year to graduation and onto professional lives and graduate schools? That's the primary focus. Then, of course, this institution is a part of a larger community, both Scotlandville, Baton Rouge, this region, this state. So we need to be good stewards of that place. So we need to be looking for ever more ways that we can help this area thrive and prosper as a good steward of place. And then the third thing is our stakeholders. One of the things that became clear to me very early on is we have a lot of stakeholders who are very interested in this institution, from elected officials, alumni, business and industry, and we need to continue building and strengthening those relationships.
Students are back on campus, fall semester underway. I'm sure you've been out and about and engaging with them. What are some of the things that you're hearing from the student body?
Other than parking?
Other than parking, I mean, that too.
Well, they're very excited. They're already career fairs going on. They're all figuring out, you know, the new students are still finding their way. Interesting. I was over when they were moving in, and as I came out and my driver was going to bring me back to the office, there's two young women. Where's the mini dome and how do we get there? And we started to point them to the shuttle, and I told them, come on, jump in our SUV and we'll drive you over there. And they were two young women, set of twins from Los Angeles. And it was great talking to them, and they were still trying to figure out which way was which and that kind of thing. And then, you know, as the year rolls on, people settle in. They
learn their way.
They find their way. And, you know, it's great fun to be able to help them along that journey. So that's great fun.
Listen, if you've ever walked from the back of campus to the mini dome, they were more than appreciative of that ride. So I will say thank you for them, having done it myself time and time again. Really quickly, what do you think are the biggest challenges that the Southern University system is facing right now?
Well, there's no lack of them. I think it's reflective of the challenge that all of higher education is facing, and that's how to keep it affordable. Okay. It's how to communicate to the broader community the value add that we have, to make sure young people know that aspiring to higher education is a great thing, because there's a lot of naysayers out there saying it's not worth the investment, et cetera. That's not emanating, I think, from our community so much, but you hear it everywhere. But keeping it affordable, the real challenge that I see from my generation, which I won't talk about how long ago that was, to now, if I'd been faced with the expense some of these students face in getting an education, I might have chosen a different path. And so the challenge for Southern University system is to keep it affordable, to make it viable, to tell the community that it's viable. Now, in a more practical sense, we've got a lot of infrastructure needs. So I'm pretty excited that we're going to address some of those in terms of student housing fairly quickly. But we have deferred maintenance. We need to update a lot of our facilities. We need to maintain our infrastructure, and that's going to take resources that we're going to have to fight hard to get. The good news is that as a historically Black university system, there may not have been a better time in the last century to be sitting where we're sitting, because so many of our stakeholders realize how important we are and are standing at the ready to sort of have us call on them, be partners with us. So I'm real excited about that aspect.
In just your few months on the job, what's made you most proud at this point?
Well, it's the students, and then by extension, the alumni that have been so successful. I mean, how can you not sort of see those two pictures, these young people that are 18, 19, and 20s, aspiring to get to a certain place, and then meeting the alums that are the generation ahead of them and the success they've had. That's extraordinarily exciting.
So here you are from rural Iowa, now leading the nation's only historically Black university system. Why come to Southern?
Well, I tell the story. Actually, my connection to historically Black universities goes back to when I was 7 to 11 years old, and I was just this kid living in a foster home, and I went to live with a doctor, a Black doctor who practiced in rural Iowa, and he and his wife were graduates of Fisk University and Meharry Medical School. That was pretty amazing. But the most amazing thing, and what the biggest impact on my life, is when they traveled in the summer to go back and visit their families in Ohio and New York, we would stop and visit his peers from Fisk and Meharry. So I thought everybody like me went to college at that time. And so I think, I don't know that I was sentient about it at the time, but I see the role that institutions like Southern play as critical to not just the success of us, of African Americans, but of the whole country, because we have talent that helps lift everybody. And so the opportunity to come and be a part of that at the only historically Black university system at this stage in my career, I can't imagine anything that would inspire me more. In fact, I was actually contemplating retiring before this opportunity came along, because I'd sort of done what I needed to do until this opportunity came along and said, hey, this is actually something you have a passion for, that you think you can, that I think I can contribute to and support all of the great people that support this institution.
And you said yes to Southern.
Yes.
Last question in this dialogue. If you're speaking to someone directly and telling them why they should donate to Southern University, what do you say?
I say you look at one of these pictures of these young people and you see the desire and passion and aspiration they have in their lives, and you have to be a part of supporting that. And I'm grateful to everyone that supports it, okay? These young people that are aspiring, how could you not want to support them?
Thank you very much. If nothing more than investing in a student here at Southern University, this is why you should give on this SU Give Day. Click the link, donate what you can. It's SU Give Day 2022.
My name is Morgan Cooper. My major is nursing for the RN. I chose Southern because it's a smaller university, and I felt that the other larger universities in Louisiana were too big for me, and plus the tuition is very reasonable. The nursing program is a 2.5 year university. It's a very close-knit family here. The classes are small, but it's a lot of one-on-one teaching with your teachers. So that benefited me very well versus going to a 4-year where your classes are huge and you basically have to learn on your own. Here you can ask any questions you want. Your teachers always respond to you for the most part. And if you need help, they are very helpful.
crazy emails to people leave crazy emails about the talk.
I'm not gonna
Like, okay. Okay, we ready?
Yeah, so
Oh, there we go. Oh, skills.
y'all are live. So
Hey. So we said we're live. How you doing? How you doing, everyone? My name is Sharice Gibson, and we are here at the beautiful Southern University New Orleans campus, and I'm here with Dr. Kim Rugan. How are you?
Hey, I'm fine. How are
Right.
you?
Good to see you. Good to see you. All right.
Same
So
here.
the first thing we have to talk about here, there have been a lot of changes if you have not been to SUNO's campus. One of those changes is, of course, the new academic programs, including the Department of Nursing, right?
Yes. This past July, we actually opened up our nursing program, a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Very first cohort was admitted in August, and they're off to a great start. They're in class, they're working. We have like a world-renowned lab for these students to work in with human patient simulators, in which, you know, these people, the simulators can talk.
Right.
They can have babies, they can cough, they can have heart attacks. So we have like the state-of-the-art lab that our students are working in. And we, you know, we're so prideful because, you know, this has been a long feat for SUNO to open up this nursing program. But the day has, you know, it came about, and we let our first cohort in. And now we're on our way up now.
I love to see it. And one of the things that I'm very excited about that I actually just found out that it's opening very soon is Sonoma.
Yes, Sonoma.
Sonoma.
Yes.
So this is a museum of art, brand new. This is, and it's a very unique to this institution.
Yes. It is gorgeous. You know, being a native New Orleanian, I've grown up on Noma. But I want to buck up the Sonoma's museum to this because it is fabulous. It is state of the art. You know, we have interactive computers where you can press a place in Africa, and then on the screen, and it'll bring you to the artifact that came from that location.
Right.
And this is the Bertrand collection that was donated to SUNO years ago. One of the largest African American artifact collection that has ever been donated to an HBCU.
Right.
It's here on SUNO's campus.
All right.
And it's gone through Katrina, and we were able to save our artifacts, and now they're on display in Sonoma. We will be opening up the museum the week of homecoming.
Okay.
We thought that would be the most fitting time to open it up because
Obviously.
we're going to have our alums on campus. They're planning a week of activities. And so what better way to introduce this new and improved SUNO Arts and Humanities building than our Sonoma building.
You said that you have a large number of artifacts. How many do we have in Sonoma now?
Oh my goodness, I could not tell you that, Sharice, because I am brand new, but we have not placed all of the artifacts in the museum yet.
Wow.
That's how much we have. We still have them in special air controlled rooms in our library.
Mm-hmm.
So we have not put it all out because we're still working on opening it up. But I mean, it's state of the art. I mean, a wonderful sound system, interactive computer system where, you know, students from outside can come and enjoy and do projects at SUNO.
Right.
So I think it's putting SUNO on the map.
Right.
Put it to you like that.
Oh, I mean, and that's why days like this on Give Day, it's so important because we have so many new things that are coming to all three of our campuses, but especially here to SUNO. So why is it that you have days like this that's so important? Because we have new things that are coming.
Exactly.
We talked about an early child care center as well.
Yes.
I mean, all of this is coming with the help of fundraising, right?
Yes. And that's my job. We are planning on opening up the early childhood center, hopefully this fall. But, you know, I think a little bit more detailed is that our students are unique.
Right.
You know, New Orleans is unique.
Yes.
If anybody knows New Orleans,
Yes.
New Orleans is very unique. But our students are even more unique because a lot of our students rely on financial aid. And sometimes students will come, they'll get through their freshman year, and then they're on to their sophomore year and they don't have any more money. And the gap is so small in the financial aid and what they have to pay out their pocket. It's only like $1,100, right? You know, we spend that in a year just going to festivals.
Mm-hmm.
So why not give that $1,100 to a student to fill the gap so that they can move into their sophomore year and graduate, you know, realize their dream of becoming a college graduate. So that's why it's so critical to me, because I've always been student focused.
Right.
I've always worked in the social service or academic arena. And our students deserve that. You know, 65% of our students rely on financial aid. 89% of our population in this city falls below the poverty level. So why not, all people deserve a chance at an education, not just the elite.
Right.
So that's why it's critical, when I first got here, our chancellor, Dr. Ammon, said, everything's going to be scholarship fundraising. We're not fundraising for anything else but scholarships. So everything that I have done since I walked in the door on April 1st was for scholarships, to make sure that our students can realize their dreams of becoming a college graduate.
Right. Now, this is very important for a lot of us. It takes a community to really build up these students, to really build up our universities. And you're asking for more of the community involvement here. How is it that we can help in the surrounding communities, not just us Jags, but not in our Knights, rather, but everyone in this community to really build this campus out?
Well, I think because of where SUNO is located, it's located in the historic Pontchartrain Park.
Right.
And this was a place where only, African Americans got a chance to realize their dreams of buying a home. And Pontchartrain Park would not be if it wasn't for SUNO. SUNO touched the lives of many people in Pontchartrain Park. I mean, this was their go-to place. You did not go to UNO, you came to SUNO. So it's imperative that, these kids are standing on their backs and they can't go anywhere unless they give back to the university. So you've made it to the top. Alumni, we need you now more than ever. We want to increase our alumni giving.
Right.
And
it's already up.
Oh, yeah, yes. Yes, I have calculated my numbers and 43% increase in alumni giving.
Right.
Which is not, it's good, but it's not where I want to be. I want to make sure that we engage alumni on a daily basis. And I start on the last day of school when students graduate.
Right.
We have a campaign where this is your last day, but your first gift.
Right.
So I have them pull out their phones and scan a QR code, give $1.
Right.
I need to move that needle on alumni giving. So you can give $1, you can give $1,000, but I want to increase the number of alums that give to the school because funders look at that.
Right.
If your alumni is not supporting your university, then funders are going to say, why should I? So that's why it's critical. And then the community, SUNO is a staple in the community. We have a early childhood center that's coming up. We have our nursing program. We're going to also have a clinic on campus that will serve the Pontchartrain Park area. So we're not only servicing the students inside of the walls of Southern University at New Orleans, but we're serving the entire Pontchartrain Park community.
Right. And also you have a business summit coming up, right?
Yes, our business summit is on September 28th. And I want to say it has a threefold purpose. Number one, we want businesses to come in to see what SUNO has to offer. Some people have not been on SUNO's campus since Katrina. Well, I'm telling you, if you have not been on SUNO's campus since Katrina, you are in for a treat.
Okay.
We have brand new state-of-the-art buildings. We want people to see our buildings. We want them to see our equipment. So we want businesses to come in to see what we have to offer. We want businesses to work with our faculty and our faculty to look at the skill sets, make sure we are training these young people to go out to be competitive in this global economy. We want them to work with the students because we want students to understand that an internship is critical to your graduating and jobs. You're here because you want to graduate and get a job.
Right.
So we want to introduce them to various facets of business industry. And it's going to be broken down by discipline, but to let them know that there are jobs out there, there's internships out there. And the last thing, because I am the advancement person and I'm being a lot,
right.
I want to be able to put something in their hand and say, okay, so you are supporting the College of Business. This is how you can support the College of Business.
Right.
This is how you can support the Honorary Center. This is how you can support the School of Social Work. So it has a three-pronged purpose. And we're planning on, this is our first business summit, but we're planning on building this every year.
How is it that we can not only give our dollars, because our dollars are very, very important, not knocking that. Of course, this is actually Give Day, so we have to talk about giving our dollars. But how is it that as alumni, we can give our time to our university?
Well, alumni they'll play a great role. They can be, you guys are ambassadors for your school because you graduated, you walk the walk, you talk the talk, you've been through the experience, and we need you all to be ambassadors. You can help with recruiting.
Right.
You can help with, you all know a lot of people in the community. Fundraising is relationship building. So you can recommend folks to donate. You can recommend folks to sponsor.
Right.
You can recommend folks to just come in and give their time, serve on committees to do mock interviews in the Career Services Center. But you all are truly the ambassadors of the university because you can talk about your experience that you had at Southern University.
And that's why, I mean, you know what? It has a big alumni base because there's so much love at this university and it becomes a big family. And it's not just when you're on campus, no matter which campus you're on, whether you're at SUNO, whether you're at SUSLA, or if you're at SUBR, but no matter where you go, it's a huge, huge family.
Yes.
So everyone stays together. Everyone is giving support. And like you said, any dollar that you give, any time that you give is going to be for the advancement of the university.
Exactly. And, you know, alumni coming back on campus, your time is very invaluable.
Right.
I mean, you know, I can't put a price tag on the time that you spend pouring into the lives of the students. It could be a mentor. You could mentor a person who, you know, you're a journalist.
Right.
You are a wonderful journalist. I watch it every night. You can bring somebody in and that person can mentor behind you. You know, you can be that person that changes that child's life.
Right.
You know, and that's what alumni, that's your purpose, you know, pouring into their lives and maybe being that change that they need.
Right.
And HBCUs are already nurturing. And, you know, I went to PWIs I went to a PWI for undergraduate and they did not care about me, you know. But I got my PhD from an HBCU.
Right.
And even at that level, I was cared for. You know, my personal life mattered to them. Our, you know, every aspect of the program was intertwined with our lives because HBCUs are very, very nurturing.
Right. They are. And it is not just about the degree. When you go there, you learn a lot about self.
Yes.
And that's what I tell people when I went to Southern University. I learned so much about myself, about who I was and what I would face in this world and how to carry that self with me.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's so many lessons. I don't want to forget talking about this. There's a gala in October.
Yes. We're having the Emmett Bashful. Emmett Bashful was our very first one of our founding chancellors. It's the Emmett Bashful, a Southern Night, KNIGHT, because we are the SUNO Knights, a Southern Night in New Orleans Scholarship Gala and Silent Auction.
Okay.
And tickets are on sale now. Tables are on sale. I am proud to say that the bulk of our sponsorships will be is paying for the entire night.
Love it.
So anything that's over will go directly to our scholarship fund for our students. So if you are interested in buying a table or buying a ticket, you can go to www.suno.edu, go to the institutional advancement page and click on the Emmett Bashful picture, and you can find out information on how to secure your table. But more importantly, today is SU Give Day.
Right.
And I want the folks out there to know that you can go to the SUNO website. It's actually linked up to the Southern University System Foundation website.
Right.
And you can pick whatever program you want. We have a link for the College of Business, College of Arts and Science, the College of Education, the School of Social Work. We have a link for our nursing program. We have a link for our honorary program.
Which is behind us right
yes,
now.
Our fellows are working these phones now. You know, excellent program, and you're going to hear from their director in a minute. But you can go to our website and pick whichever program you want to give to.
Right.
You know, and there's an athletic program now. I mean, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but click on any link, give any amount, anything you can. It all adds up, and it just shows us that as alums, you are paying attention, and even Friends of SUNO, because I have a little pot called Friends of SUNO. Go there and put your money out there and give these kids a chance at realizing their dreams.
Okay, you mentioned it quickly, but you know, my last thing for you, athletics. Where are we at with that now?
Well, we're back. The Knights are back. The castle is being spruced up. Our very first basketball game is on October 29th. That's how we're going to end our homecoming celebration, with the basketball game. And don't ask me who's playing because I can't remember. But we're bringing back men and women's basketball this year. Okay. And then on tap, we're, you know, for every year we're going to bring back a new program, but we're starting with basketball. Mm-hmm. We're going to have a golf program for men and women.
Nice.
I mean,
women's golf.
You got Joe Bartholomew Park across the street. Why not use it? The golf course, why not use it? We're going to bring back our world-renowned track team soon. You know, we had Olympic players.
Right.
We went to had Olympic track runners. So we're bringing back our track program. We have our tennis courts. Eventually, we have a plan to bring back a sport each year. But we're going to start off with men and women's basketball. And I want to say this to alumni. We need you guys to come out. buy season tickets. Support. We don't want that castle empty. We have a fabulous basketball team, both men and women, top-notch grads from schools, high schools around the state and the city. About a couple of valedictorians,
right?
Some 4.0s in there, some 3.5ers in there. That's a great basketball team because not only are they basketball players, but they're also academicians. They are there. Their focus is getting the job done with their education and playing ball at the same time.
Right.
So we've put mechanisms in place to make sure
that it happens,
that they continue on the road of the academic road of success. So we have tutors, we have writing labs, we have reading labs, we have STEM labs. So SUNO is back.
Right, it is back, and
so there's a resurgence,
yes,
Sharice, going on at 6400 Press Drive.
Make sure you guys stop over here because there's a lot of new things coming up for SUNO, and we're going to keep talking about it a little bit later. Dr. Kim Rugan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. I appreciate you coming out and spending your day off with us. Thank you.
Wait, this is my day on still.
Well, thank you.
But it's Southern University, so of course,
and
it's
we're
all
all
well worth it.
We
It's
are
all
Southern. We
All
are
right.
Southern, yes.
All right,
Thank you.
as you give day, make sure, of course, you donate. It is so important to fund crucial programs like she just mentioned. And we're going to continue talking about it a little bit later. But for now, of course, go online and click, give all that money away.
Greetings, lawyer leaders and supporters. The Southern University Law Center is a premier legal education institution that provides access to diverse groups. With over 4,000 alumni across the globe, our footprint knows no bounds. On this Give Day, I have one request. Support SULC. Your generosity assists us in offering scholarships, implementing experiential learning opportunities, providing community assistance, and more. No gift is too small. Stay safe and stay well.
Being at Southern University means following in my family's footsteps. I am a third-generation Jaguar and a fourth-generation HBCU student. Witnessing my family's success inspired me to join this community. As a part of Jaguar Nation, faculty and staff have helped me and other students witness our fullest potential.
Being at Southern University means I'm charting my path for the future. With help from my advisor, I was able to realize there are more opportunities in less traditional fields. This led me to pursue a degree in computer science with concentration in cybersecurity.
Your contribution this Give Day will provide scholarships and resources to help students finish stronger. Each dollar will help students like me to become the next generation of leaders.
Your generosity means expanding our programs in emerging sectors. It means cutting-edge technology and exciting campus updates. It also means preserving Southern University's legacy as the nation's top HBCU system.
This SU Give Day will give more students like us the opportunity to impact the world.
Join us to support Southern University today, tomorrow, and forever.
What can we do to advance technology? What can we do to strengthen the economy? What can we do to empower our communities? The Technology and Entrepreneurship Clinic brings together visionaries, innovators, game changers who aspire to compete in the ever-evolving world of technology. Our mission, through tailored legal support, is to tap the unrealized economic potential of starting and growing companies, minority-owned businesses, and women-led enterprises.
We want to work alongside our clients to really understand their business, their needs, their aspirations, what they're really looking to achieve.
We saw a need to help small emerging businesses redevelop themselves and for new ones to come about.
I originally came to the SULC Tech and Entrepreneurship Clinic to show a demo of my toy Tatro, which is a magnetic playset, which uses magnets to build scenes and move characters. We worked with them to file a provisional and then eventually file a non-provisional patent. We have one trademark filed, and then we have another trademark that we're working on now.
One thing that we're doing now is we're creating a web-based platform. One of the troubling things in the very beginning was trademarking. How to be able to understand a way that I can scale the business and grow it without having any legal issues.
The Tech Clinic was very instrumental in getting us up to speed, getting that trademark filed and completed in a very timely fashion.
This is an opportunity for us to really spread the footprint of the Southern University Law Center into the Baton Rouge community in a way that was different from everything else that we did.
We are always continuously working on new projects. We plan to go across state lines. We want to make sure that our trademarking is correct, our copyrights are correct.
Coming to the SULC Tech and Entrepreneurship Clinic, they really provided a great resources for free for intellectual property. One of the biggest problems that a company or a startup faces in the beginning phases is going to be capital. And a lot of that capital is going to go towards intellectual property if you want to be able to have those protections.
Our goal is to ensure that every business that knocks on our door gets the type of legal assistance they need to get going. For that to happen, we welcome resource partners and community groups to join us in this effort.
Where we see vision, we turn it into action. Because as technology changes the world, our graduates and our clients will be ready to lead it.
Good morning, Southern University, friends, family, and loved ones. Here we are topping off the 11 o'clock hour of this SU Give Day. We just checked the numbers and we're at $7,995,000. The goal is $8 million. Let's do it. Let's get to clicking that link, donating whatever you can. Every dollar counts. Think about skipping lunch for a week and giving that money to a Southern University student who will use it to then help change this world in their chosen professions. It's Give Day, everybody. The 90-day culmination of $1 Million March campaign comes down to this. We're at 200 donors on the day today. The goal is 2,000. What are you waiting on? Let's get to clicking that link. You can also call or even mail in your donation. We still take checks by mail. Whatever it is, we'll take it from you. SU Give Day 2022. We had a conversation this morning with chancellors from the different colleges here at Southern University. And now it's the students' turn. I'm Marcelle Fontenot, news anchor at KATC TV3 in Lafayette, Louisiana, also a 2002 graduate of none other than the Southern University. Stewart Hall is what made me, everybody, and I'm proud of it everywhere that I go. First and foremost, we want to start with introductions. So if we could start here on my left, will you introduce yourself, talk about your major, your affiliation with the system, and your classification?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kobe Bonnier. I am a senior animal science major, and I really want to focus on giving back to the agriculture department because they gave so much to me. Like, I've learned hands-on every day, and I really appreciate that because some colleges who are A&M colleges do not have the opportunity to do that for their students.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deanna Moncrief. I am a mass communications major, and I am from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I am a current junior at Southern University. I also serve as the current Student Philanthropy Council president. And my job, what I just really want us to get done is just to promote healthy philanthropy for the university and for us to raise as much money as we can to aid and assist the students.
Greetings, everyone. I am Carlos Bristol, a senior mechanical engineering student from the small town of Hammond, Louisiana, and I have the esteemed pleasure to serve as this year's student body president at Southern University A&M College. Give Day this year, we want to continue to maximize the opportunities that each student within the whole system gets. So Give Day is very important, and we hope that alumni and everyone else can continue giving to help aid students at Southern University.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Omarosa Newman, and I am a second-year law student at the Southern University Law Center. I am from Youngstown, Ohio, and I'm so excited to be representing the law school up here with these amazing Jaguars. My focus at the Law Center is, of course, fighting for justice for those who have no voice and those who can't fight for themselves. And so I'm happy to be here, and I hope that you give generously.
Good evening, I'm Tanner Pruitt, and I currently serve as Southern Labs SGA Vice President. My goal for Give Day is to get as much money as possible we're raising as much money as possible to provide new things for both the lab school as well as Southern University.
Good morning, my name is Kelsey Tillage. I am the current reigning Miss Southern High as well as SGA parliamentarian. And as you know, Southern is trying to earn $8 million. In Southern Lab, we're trying to raise our own money. We want to raise $100,000 for this Give Day. So please give back to the homes that raised y'all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nala Gidget. I currently stand as the SGA president at Southern University Laboratory School, and I'm a senior. So my goal for this school year is to get all alumni, our parents, faculty, staff, teachers, students, everyone to come together and give, like Kelsey said, and Tanner said, for new technology, new opportunities, just all things new to make the school very much better than what it is already.
So here we are, representatives of the high school JAGs, undergraduate JAGs, and Southern University Law Center represented on this stage. This is where the rubber meets the road with your donations. This is where your money is making its biggest impact with the students and faculty here across the Southern University system. I want to open up the first question to any of you, all of you, whoever feels comfortable. We're asking people to give of their money, right? High schoolers and undergraduates, y'all may work, high schoolers maybe not yet, but to ask somebody to donate their money that they work very hard for is a big ask, especially right now as we're dealing with all that we're dealing with inflation and cost of living increases across the country. Speak from your heart. What do you say to someone who said, I'm not so sure that's what I want to do with my hard-earned dollars? What do you say to them?
So personally, what I would say, we understand that it is an inflation going on, and that honestly, those individuals that we are asking to donate, they've been in our shoes and they have been through the struggle, and now they are in their dream careers. What we really would say is we really want to help as many students as we can, and even ourselves, to matriculate through this university. Every student that you are giving to is an investment. It's not like you're going to be giving to a cause that will fall on deaf ears. All of our students are trying tirelessly to matriculate through this university and to graduate so that we can become productive citizens of this United States. So the major goal is to not only increase our graduation numbers, but to also keep retention. And that's the biggest thing, because there's so many students that, on Twitter, that's usually what we use, Twitter or Instagram. We see a lot of our classmates tweet, hey guys, I'm sorry, I have to sit out for 2 semesters and save money, because they don't even have enough to continue to go through school. So, your dollars can help those students that unfortunately have to go back home and have to get a job, and they don't have a village or a support system. So we're hoping that you guys can be the support system and the village for the individuals who don't have one.
Anyone else?
And to piggyback to piggyback what she said, also those dollars will help bringing our equipment to modern day and state of the art equipment to where we can compete with those other HBCUs, and also continue to make Southern a part of the conversation as a world class HBCU.
So you mentioned the word struggle. Those of us who have been through this institution, we understand your struggle. All of you, from high school to law school, what are the struggles of what you're trying to accomplish day in and day out? What do you see from the student's perspective? We talked to the chancellors earlier. They told us from an administrative perspective what their struggles are, but what are yours?
I want to speak and probably piggyback on what Chancellor Pierre mentioned this morning in his discussion with you. Law school is very, very expensive. And I started in the middle of the pandemic. We decided to change from online. We were in person, then we were online, and then, of course, we came in person. I moved from Florida here. On top of the cost of tuition, it's the cost of living, the cost of books, and then trying to have the tools that you need to compete. I'm getting ready for a mock trial. We're competing against Harvard University, making sure that we have the resources to compete at that level and be successful. And so as you think about giving and you talk to each of these students, just know that the struggle is on all levels. If you're working and going to school, you have to work. It actually impacts your grades. And I spoke to a student yesterday, and she was trying to figure out whether or not she was going to go and treat herself for something for her birthday or buy the textbook that she needed. And so it's kind of like that balance between making decisions about how we can be competitive and how we can just survive on a day-to-day basis.
You mentioned the mock trial against Harvard. Some might say there's no way Southern can compete with Harvard. Do you feel prepared? Do you feel you have what you need? Is Southern in it for the fight against what is, or what the world knows as Harvard University?
Well, if you ever see Southern in a fight with a bear, pray for the bear.
Very well said.
So yes, it's in November. Not only do we believe that we will be prepared, there's a lot of people who are kind of donating and supporting our travels, our preparation, the materials that we need, but also the mentality that we have here at Southern University is that there is no opponent that we can't boldly take on and conquer. And so victory will be ours in November.
For our lab students, what about you guys? What are your struggles that you see in the lab?
I think some of the struggles that we have, the world is changing, and it's changing fast for us. We have a lot of social media, technology is moving fast. We experienced a pandemic in our early years of high school. We have a lot of, with this being an HBCU campus, we've had the Black Lives Matter movement. It's a lot of pressure on young students, on top of just trying to maintain grades and ACT scores to get into these colleges. So it's just a lot put on top of us that we need a little bit more support with.
I think just kind of piggybacking off of what everybody said, from going to Southern Lab and seeing all these other private schools, as an HBCU, we are severely underfunded underfunded. And I don't want to say it's almost imperative that we have funding to be able to compete at these high levels, but it is very much necessary. I'm fortunate enough that my parents have been able to establish themselves in the community so where I don't have to worry about that. But I know friends who are just as smart as I am, they don't have these opportunities because they don't have the funding.
To go back to the subject of issues and stuff like that within school, pressure. To go back to what Tana said, it's a lot of problems in the teenage community, you know, being in high school and stuff like that. And I feel like the biggest problem at lab that I could visibly see is the motivation. And I feel as though that's up to us, you know, as an SGA to motivate students because I feel as though when it's from a peer, it comes off as different. And when they see us, you know, leaders that's, you know, just like them, that's teenagers that's in school, you know, they feel more motivated. You know, if we're doing it, they want to go out and do it. And I think it's another thing of consistency. I've kind of observed with my peers that you can't really start something and then just kind of like stop it in a, you know, in your tracks. I learned that you have to do something continuously and then they're going to look forward to it.
So as you're speaking about motivation from where you are at this stage of your life, tell me the role that current Southern University students and even alum can play in keeping you all motivated and showing you what's next and what's possible for you. Not just you know, you represent SGA and you're doing your own thing, but other students who are on that campus who may not be as involved and may need just a little more.
Maybe outlets where it's not just always sports. I feel as though obviously lab is kind of a sports school. So creating more outlets for children who's not necessarily into sports, you know, into athletics and, you know, maybe things outside of school, maybe things after school, within school or whatever like that.
Also, just to piggyback off of what she said, I am a member of the dual enrollment program. I've been fortunate enough to be in it since the 9th grade. And one of the biggest things, like she said, we don't have academic programs. We don't have all the AP classes that these other schools have. Even with dual enrollment, it's been my own fight to be able to accomplish 33 credit hours. So when I look at that, I want us to have more AP classes, to be able to have mock trials, moot court, and things like that, because to me, those are the things that count. I play volleyball. I can play on the court all day. And you know, that's great. But at the same time, it's what can I do in the classroom? Because at the end of the day, volleyball can only take me so far in life, but my mind can continue to take me into my late 30s, 50s, whatever. Like it will continue to just help me develop.
Personally, I think just being able to partner in any ways, in SGA ways, and getting certain, you know, like the AGS and other nursing students to come talk to us or have certain things. Like we've had several SUBR days or we've had college days where they've came, but I think more collaboration between actual college students and us would be very beneficial.
So there you go, SU Give Day. We're talking about giving your money, but the lab students are talking about giving your time and your money. Click the link there in the chat box and go ahead and donate today. We're getting closer and closer to that $8 million mark, 995. We hit it. Oh, there we go. I got a thumbs up. We hit $8 million. Round of applause for that. That is fantastic. Thank you, family and friends. There you go, $8 million. But guess what? We've got a long day ahead of us, right? This link is operable for until midnight tonight, and we'll stay up throughout the weekend, as I've heard. So $8 million is beautiful, but the higher that number goes, the more beautiful it will get. So donate, donate, donate. When you click and donate, go ahead and share with a friend, a family, a loved one. $5, $20, $100, whatever you can give, making a huge difference. And we're hearing about those differences right now. So to the undergraduates, let's talk about your college experience. What's it like being a student at Southern University?
Yes, ma'am. So we actually just was about to chime in on, like you said, what is the struggle like for a college student?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
So being a student at Southern University, or like we say, the Southern University in A&M College, it's an experience like no other. A lot of people, especially maybe natives from Baton Rouge, they may think that, oh, that's just a Baton Rouge college. But when you cross that hump, we always say it's a whole new world. We really have a big gumbo pot, and it is something to truly be proud of. However, when it comes down to the college struggle, as they say, sometimes, you know, you have a variation of different things. You have mental health issues that's going on with a lot of students due to many different things. You have different things as far as every single college or department, they have their own issues. Like you said, you're a proud Stewart Hall baby, like the alums call me. And I truly am proud to be a part of Stewart Hall, but we do have our own issues as well. We are mass communications, and we do a lot for the university as far as putting things out there. Some issues we may have is underfunding it comes down to technology. It was one time my peers and I, we wanted to just pitch in so we could even get an updated camera, because we had a camera that's, you know, been around for over 20 years. And we wanted to get efficient and effective shot for the university that we feel like it deserved. Different like different genders, they have issues as well on campus. And I think the overall thing that always helps is revenue. You know, money is not everything. However, money is a tool to get everything that you need. And a lot of our issues that we have on campus with being underfunded and with things taking a little longer than it would if we were at a PWI, it does affects us to a certain extent. We are happy that 20 years from now, it can be a greater Southern University than it is today, but we would like to see some of those benefits as well. And so just to wrap it up, I guess, being a Southern University student is a privilege. I always say I'm so proud that my university chose me to even be here. I'm glad God aligned it for me to be a student. However, you know, every single season in your life, you have challenges. And one of the things that we want to do, not only as students, but student leaders, is to find solutions, but to also be a voice for the students who may need their help. So you could go, Carlos.
Mr. Brister, I'll ask you, we're talking about the struggles of students, but let's talk about the enjoyment of being a Southern University student as well. That is not to be, you know, overshadowed, because it is indeed an enjoyable place to be.
So the enjoyment of students on campus. So basically this year we try to surround most of the events based on what the students would like. So we rely heavily on data from surveys, but also, as she stated earlier, Twitter. Twitter is like a safe space and event space for all of us to go, no matter if it's events or just venting about issues on campus. So this year, we had Welcome Back Week. I'm quite sure everybody enjoyed it and heard about it. It was JAGNIC themed. And then also Homecoming. It's coming up pretty soon and rapidly. Today we have Union Madness. So the students seem to be very enjoying all the events that we have planned. But also, we took a different approach with Homecoming. So this year with the week, we have some study days worked in the schedule, so students can also know the real reason why they're still here is to get an education on top of partying and have fun.
Yeah, academics don't stop during homecoming. Absolutely.
Mr. Brister didn't mention this, but I'm just going to take some privilege. I've been working with him, and he's planning this amazing homecoming. But because this is SU Give Day, I'm just going to say it, okay? He's looking for sponsors. So if you're watching at home, he has a vision for homecoming to be very memorable because, you know, of what we've been through for the last couple of years with the pandemic. So please reach out to our SBA president, and he'll share with you his big plans and the need for sponsorship for the homecoming activities. I'm sorry, I had to mention it because
absolutely, this is the place. You know, the Southern University love spreads all over the place. You never know who's watching. So Give Day, click and donate, but also consider contacting the SGA president about what you can do to help foster a successful homecoming for not only the student body, but those of us who are alum have a great time at homecoming as well. You want to speak on struggles, enjoyment, whatever it is you want to talk about at this moment.
Yes, some of the struggles that we face as the student body in whole is infrastructure. And with you all giving back, that would put a lot of money into infrastructure to help facilities be better for students. That, like your problem with not having the proper camera, if they would help, if alumni giving back, the funds could be distributed greatly to other parts of the university to contribute to student success.
Okay, while you have the microphone, I want to ask you, as a representative of the College of Agriculture, you know, people think agriculture is I'm out there with farm tools, you know, tilling soil and doing that kind of thing. But that's not the case anymore. That's not all that culminates what agriculture, what's under that umbrella, right?
No, that is not the case. We have plant and soil majors, and actually we have contractors for grass. So believe us, we do not just go out there and till the soil anymore. We actually study the soil. We study the plants like we could grow in the area, what's best for certain type of grasses, for animals, all different things. We actually are doing hemp research. So also make sure that you're giving back to your university so we can continue to broadcast our research, because Southern University has a great hemp program. And we are R2 school.
The accolades go
research.
on and on, right? Ms. Newman, if I can ask you, Chancellor Pierre was on our earlier panel and he talked about the expungement event that students and alum participated in from the Law Center. That changing people's lives, allowing someone to go get a job. We see help wanted signs all over the place right now, but someone with a record, something minor, may not be able to provide for their families. Let's talk about the impact of being a student at the Law Center. And once you're done, law isn't just standing in a courtroom anymore.
It's not. The expungement event is an ongoing effort to empower our community to, right the wrongs, to give them the chance to go out and be competitive in the workforce. Chancellor Pierre talked about how many individuals came out. And if you're watching, if you know individuals in the community who may have minor things on their record, alum from the Law Center come back and give their time to make sure that those expungements, and Chancellor Pierre was able to negotiate that the cost of those expungements are subsidized and sometimes completely free. In addition to that, I have to mention that one of the highlights of my experience in my first year of law school was the confirmation of our first African-American woman to be appointed to the Supreme Court. And Chancellor Pierre arranged for us to go to Washington, D.C. and to sit in the hearings and to support. That was just completely life-changing to have that experience and to be a part of that. So there's so many good things that are happening. But the fight for advocacy, the fight for justice in our community, you mentioned the fight for Black Lives Matter. We have to be on the forefront. In addition to that, our chancellor also mentioned the importance for us to be on the forefront of the fight for voting rights. What's happening in this country and the transformation of voting rights, you will see SULC students on the front line fighting to make sure that the power of the vote is not compromised, it is not weakened, and that we can all go to the polls and exercise the most important right that we have, and that's the right to vote.
And also being there for the hearings, for the Supreme Court hearings, and being on the front lines of advocacy and everything else, it's showing younger people that someone like me, who looks like me, who probably came from humble backgrounds as I did, is now a Supreme Court justice, or is now fighting for this or fighting for that. That's something that HBCUs give you that I don't know that you can get anywhere else, especially this HBCU. You will find somebody everywhere who's a graduate of Southern who is doing big things in changing this country and this world. To my lab school ladies on the end, you all are spearheading a big celebration, 100 years of the lab school. Tell us about that.
We planning to do it big, we want we want so much. Being the daughter of an alumni and the great niece of an alumni, I know like all of the history and I've heard all of it, and it's just really special to be able to be a part of something that big with so many great people. Like last year we had a lot of alumni come talk to us. They talked to us about what they ended up to turn out, and it's just so inspiring to see what somebody that was once in my shoes could accomplish in life, and it made me feel like I could do it too.
So tell us about your campaign for the centennial.
So our campaign for the centennial is Give Day, or Coming Home. That's actually also the theme for our homecoming. So about the Give Day, we challenged all students to give $22 each, and represented for the 2022, give $22. And then we also did $100,000 because it's the 100th year. So for a Black high school to be around for 100 years is monumental. Like, how many other schools do you know that's had a Black high school? We were one of the first Black high schools in Louisiana. We have a statement in the community, and we just want to be able to give back and be able to fundraise so we can hopefully bring in the next 100 years. And then as well as just homecoming this year, I mentioned earlier that Coming Home is the title of our I'm so sorry of our homecoming. And one of the biggest things for me being Miss Southern High, I wanted to tie in because I've mentioned earlier, I've been going to Southern Lab since the 4th grade. It's a sense of community that I want to bring back. it's the 100 years. I want everyone to come back. You want to always come home. You want to give back to your home. You want to have fun when you come home. And Southern Lab has been a place to allow me to grow and develop, even to be able to do opportunities like this to practice my much needed public speaking skills. So it's like, you know, what better place to do that than at home?
Ms. Guidry, I'll ask you, Southern University Lab School's been around for 100 years. What do you want it to look like in the next 100?
I wanted to keep some of its same customs. For schools to be open for 100 years, that's absolutely amazing. I know me personally, I've only been at Southern Lab since 6th grade, and it has turned me completely around. Definitely not the same student I walked on campus as, but there are a few things that need to be added for more success and more excellence to come through the school.
How prepared do you all feel for what's next in your chosen professions, whatever stage you are at this point? You are here at Southern and in the system. What do you feel like you can compete anywhere?
So I'm a mechanical engineering major, and Southern has gave me more opportunities than I ever expected. Being a Thurgood Marshall Scholar under the Southern University system, that has given me opened so many doors, but also just Pinchback in itself. The many different sponsors that we have within the engineering department has given me job offers as a junior college student. Now I'm a senior. I'm going to my senior year with 3 job offers and also 3 internships for next summer. So I'm well prepared, and it's really been great. I'm so glad I go to Southern U.
Personally speaking, just coming from Stewart Hall, I'm going to keep emphasizing that because it does.
She wants you to donate. Send donations to Stewart Hall.
I personally feel like I can go anywhere and compete at the highest level. I just feel like not only with who I serve, but being that I serve this university as well, Southern University has really created me to be the woman that I am bestowed to be to a certain extent. And I just feel like, honestly, the sky's the limit is what they told the fool. And I can go anywhere and do anything because I personally feel like my university has prepped me for it, thrown me in different situations and put me under different circumstances to where I had to be comfortable being uncomfortable. So yeah, I feel very comfortable going into my career.
Personally, I feel that I am greatly prepared for my transition from college into the career world because I've had plenty of internships freshman year. I was a 6 internship offered student. So for me as a freshman coming in, 6 internship offers, that's totally different from certain people in specific majors because some people have 0. They have 0 opportunities when they leave and they have 0 opportunities coming in. But at Southern University, if you make time for your professors, they will make time for you, and they will give you the opportunities that you need.
So earlier in our conversation, Chancellor McMeans, who's the chancellor of the Ag Center, mentioned that by 2050, there will be the need to feed 10 billion people in the world. And he said the world is not prepared for that. It will take 2 additional Earths to feed 10 billion people. And he said that the Ag Center is on the forefront of trying to close that gap in feeding America. So another accolade for the Southern University Ag Center as well. Let's talk about scholarships. How important are they? Are any of you here on a scholarship? Yes, proudly.
When I applied to law schools, I applied to only the 6 Black HBCU law schools. And it really came down to what each school was offering. And so the generosity of the scholarships is my determining factor between coming here as opposed to Howard University or FAMU. So scholarships are incredibly important. And so many of my colleagues, because of how expensive law school is, did I mention how expensive law school is? It is SU Give Day. So let me just stress how expensive law school is. But without it, I wouldn't be at Southern University.
Let's talk about you high school students and undergraduates. Maybe you're not here on a scholarship, but what are you hearing from students that sit across from you? How could a scholarship benefit them? People are donating their money, and scholarships is at the top of that list for where the money is going. Let's talk about where the rubber meets the road with someone sitting next to you, as you mentioned earlier, who may not be here next semester, or in your case, someone who may not go to college at all if they even finish high school.
everybody isn't fortunate enough to, be able to get that scholarship. Everybody isn't, the smartest person in the room to be able to achieve certain scores. And with the pressure that I talked about earlier, it's really a lot to get these certain ACT scores to get these scholarships. But I don't think that should be the determining factor on someone's future, because a lot of people, if they can't afford college, then and they don't want to go to trade school, it's kind of like, with the way society is moving and how expensive things are, you're not setting yourself up for the greatest chances. So I feel like if people donate more, the more you can give, you got to think about the future. You're not donating just to a person, you're donating to the future. And that includes everybody, like how you were just mentioning, they're trying to close the gap with feeding that many people. So it's not really just donating to a person or just donating because you feel like it's nice. It's really to change the future. Like, it will change someone's life if you donate.
Just to piggyback off of what Tanner said, she did mention how there's kids who can't make the ACT scores and stuff like that. And of course, they need scholarships, but you also have kids in cases where they can make the ACT scores. They have the GPA, they have everything going up for them. But unfortunately, because of other circumstances, they can't afford to go to college. For all we know, the person who has a cure to cancer can't afford to go to college. Scholarships are needed for people like that, because I said it earlier, I'm fortunate enough to have that. But there's kids who are just as smart, if not smarter than me, who don't have the means to go to college. They don't have the means to do extracurricular activities or anything like that. Because like cheer, volleyball, that stuff's expensive. You need scholarships. Let's say if you want to play sports, but you can't afford to play it in high school, how can you play it in college? So it goes back to also donate to the lab. But it's like, it's just very necessary for kids to have scholarships, all kids, because whether you have the grades or don't have the grades, everybody has potential, and we need to be able to access that potential in students.
Like Kelsey and Tanner said, a price should never be put on success. Rather it's through college, rather it's through technical school, welding, or not doing either, being an entrepreneur or something like that. But I feel as though there are a lot of students out there that has the ACT score, has the grades, all of the accolades to get into college and just don't have that opportunity. And it should never come down to where money determines your education. And I feel as though with the Give Day with Southern University and Southern Lab, it's gonna definitely help a lot to get students in lab too.
Southern University Ag Center, we have 11 1890 scholars, and those are scholars funded completely through the United States government. So that's a big deal for those students to not have to pay any cost for school. And personally, I'm funded through the government as well, but I'm with Louisiana Rehab, and I'm grateful for my scholarship. So I tend to tell other people about the scholarships that are available, because that's something that I don't want to take from anyone else. So I'm not going to gatekeep a scholarship just for me or for someone else that I know is applying for that scholarship. No, I'm going to broadcast it to everyone to know, because if you want to take a minor in ag business, you could come get that scholarship.
Note to self.
Just speaking personally, I do not receive a scholarship. However, I do know the value in it. Like she said, I fortunate enough with me being at the Valdry Center for Philanthropy, I see a lot of scholarship opportunities available that a lot of students aren't even aware of. So one thing that I do is just to go out and I let the students know, like, hey, you are in this, this is your major, this is your focus, apply for this, you qualify for this, go ahead and try to get this funding. Because a problem that we all see a lot of times when students go to financial aid and they have an extra $3,000 balance and they ask the individuals at financial aid, hey, how can I pay the rest off? They say, take out a Parent Plus loan. Every parent may not be able to qualify for their loan. So scholarships are very imperative, and they're very important. And for us to have more funding, that means more students can not only qualify, but they can get that funding that they deserve.
Alrighty, here we are. We said a little earlier that we reached the $8 million goal in this year's SU Give Day. $8 million, but we want 8.1, 8.2. Somebody said 10 million. Let's go for 10 million before the end of the day. We're going to take a pause for a moment in the conversation. We have some students from Southern University, New Orleans, who are here with us. We want them to join in this dialogue as well. Again, $8 million. Click the link to continue to give. SU Give Day 2022 well underway. Make your donation, call a family member, a friend, text it to them, whatever you need to do. Technology, as we talked about, has made it very easy for you to spread the love and spread your dollars to the Southern University system. We'll pause for a moment. We will be back with you in just a second.
Hey Jaguar Nation, it's Give Day 2022, and we are calling you out.
It's time to show your Jaguar pride, because when Jags come together, we change the world for the better.
Give Day is your chance to celebrate and support the Jaguar Nation. This year's goal is to raise $7 million by August the 31st.
On Give Day, we want you to help us secure $2 million in 24 hours and over 1,000 donations.
Your contribution will help students finish stronger. Every dollar equals more scholarships, more faculty research grants, and more life-changing opportunities.
Greetings, my name is Karen and I am a proud graduate of SUNO, and now I serve as the director of SUNO Student for Success Career Services Center. SUNO suited me with a degree in business. They suited me with the knowledge I needed that changed the trajectory of my life. As a student, I felt important because of my instructors. They took care not only in teaching me, but in mentoring me. As a proud alum, I am asking that all of my fellow alumni think of how you are suited. Now is the time to support the suiting of others. So I would ask you to please go to suno.edu to donate now and send in your photo to @SUNO Suited for Success on Instagram and post how SUNO suited you. We are SUNO proud. Thank you for your support.
Oh, there I am. Ha, welcome back. I didn't realize we were live yet. Welcome back, SU Give Day 2022. Here we are. We talked about earlier, we've reached the $8 million goal, which is great, but who said 10 million? 10 million. SU Give Day ending tonight at midnight. Go ahead and click that link. Let's do what we can, Jaguars. I got some new statistics. Let me read these really quick just to update people on where we are. We're over 350 donations for today. That's 150 in the past 45 minutes alone. So job well done to this panel. Job well done to you all for sitting up here and getting people to click that link and donate those dollars to the Southern University system. We're talking about SU Baton Rouge, SU New Orleans, Shreveport, the Law Center, and the Agriculture Center as well. Two new faces here on our panel. This is now the undergrad panel with a quick change. Introduce yourselves to us, please.
How you all doing? My name is Ronnie Dyer. I serve as the current Student Government Association president. I am a senior biology major at Southern University at New Orleans.
Hi, my name is Dario Mitchell. I serve as the 63rd Miss Southern University at New Orleans. I am also a biology major, born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana, and I'm so excited to be here.
It's so wonderful to have both of you. We heard about some of the exciting things going on at SUNO as your chancellor was here with us earlier this morning. He told us about the administrative perspective on what's happening there. Let's talk about your perspective as students. What are you seeing at SUNO that's making you say, wow?
Well, what I'm seeing is growth. Let's start with the fact that SUNO now has its own, very own nursing school. That's our first and biggest thing that you would see most likely on our website, or the fact that we just restarted sports. Our auxiliary groups and everything else has just come back this year. So we're very excited to have our very own homecoming customized to all those things that have been added for this year.
Yes, and to also piggyback off of him, I'm very excited to have the nursing program on SUNO's campus. I know we definitely have been fighting for that and everything. And again, as he said, that we now got our sports back again, and I'm very excited for that as well, especially with our cheer and dance back again, of course. Go Knights. And yeah, I definitely feel like we're getting more stuff coming in, and it's just more stuff just coming in, and that's basically what we want.
Growth, as you
Yes, growth,
mentioned,
right.
academics and the extracurricular activities as well happening at SUNO as well as SUBR. Let's talk about you represent two campuses, two of the multiple campuses. The Axe are not considered to be a part of the Baton Rouge campus as well. What about the collaboration? Do you all collaborate on things? Do you have a lot of cross-campus connection in what you're trying to do as students, or even some of your programming as well?
So typically, that'll be around the homecoming time where all campuses come together as one and to put on a big homecoming celebration here on the landmass campus. So typically, that's when that.
So homecoming as well. Y'all say, guess what? Here we are, united as one. We talked to the Baton Rouge students earlier about some of their needs, and you mentioned growth at SUNO, but growth doesn't have to stop with what's already in line. The nursing school and also some sports coming back. What are some of the needs that you see on that campus to help SUNO continue with its legacy in New Orleans?
Okay. So how I see it, I think definitely we need some more people getting more experience within different internships and programs that we do have on campus. I think definitely y'all did mention earlier about how scholarships are very much important to students, definitely when you're taking out loans and stuff that doesn't really need to be taken out when we definitely have this stuff already out and here waiting just for people to apply. I think definitely we need to communicate that to our students and letting them know that we are here to help. And y'all also mentioned about mental awareness, and that's also my platform. I think definitely we are right now are doing Wellness Wednesday right now as we speak. I'm so mad I'm missing it, but
you're here for a good reason though, you know?
Course,
look, this money is gonna help have
Yes.
more Wellness Wednesdays and other days as well.
Yes, of course. Definitely just spreading the word that we are here for anybody's mental health as far as anything you've got going on with not just school, but your personal life. And we are here to let you know that as a system and as a school that we're here for our students.
How about from the SGA? Some of the things that you either see that are needs or things you're hearing from students when they come to you, you hear them you pass by them on campus and say, man, look, you represent the SGA. Can you get us thus and so? What are those things?
Honestly, so SGA, first and foremost, always technology. Technology is one of the leading factors of our education system. So we may have a lot of old computers that the library gave out. I know within the last 2 years, I used one when mine went down, and I think the computer was older than me. I'm not going to even lie to you. I think it was. Another thing is facilities. We are in the midst of getting, we've had a few buildings redone.
Mhm.
But needless to say, there are old facilities that we are still using, such as our cafeteria. If you guys have ever been on our campus, y'all look at our cafeteria and be like, hey, I've seen some high schools cafeterias that were a little bit better. And thirdly would be our transportation system. So the little buses that would drive students from the Lakeside campus to the Parkside campus, those buses are very up in age, and every time I see them, honestly, they're in the back of the university center where they're being prepared to be sent off or something. And I definitely have just told my chancellor I would love for us to get some new buses, even just to, come up here more
Right.
times to fellowship with the main campus and have more activities between us
Mhm.
so that we can all have fun as students.
You are all young Black people trying to, if you wouldn't mind passing that microphone to the gentleman to your left. As I was saying, you are all young Black students looking to make your stamp on the world. Of course, fellowship is important between you. Introduce yourself to us, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, how you doing? My name is Sherman Roof II. I'm a junior here at Southern University. I'm a computer science major. Just here to voice my opinion on a couple.
Welcome to our conversation. It's nice to have you. I'll ask this question to you first because you have a microphone in your hand, but you all have I think between all of you, including the students who were just with us from the lab school, you've all talked about technology. And clearly technology is ever changing by the moment, by the minute, right? You're dealing with computers and other things and labs and so many parts of technology that represent what you're doing and how you're learning. Do you feel that what you have access to right now is suitable for what you need, or is it not enough?
Me personally, being in the computer science program,
Right, you
yeah,
understand.
we do need more. I was actually in there today, and I was just looking around. I was like, because I'm actually a senator over the computer science department and engineering department. So I was just looking around. I was like, we need some more computers. It's a lot of people in that department, and we just really just want to come in there, practice coding on some computers, and we can't really even do that because those computers aren't as good for coding.
Mhm.
We deserve some up-to-date computers. We deserve more computers as well. And like if you just go in there, like the lounging area, the lobby area, is not really up to date compared to the other departments as well. I always compare everything to Pinchback because Pinchback to me is like the best center on this campus. Like everything is just so up to date. Everything is just so new. And I feel like that's the spotlight of the campus. I feel like that's the main thing that everyone gets. And Thurman Hayes, right across the street. Hey, don't forget about us. We're
Right,
over here too. You
right.
know, we need some resources as well. We need some things because, man, computers are evolving daily. Computer science is evolving daily. It's so much money in computer science. That's what made me really change into it because it's such a demographic field. Like it's just amazing, and I really like it. But we deserve more resources, and we need more resources.
Well, we know it took days like today to get Pinchback. I saw you shout out your building really quick, Mr. Brister. Shout out to Pinchback to make it what it is. It took days like today and dollars like people are donating today. And what's happening today will change your building and yours and yours. And that's why we need people to go ahead and donate. Click in the chat box, find the link, donate what you can. These students are telling you about what their experiences are. When you donate today, you're not only donating to Southern University students who are currently enrolled, but you're donating to high school students who want to come to Southern in the next few years, and even little kids who walk across this campus, seeing you all doing what you do, and they want to be just like you. So let's talk for a moment. We see so much attention paid to other HBCUs, other institutions. You see the Howards and the FAMUs of the world, and there's all this attention on Spelman and Morehouse. Big donors giving lots of money to what seems like a handful of HBCUs. People talk about it, even alum that I'm friends with from when I was here at Southern, we're like, what is it? What are we missing that we're not seeing Southern's name put into those conversations as often as we should? What do you all think is missing? What are we not doing? What are we not telling the world about what's happening in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Law Center, Ag Center, and Shreveport as well?
So I can kind of touch on that just a little bit because one of my platform points was making Southern world class, right? Making us one of those names to put in the pot for those big donors. So this year, me and my advisor are fortunate enough to have reached out to some big donors that will potentially be given to Southern University also. So, and she can.
So how are you doing that?
Oh, so
how are you
just
reaching out to them?
just through mutual partnerships, and through email and things like that. So we had a call this morning with this marketing agency from LA, and they want to come on campus to do some activation. So little things like that will help us build into a bigger platform, and maybe other people will see it and want to come attach themselves to it as well. So we're kind of starting little, so you got to crawl before you walk. So we kind of just getting our feet with it a little bit. So I think that once we get enough spotlight from those different corporations, more people will be willing to come. That's just how I guess Pinchback was able to just update itself so much. One person started, and then it just attach people just continue want to attach themselves to it. So that's what we're trying to do for the university and the system as a whole.
Anyone else? What do you think individual students can do, alum can do to shine that light on Southern so that our name is included in that conversation?
Yes, ma'am. So one of the things with Southern University, and this is not because I go here, but Southern is the standard, especially with the SWAC. The things that we lack, though, is beautification. When you go to Prairie View or even Jackson State now, and even Grambling, they have just a campus that you would just like to sit at sometimes, you know? We love our university and we are proud and we still utilize its resources. But that's one thing. The second thing is also representation. We are known in the SWAC as the university that dress up too much because they always
Pretty Wednesday is a thing.
Yeah, they said you guys dress up like some of my friends at Prairie View, they would say, yeah, y'all dress up too much, you know, y'all look good all the time. Like, when do you guys just dress regularly? And that's just because we're the standard. But one of the things that can help, I noticed when I was looking at other colleges when I was a senior in high school, I was looking at universities like FAMU, and it really was because of the presence on social media and the presence online. And this is not just for the mass comm department, but like Sherman said, for the computer science department. Right now in that field, you have individuals who don't even have a college degree making six figures. And so just imagine what someone coming from a university like this can make. And one thing we notice is that on social media and just in general, when it comes down to our web pages and things, that can help a lot, because the reason why you have the Diddy's and the Mary J. Blige's and these individuals wanting to give $1 million plus to Howard or Jackson State or even Xavier, you know, even universities like that, is because they are well known with certain factors. So I think what can not only make us more known, but let them know that we are prominent in the SWAC and we are here to stay, is just having a more dominant presence. And that comes with having better equipment. That comes with having, you know, more students voice their concerns, voice their opinions, and just have pride in the university. So I think that's why sometimes you have the handful of the Howard, the Hampton, you know, you have the Clark Atlanta, the Spelman, the Morehouse. It seems like every time we go on social media, you see, you know, oh, Spelman just received $2 million, or this celebrity just gave, you know, Morehouse this. And we're like, well, what about Southern? You know, we are like, we always say, what about Southern? You guys get, no shade, most of your ideas from us. So I think what would just help us is just having more presence, being more bold, putting the A back in A&M, and just showing that each department that we have is strong. You could be an ag major, and you know, have a prompt, you know, a dominant of be dominant in your field. You could be a mass comm major and be dominant. You can be an engineering major, computer science, etc. And you can basically come out of this university and not only make the money that you want, but make the change that you want. So yeah.
I'm just going to emphasize one key point that she made. Let's put the A back in A&M. Because understand, the A comes before the M, but we work together. All the research paperwork comes with, it's both of our names on there. So just remember that. Always remember to put the A with the M.
Let's talk about, you talked about philanthropy and you represent the philanthropic side of this student body. What is happening? What is Southern doing on all campuses to pour back into the communities where you are, and other communities that you have an impact in?
So with the Student Philanthropy Council, we are actually a fairly new organization here at Southern. This is really our second year, but it's our first year being prominent. So some things that we're doing, one of the things that we've done for the MDM campaign so far, we've raised around $21,000 within the last 40 days.
Wow.
Also, we have something coming up called the SPC campaign, which is basically a student philanthropy campaign that is here at the university to promote healthy philanthropy. One thing that we noticed with our donors that our advisor told us was most donors do not start giving until they're into their 30s. And sometimes that comes from them having a certain experience at Southern, or sometimes that goes from them just thinking that maybe they need to wait until they're a certain age to give a certain amount. So we've been really putting out a lot in the university for the past, I would say, since June, really just emphasizing philanthropy and service. When it comes down to the Baton Rouge community, we do have outreach programs that are going to start very soon with the high school right across the street, which is my alum, Scotlandville Magnet High School. We want to be able to do just like the young lady said from SU Lab, be able to serve them so they could see regular college students outside of the days that they have. But the most prominent thing that we want is to promote healthy philanthropy and to bridge the gap between donors and alum. I think through the COVID pandemic, it was a gap that was just started to get larger and larger. And so now what we are planning to do is to close that gap, build more relationships, have proper service, but to also increase philanthropy. Because we want students to know you can give as a student right now. We want alum to know that having given in 20 years, it's not too late to help the kids. So that's just a few things that we're doing right now.
What about Suno? Suno, a heartbeat in Pontchartrain Park, right? What are you guys doing now to pour back in, not only to the community where the buildings stand, but also the New Orleans community as a whole?
So when I think of that, the first thing that came to mind actually was the use of our pool. So we're teaching the community kids how to swim, which
That's
is a
fantastic.
very fun thing. Every day I see kids about like 3 years old in the swimming pool learning how to swim. And another thing recently is our community service. So since COVID was a thing, of course, everything got knocked off. But this year I spoke to Ms. Tubbs about community service, not only for our school, but what are we doing in general for our community service. And she has been reaching out to every company she believes possible, so that various majors who have something to do with those companies can go out and help those companies with anything they see fit, so that we could just get our name out there. We also have our TRIO program. Our TRIO program does wonderful work where they are all over the US doing various things for students. And another thing was we're starting to see a lot of more. We have a school in the back. I'm sorry. We have we're hosting a school program or an entire school district. I'm not sure. Was it? We're housing a whole school in our back area. I don't think we even charge for that, or it's a lot of different things that we're
Right, a lot of
trying
moving
to do
parts.
all at once. So it's too much for me to even remember.
So we're at a point now where we've exceeded our time for our hour-long conversation. But as we close, I want each of you or whoever feels comfortable to appeal to someone who is hesitant about donating. We often, well, not often, but there are people who say, I don't know where my money's going. Why should I give? You know, Southern need to make changes before I decide that I'm going to give my money. Of different age groups. You mentioned people start donating in their 30s, whether it's alum who left last year or left 20 years ago. What do you say to someone who you might be sitting across from, and your job is to tell them why they should donate to this institution? Here we are at Give Day. We've reached $8 million, but we're pushing for 10. We're pushing for 10. Give Day is a 24-hour period. The clock stops ticking at 11:59 tonight. How do you talk to someone, and what do you say to them? Address that person who's debating on whether or not they should donate $5 or $5,000.
Don't demand the change, be the change. Because these changes that we're all up here fighting for are not for us per se, because we're all graduating students. We're our upperclassmen. We're fighting for the underclassmen and the incoming students. These are not changes that we want to, these are changes we want to see, but these are not changes that we will actually get to see occur. We will not experience these changes, but we're doing this and fighting for these reasons for other students for the future.
Just to say, when you said, they say, well, where's my money going? The great thing about technology and just with the Voucher Center for Philanthropy and the foundation, when you click on the link, you can actually choose to give to your preferred area and or organization. So if you are a College of Business graduate, you can say, hey, I want to give $2,000 to the College of Business, or you can say, hey, I want to give to the Human Jukebox, or, you know, whatever organization you may have been a part of, or are currently still in. So that's one. Two, I always live by a quote: abundance is my birthright, overflow is my last name. When it comes down to living in abundance, I realize one of the major things is revenue. And so when it comes down to it, you're making an investment in someone's future. At the end of the day, no one would be here on Southern University's campus, no matter if it's Susla, Suno, the Ag Center, or the Law Center, if somebody did not take that risk and make that investment. So we are just honestly just asking you guys to make an investment into us so that we can continue to do our due diligence at this university, continue to matriculate, and set the standard.
And as she said about making an investment into our students, over 70% of our students at the SGB are Pell Grant eligible, which means they come from low-income families. So your investment is heavily impacted for the student body.
Yes, it's a piggyback off that. I was just thinking about like low-income family members that are just coming in to these colleges, and it's like you're thinking about, oh, I just want to keep my money for myself. Nobody's not worried about you. No, you shouldn't think like that. You should want to invest into our future. You should want to see these Black African Americans taking a leadership in these roles. That's what we want. That, and I feel like that's why you should donate.
So I'm glad you brought up being African American. Every day we see something on television about some kid doing something, going to jail, mostly all the bad things. But we never really hear about the greater things that happen for people and students. And it's mostly because they don't have the technology needed or the institution needed. So giving back to us gives back to them so they can make something of themselves ultimately.
Just to really piggyback about what all my peers said really about giving back. It's really important to give back into yourself, and like who better to help yourself than each other, you know. So I believe it's really good for, you know, to give back to your people, give back to your college, give back to yourself. And another thing to piggyback what Miss Deanna said, and you could be really specific on like which college you want to donate to just by clicking on the link, you know, if you follow the simple directions. And that's a real big improvement as well to know where your money is going to.
So I will say that I graduated a long time ago. When were y'all born? Okay, so y'all were babies, clearly. I graduated from Southern University in 2002. Someone before me poured in so that I could have the experience I did here. I have poured in so that you could have the experience you are having, and you are pouring in so that a future student can have an entirely different, but yet still successful and still fulfilled experience here at this institution. It is SU Give Day, everybody. These are the reasons why we are here today, why we are asking you to give your dollars, to give to this institution so that these students can continue their work, and that other students who are coming behind them will have successful lives and change the world, because that is exactly what you are doing. You all are a beautiful sight to see today. Young Black people working hard, striving. You're determined to be successful, and success and overflow are both yours. It is my pleasure to be a part of this conversation with you today. SU Give Day, we've reached $8 million, but we are not done. We're pushing for 10. The students said 10. We said 8.1 or 2. The students said $10 million before the day is over, and why not? We can do it. We are a powerful and mighty nation. All we need you to do is click the link, donate what you can, share that link, ask someone else to give what they can, so that we can continue to strive for greatness right here at Southern University throughout this system. Click that link, do what you can for this institution that we know and love. It's great to cheer in Mumford Stadium on Saturdays, but we also want to cheer as you all are walking across the stage and turning tassels as well. I am Marcelle Fontenot, news anchor at KATC TV3 in Lafayette, Louisiana, and a mass communications graduate from none other than the Southern University. It is my pleasure to be here with you again on Give Day this year. The day's not done. So much more coming up. We're going to hear from big contributors later and other trailblazers that have stepped through this institution and are working to do what they do. Stay with us throughout the day. Donate, donate, donate. SU Give Day 2022, not over yet, but with you, we can make it a bigger success than ever before. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
All right, we are at Southern University, New Orleans, SUNO's beautiful, beautiful campus here in the city of New Orleans. And I'm here with the director of the General Russell Honore Center, Keith Phillips, they're doing amazing things. By the way, we have some folks that are involved with the Honore Center sitting behind us.
Yes. The gentlemen are here, sophomores and from the native New Orleans area. These guys are inspired to become school teachers. Right now there's a low percentage of African American male teachers in the city, as well as in the nation. It's only a 2% representation.
And when we talk about the Honore Center, we obviously know it is named for a fabulous, fabulous man, but it's much more to this center. Can you tell us a little bit more about what happens at the Honore Center?
Sure. Well, the Honore Center is a development for African American males from the greater New Orleans area. We recruit young men from the area, and they receive sponsorship and support for 4 years. So we pay for room and board, books, meal plans, scholarships, and as well as hundreds of dollars a month stipends. And with that, they receive wraparound support from our licensed clinical social worker, Ms. Sonia Brown. So we are really developing the whole young man, financially, mentally, and spiritually, to become a great advocate for Black teachers in the city of New Orleans.
What's the success rate? Are you seeing many of your young men leave to go become teachers?
Yeah, we're excited about those numbers. We actually partner with local charter schools that are recruiting these young men. This past May, we graduated 4, and all of them are working at KIP Network.
Wow. Yeah. So how did this come about? I mean, I know that General Russell Honore means a lot to the city of New Orleans, but how did this all start?
It came to the idea from the past president of the Southern system, Mr. Ron Mason. And out of that, we wanted to end the cradle to prison pipeline. We knew that African American males were going to jail at a higher rate than their pupils. And what we wanted to do was create something that protect them, give them a safe space. And out of that came the Honore Center. We had to find out a person to name after it. So General Russell Honore name came to mind. He agreed to be a part of it. And for 12 years, this is actually our 10-year anniversary. It was started in 2012. We celebrating 10 years this year.
How do you plan to celebrate the 10 years? You know, that's a milestone.
Yeah.
You have a lot coming up?
Yes, we have a lot coming up. We started with the Give Day. Today, the next event we're going to have a signature golf tournament that's going to be held at Joe Bartholomew Golf Course, November 18th.
Which if you haven't seen, it's right across the street from SUNO's lovely campus.
Yes, it's a beautiful course. And we're preparing for our annual gala that's going to take place in the spring. It's going to be at the Hyatt Regency Hotel. That date is to be announced.
All right. So tell me this. When we talk about all of the amazing things that you do, obviously this requires funding. And you're making a true investment into these young men's lives. Can you explain to us why it's so important on Give Day for us to support the university and support this cause?
Yeah, to be able to give back to African American males in a way that we do is real monumental. These young men average $40,000 support each one of these guys, and for 1 year it takes additional $100,000 to support them. Without this program, these young men probably won't have the opportunity to come to college. These young men are not true senior scholars in the aspect of having high ACT scores. We're taking average young men and doing extraordinary things with them.
Mm-hmm. And it seems that you make the investment into these young men's lives and they can do extraordinary things moving forward.
It's a beautiful process.
Right.
We call them our hidden gems. And once we invest in them, they turn around and go invest into the younger kids and inspire them as well.
I like the slogan you have, if you expose kids to success, they will succeed, right?
That's the best thing you could do for a young person.
Okay, let you do that.
Yeah, well, because I know it really worked for me. I grew up in New Orleans in the Central City area. And one of the things that helped me get out that neighborhood was being exposed to different things. I talk about it a lot, how impactful my band director was coming up in middle school and high school. And eventually when I got to Southern University, Dr. Gregg would always mention to us, we have to be better than, we couldn't be just as good as. And he would expose us to different things. Our high school band director brought us all across the world to expose us to different universities and different opportunities. And because of that, I had a broader reach and a broader vision on who I could be one day. So I know that's going to be monumental as well.
But you landed in several different places, but ultimately you're here at SUNO. What makes it so special here for you?
This is home. This is home. To be able to come back and cook in your own kitchen, that makes it priceless, right? And be able, because SUNO has built me. Without SUNO, I wouldn't be here today. And I'm forever in debt to SUNO. So for me, this is just mission work. This is me giving back in philanthropy, because I'll do it without the paycheck.
And I can say that I know more Keith. He is dedicated, and every time he sees me, it's Sharice, I got to talk to you about something. And it's always something that is involving the Honorary Center, something that's involving the school. So this is year round. We have SU Give Day today, but year round, he is completely dedicated to this cause.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And it takes a labor of love, you know, to get these young men in their freshman year and then see them graduate their senior year. Those 4 years, we create bonds and memories that you'll never forget. Right. Because I'm helping them as they make decisions, as they develop into becoming positive young men. And that's a priceless thing.
Right. All right. And then, of course, we got them back here working, making phone calls. What are we doing right now?
Yeah. So we have freshmen calling Darwin, he's calling the list and asking donors who donated in the past would they renew their gift. You got all of them are doing the same thing, and they understand it. They participate every year, and that gives them an opportunity to get involved with the giving and not just always receiving. But they give as well. We actually helped throughout the Katrina time. Not Katrina, we helped with Ida as well. We go out in the community and give out food during the pandemic.
I was going to say, you guys also do volunteer efforts. So they're not just receiving, they're giving back.
Yeah, and they started in Washington College. So we partnered with the city council. At that time, Mr. J. Banks will call up on us. We'll be there helping out. Royce Duplessis call up on us. We go there to help out. And during that time was a pivotal time because most people didn't have food and water and blue tarps and things like that. So you needed manpower to get that out to the community. And we would be the first people that they call, and we always on time and delivering.
So you know what? I love that you have the investment into these young men. They're investing back into the community, and we'll continue to see that success. And you're planting the seed. I think we're planting seeds right now. Speaking of planting a seed, I was told that we have surpassed our goal. So I know that we were going for $7 million, but we're at $8 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, congrats to all the donors. We definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, we are surpassing it, and hopefully we can keep it going and keep it moving. Don't stop. We have all day for SU Give Day, and any amount matters. If you have $1 to give, $100 to give, $1,000, whatever you can give, it's all in support of our beloved Southern University. Not just SUNO, but Southern and Baton Rouge and our Cecil campus as well. So we are going to continue to ask you to give. You can donate to whatever department, whatever chapter or organization that's online. So make sure you give so you can show your support, especially if it's with the mass communications department. Just have to throw that out there, throw it out there. But anything that you can give to help all of us here at SUNO would be appreciated. So when I come back, we're going to continue to talk about ways that you can give and the amazing things happening at SUNO.
When you step out on that field, everyone is equal. Talent, it means nothing. They may be more talented than you, but if you show more heart, if you show more focus, if you just decide this day that you will never accept second place to anyone, if you do that, if you all do that, there's no one we cannot defeat, and there's no one that will want to challenge us ever again. So do you want to go out there like every other player, like every other team, or do you want to stand up this day to make this day count? Make it count.
All right, I'm Sharice Gibson. I forgot that I didn't even introduce myself. I'm Sharice Gibson, evening news anchor at WWL-TV, and a Southern University Baton Rouge alum. And I'm sitting here with a SUNO alum, Ms. Karen Francis. She is the Director of Career Services, and we are continuing on this SU Give Day to talk about why it is so important that we give back to our beloved Southern University, a school that we love so much and you connect with so well as an alum, specifically here to SUNO.
Yes.
But you were a non-traditional student. Tell me about that.
So I was a non-traditional student. Was 29 when I came back, and my girlfriend attended here, and she told me, she said, go to SUNO. And immediately I picked up the phone, I came on campus and I signed up, and it was the best decision ever. It truly, truly changed my life, and I'm so grateful to all of the individuals who fed into me and to my education. And so the instructors here, I mean, they were just phenomenal. And so
there were so many people who say it's too late.
Yeah.
Or they think about going back. What can you say to give them that nudge? Because you can always go back. It doesn't matter the age.
Well, it's like you get caught up.
Right.
I was, doing menial jobs and never was getting ahead and all that. And so I woke up one day, I said, you know what? And after my girlfriend called me, I said, you know what? This is the time. And it's never too late. It really is never too late. I pledged on campus. I mean, it was great. It was a great, great experience. I worked during the day and I went to school at night. And so and then toward the end, I got married and got pregnant and everything, and was on campus pregnant, sitting in the chair and everything. Instructors helping me out. So it was great.
So, I mean, when you talk about SUNO being great for non-traditional students, how did it fit for your lifestyle?
It fit well. What was so great about it is not just the fact of, I was coming back to elevate who I was as a person, but the instructors here truly made a difference in my life. What they taught me here was just so invaluable. And so they even implanted in me a desire to own my own business, as I spoke to you about. And so it really, really was the professors here who really made a difference in my life.
No, you graduated here, and that was only the beginning of this transition. You changed your entire life, became an entrepreneur, right?
Yes, I did. I had a marketing firm that I owned. I worked full-time for myself. And it was just, when I think about it, or when I thought about it, I said there was a light that came on when I was in my business administration classes. And it was a curriculum that was designed for entrepreneurs, or if you wanted to go into the workforce. Right. So SUNO had that, and I had never been acclimated to that. And so to be a part of that was just so invaluable to me as a student. So,
we have just an awesome number of alumni at SUNO, at all of the Southern University system campuses. And we have so many people that come up, not just me coming to do what I can to continue to raise money for our university, but people who come to work here. So now as you're in career services, I mean, how did that come about? Did you felt like you just wanted to give back?
I wanted to give back.
Oh, you get paid to give back.
I wanted to give back. And not only that, but it is my duty truly to prepare our students for their next level.
Right.
And if I could be a part of that and to be nurturing to them, to know what they need to do and give them and guide them through that process is very important to me.
So when we talk about career services, what exactly are you doing to help them guide through?
So from day one, as a freshman, you have a 4-year plan: freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. And so there's a designated number of steps that I tell the students that they have to take. And so through that process, it leads them to what it is that they need to put in place prior to graduation. So when they graduate, they're ready and prepared to step into a job. Or if they want to own their own business, they'll have the tools to do that as well. Yeah.
So for those who are just this Give Day, they say, I got a little bit, I want to give, I want to support. What is it that you can share with them to really push them to just click that button and support?
SUNO is a hidden jewel. And this university has so many great things to give to the community. And when we give to the community, the resources of our students stay in our community. And so when they matriculate out, they're able to secure jobs in our community that brings the dollars that stay in our community. And that's the greatness of having this university here and allow students to be here so they can stay here and be in the state of Louisiana and continue to contribute.
All right.
To our county.
So make sure you do it. We have already surpassed that goal, and we are going to continue to give. And that just shows how much we love our Southern University system. And again, this is Suno's campus. We were talking about all the amazing things that happen here. What's a hidden gem, you say? What's one of the things that's hidden here that people may not know about Suno's campus?
I think that first, we're in a community.
Right.
We're in one of the African American communities, Pontchartrain Park. We have great access to things in this place. A great golf course across the street. There are great things on this campus that take place that a lot of people really don't know. And I think a lot of the hidden gems here that a lot of people really don't know about, I can't say it enough, are the professors.
Right.
The professors on this campus are just really phenomenal.
Oh, is it nurturing?
Yes.
Or are they, what is
it's that. It's, you know, I went to UNO right after I got out of college, and I felt lost. And when I came here, I felt like I was a part of something. Like I was relevant.
Right.
I was important. And so they made me feel important. And so that's very important to me, to go to in a smaller environment. So I think that Suno, you know, gave me those things.
Well, if you want to continue to give to Suno the way that Suno has given to us, make sure you donate. Go online. You can click and donate wherever you'd like to donate to. And make sure you continue to support the university, not just by come to this hidden gem. I've walked around the campus a little bit. It's beautiful. There's a new museum that's about to open up.
The museum is beautiful.
I cannot wait to see it. We were talking about it a little bit earlier with Dr. Rugan. So come see the museum. They have so many different new academic programs that's available. There's a lot more available, especially to those non-traditional students.
Yes.
Especially if you want to become an entrepreneur. And then you have someone like Ms. Francis who's helping you in career services.
That's right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm told visit suno.edu to give, suno.edu if you want to support and donate. Send all that money here. We need it in Southern University. And of course, what better place in New Orleans?
Yes, what better place in New Orleans.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Continue on this SU Give Day. I love y'all. Sharice Gibson of WWL TV. And we will continue to support and to give and click online. Make sure you do.
Southern University offers students a robust academic portfolio across various disciplines, including in-demand programs like education or mass communication, producing a number of thriving broadcasts, print, journalism, and public relations professionals. Many of the university programs have been nationally ranked and recognized, like those in healthcare, business, and engineering. In fact, Southern has produced 90% of the African American engineers in the state of Louisiana, placing multiple graduates in positions across the country. Students in agriculture are working side by side with professionals to combat food deserts and more. Along with these programs, Southern's law program is widely known for producing a number of notable politicians and government leaders nationwide. Southern University not only offers an unmatched college experience and family culture, but a high-quality education to equip each individual for professional success. We are Southern.
Well, I'm really excited to be here right now with two surgical tech students from Southern University Surgical Technology School. And I just find this really fascinating. I'm so excited to hear what you have to say about this program. I think it's something that I would have really loved to have done. So, okay, here we are, Brianna and Mallory. Thank you so much for being here today. And tell me something. Tell me about what attracted you to this program of surgical technology. Brianna, I'll ask you.
Okay, well, I really like surgery. It's really interesting, and this is a great way to be a part of that.
So you're actually going in with a surgeon and assisting in surgeries, and you're learning how to do that at Southern University. That's amazing. Oh, wow, that's just very, very cool. And then I understand that, tell me a little bit about the job market in our region for surgical technologists.
It's actually, there's a lot of job opportunities around Shreveport. I mean, you wouldn't think that it's something that, it's not the first thing that comes to mind, but there's a lot of job opportunities around Shreveport, and really anywhere that you go. You can work in any hospital, any clinic, anywhere. There's a lot of opportunities.
That's wonderful. I would think so. I mean, we are a medical community, and I hope very much that we have information to put up on the screen, and there it is. If someone's interested in this career field, wonderful. Thank you so much for being here with me today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Wonderful.
One and two the count. Oh, diving catch at second. Great play. That's one worth looking at a second time. Full extension for Segura. One out. I mean, that was extra bases. As you see the replay. Oh, full extension. That ball gets by. It's at least a double. On this turf, it might skip to the wall.
Are you interested in a college major with numerous career opportunities? Look no further than the Southern University College of Agricultural, Family, and Consumer Sciences. Agriculture is more than working on a farm. Our students are gaining hands-on experience and conducting cutting-edge research in the areas of agricultural sciences, family and consumer sciences, and urban forestry and natural resources. Our students also participate in internships and travel to national conferences. Our student organizations include students from diverse backgrounds with close bonds. These organizations provide our students with leadership and personal development skills needed to help them gain employment with top industry leaders. If you're not sure what you want to major in at Southern University, I encourage you to try Ag. For more information about the College of Agricultural, Family, and Consumer Sciences, visit our website at www.suagcenter.com or call 225-771-2242.
My name is Ibrahim Nofal. I'm born and raised in Baton Rouge. I'm a nursing major at Southern University, and I am Southern. I chose Southern University because Southern's nursing program is the best. Everything is there for you. Professors are helpful, people are helpful, you have everything you need. Southern is energetic, lively, and helpful. Southern has taught me a lot about interact with people professionally. Choose Southern University because there's a top-of-the-line education that is affordable, and the education is there. Everything is there for you. Professors are helpful, people are helpful, you have everything you need over here.
Hey Jaguar Nation, it's Give Day 2022, and we are calling you out.
It's time to show your Jaguar pride. Because when Jags come together, we change the world for the better.
Give Day is your chance to celebrate and support the Jaguar Nation. This year's goal is to raise $7 million by August the 31st.
On Give Day, we want you to help us secure $2 million in 24 hours and over 1,000 donations.
Your contribution will help students finish stronger. Every dollar equals more scholarships, more faculty research grants, and more life-changing opportunities for the entire Southern University system.
No matter how big or small your gift, it will impact students and faculty members across each Southern University campus. Your generosity will make this SU Give Day the best ever.
Thank you for supporting Southern University today,
tomorrow,
and forever. As we approach our 55th year, Southern University at Shreveport is in the middle of a relaunch and a rebrand. Throughout the years, SUSLA has established a rich legacy of excellence in Northwest Louisiana. While we look forward to the future with great expectations, we need your help now more than ever. Whether it is $5, $500, $50,000, $500,000 or more, no gift is too large or too small. Because when you give, you are investing in our amazing students, and your generous contribution has the capacity to transform lives and create brighter futures for generations to come. From our Jaguar family, on behalf of our dedicated faculty and staff and our talented students, we say thank you, and thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
For over 70 years, the Law Center has modeled and produced over 4,000 lawyer leaders who are blazing a trail in the legal profession around the globe and remains dedicated to educating diverse and underrepresented persons in various socioeconomic areas. Southern University Law Center. Visit sulc.edu to explore our curriculum, get to know our beautiful and lively campus, or apply to enroll.
You know, everything that has happened good to my family has emanated from Southern. Southern took me a rock out of the backdoor cane fields of Louisiana, polished me into a gem so that I can shine throughout the courtrooms of this state and other states. So Southern is the main artery to my wife and my family's livelihood and mine. My name is Tony Clayton. I'm a lawyer, graduated from Southern in 1991 from law school. I am a board member on the Southern University Board of Supervisors. I was raised in a little town called Plaquemine, Louisiana, which is about 10 miles south of Baton Rouge. Grew up there, married a young girl from Slidell, met her in undergrad. When I met her, kind of had a crush on the girl, and she was going to law school. My intentions were to go to medical school. But chasing her, I chose to go to law school. Hurriedly took the test, did okay on the test, got into law school, Started dating her, married her, and now she practices law with me. And Southern University created the black middle class in the state of Louisiana. I'm a homicide prosecutor by trade, but I prosecute a plethora of cases. I've never prosecuted a kid who graduated from Southern University from any type of crime. If he attends Southern University, he will never see me in a court of law. That's a direct correlation, that's a direct fact, and I've been doing this for 30-some years. So when you juxtapose the education and educating particularly young black males, then you don't see them in the criminal justice system. And what you do when you educate them at a Southern University, they become a productive citizen. They pay taxes. They, in essence, they get out of the wagon, start pulling the wagon with the rest of us. So Southern University has to have people like me and you. We must give back to it so that we can shape the future of our culture, of our race, and of our kids to come in the future. I don't like flying, but whenever I'm on a plane, I was on a plane with my kid. I never forget taking him on a flight for his first time. And the flight attendant said, in case of loss of oxygen or cabin pressure, your oxygen mask will fall. And in case you're traveling with a kid, put the mask on yourself first. Well, I thought that was kind of odd. I'm like, man, I'm gonna put it on my kid. Well, if you can't breathe and you can't function, then you can't help your kid. So it makes sense to put the mask on yourself. Now you say, where am I going with this? Here's where I'm going with that. If Southern were to take the money and put into infrastructure, buildings, libraries, cyberspace type libraries, athletic facilities, intramural activities for the kids, study halls, when you build the infrastructure, then you have provided, you put the mask on Southern where it can breathe, so that it can take that and put the mask on the students. I've had kids come to me directly, hey, thanks, you helped me with a scholarship. I didn't even know about it. But the monies are being put there so that these kids who may be from New York or California may not have parents here, and they may be short on $500 to buy some books. Well, to know that there's a pool of money that we can go help this kid or this student, that's what it's all about when you give. You may not get credit for it, who cares? But 20 years down the road, that child is now has kids, paying taxes, being a productive citizen, and all because you were complicit in helping that kid obtain his degree. I'll tell you, when I first got on the board in 1999, Southern allocation of money from the state was like $170 million. 2018, the state of Louisiana probably gives $55–60 million. We still have the same infrastructure. We still have the same professors. We still have the same buildings that need to be heat and cool. That money has to come from somewhere, so it should come from us. And we should help our school rise to the level, or stay at the level that it's been for the last 30 or 40 years.
I remember the story about the woman in Mississippi. She cleaned houses, and nobody ever guessed that this lady was saving her money. And she had in her will when she died, she had $100,000 left to one of the Mississippi institutions, but for black students, because she never got a chance to go to college. She never got a chance to graduate from high school, but she wanted these students to have it. And she was able to do that with a house cleaning salary. She was able to save $100,000 to leave in her will. And so it does not often take the rich people to do it. It takes just a will. You know, if you put aside enough money, you know, in the church we talk about the widow's mite. You know, you have to learn how to give from where you are. I am Dr. Elsie Scott. I am the interim president and CEO of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. I'm also on leave as director of the Ronald Walters Leadership and Public Policy Center at Howard University. I'm proud alum of Southern University.
Giving is important not just for the giver or the receiver separately. It's important to both. I like to tell people that giving is transformative. When you help a neighbor in need or you help a stranger in need, both the one who gives and the one who received are transformed. It's really exciting to look back and say, I was a part of this person's transformation. My name is James A. Joseph. I'm a graduate of Southern. I'm originally from Opelousas. Well, I think it's important for those of us who manage to escape communities that are almost designed to make us feel inferior and to hold us back. It's important for us who make it through that to give back so that other people in similar circumstances might have a pathway to the future. It's important to the society because there are a lot of human potential that is lost and wasted because people decide that these folks ought not to or cannot contribute in the larger society. There is this myth that blacks don't give. A recent study showed that blacks give a higher percent of their disposable income, a higher percentage than white Americans, up to 25% more, not in amount, but at least in relation to their own income and assets. And there is a long tradition of giving. It started out primarily to the black church, in which blacks give a high percentage. A lot of them are tithers who give 10% of their income to the black church.
I remember when I was a child, my father started us to tithing. But as I got older and I was making more money, I said, wait a minute, 10%? I don't want to give it. You know, when I was just getting an allowance or, you know, getting money for picking up pecans or something, 10% of $5 did not seem much. But then when you start making $100,000, oh, wait, do I want to give $10,000 to my church? I am an active giver to Southern University. You know, I've been a life member of the Alumni Association for years, but I was not engaged as much. But there's a former president of Southern University that when I became president of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, he reached out to me and came and met with me. And during one of those meetings, he said, why aren't you more involved with Southern University? And I said, you know what? Maybe because I've never been asked. And he said, well, I'm asking you now. Join the 1880 Club. Give me $1,000. And you know, I gave that $1,000 and I committed to giving $1,000. I committed to finding friends. And I did that.
Even in large giving, there's some really great stories of African Americans who want to be part of the narrative of American philanthropy. And I'll give an example. There was a man named Tommy Buffon who lived in New Orleans. And he, at one point, bailed out the city of New Orleans when it was about to go bankrupt and couldn't meet his payroll. And this black man came to their aid and bailed them out. He gave so much of his assets away that the Louisiana legislature back in the 19th century authorized a bust be made in his likeness to honor him for his humanitarianism. Now, when people think of wealthy donors in American society, they think of the Carnegies, they think of the Rockefellers, but there were black Americans of wealth many years ago who also did the same. So there is this long tradition that people need to know about, and I think it helps to dispel this myth that blacks are takers rather than givers.
I feel like the Voucher Center is going to be great for giving a next generation, creating a next generation of development directors for persons who will raise money and help to inspire the next generation to give like the generations before us.
As a center in an academic institution, I hope they will introduce new knowledge, do cutting-edge research, as well as cultivate the charitable impulse.
I think the Voucher Center is significant at Southern University because, one, Southern University is a historically black college. And we don't often think of black colleges teaching students how to raise money. That, in fact, a lot of institutions don't teach philanthropy. There are a few universities that have specialized programs, but I don't know of any other HBCU that has this type of program. And as I always say that, I've observed so many nonprofit organizations that struggle because the leadership does not understand fundraising. The leadership believes in the mission, they're committed to the mission, but they don't know how to go out and get the funds so they can support the mission. And so this center, the Voucher Center at Southern University, one, will attract not just black students, but I think it will also attract white students to come to Southern to want to learn this because it's not offered at a lot of other universities.
Being at Southern University means following in my family's footsteps. I am a third-generation Jaguar and a fourth-generation HBCU student. Witnessing my family's success inspired me to join this community. As a part of Jaguar Nation, faculty and staff have helped me and other students witness our fullest potential.
Being at Southern University means I'm charting my path for the future. With help from my advisor, I was able to realize there are more opportunities in less traditional fields. This led me to pursue a degree in computer science with a concentration in cybersecurity.
Your contribution this Give Day will provide scholarships and resources to help students finish stronger. Each dollar will help students like me to become the next generation of leaders.
Your generosity means expanding our programs in emerging sectors. It means cutting-edge technology and exciting campus updates. It also means preserving Southern University's legacy as the nation's top HBCU system.
This SU Give Day will give more students like us the opportunity to impact the world.
Join us to support Southern University today, tomorrow, and forever.
Welcome back to Loving Living Local. We're joined by Dr. Rhonda Preston. She's here to tell us about Southern University Jaguar Scholars. What is the Jaguar Scholar Program?
Hi, Hottie. Thanks for having me here. The Jaguar Scholars Program is a program designed for high school graduates and those who have their GED. The program basically gives them options as it relates to education. They can pursue a certification in a high-demand field, which contributes to their overall success, and also their long-term economic stability.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Thank you.
So I love what I've learned so much this week about Southern University and all of the amazing opportunities that they offer young people to, first of all, to stay in Shreveport and go to school, and then to get a really great job, a really great rewarding job. So I'm curious, what's the mission of the program? You kind of touched on it, but tell me again specifically.
The mission of the Jaguar Scholars Program is to provide students with the tools, the resources, and opportunities and support to basically help them become responsible, productive citizens in our community.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes.
And in a rewarding job
Yes.
that you can feel really good about and that you're having fun in as well. So tell me about the eligibility requirements. This is kind of the magic question. I think people always think, oh, that's only for geniuses, or you know, what are they? Is it difficult to become a Jaguar Scholar?
It is not. Well, first you need to be low income. You have to have a skill deficit in reading, writing, and computer literacy at the 8th grade or below level. Also, you have to stay in one of the 10 parishes: Cattle, Bossier, Bienville, Lincoln, Webster, Sabine, and there's some others. But we're here to support you along the way. So.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh my goodness, that sounds fantastic. Okay, so I'm also curious about this. What does certification mean? Like, why is it important that certification can be a really good option for some students?
Well, while conducting outreach in our communities, I realized that some students in the high school did not have a plan, right? Or some did not want to go to college, right? So being a part of the Jaguar Scholars Program gives them options as far as getting a certification in a high demand field. So you can be prepared for the workforce and also have that competitive advantage.
Yeah, oh, that's amazing. So there really are a lot of amazing opportunities for young people who think, I don't even know what I want to do when I graduate. And to stay here, to stay in Shreveport, go to school, and then, or in the region, and then even get a job, a rewarding job, doing something really incredible for the community.
Correct.
That's just amazing.
And it's free.
Wait,
free.
Did you just say it's free?
It's free.
Oh, wow,
Yes.
that's incredible.
It is free. It's free.
That is
Yes, ma'am.
absolutely incredible.
Yes.
I don't know how Southern University does it, but that is just incredible. Okay, so now tell me, how do you apply?
To apply, please go to our website. You'll go to www.sus.edu/page/Jaguar/scholars.
Okay, so that's long.
Yes.
Can you just search SUSLA Jaguar Scholars?
You can go to the SUS LA website and go to our search box and put in Jaguar Scholars, and you can access our link that way as well.
Oh, that's just amazing.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
What a wonderful program.
Yes.
And I really appreciate you being here,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Preston, with SUSLA University.
Hello, I am Omarosa Manigault Newman. I am your host for SU Give Day, and I have to tell you, I'm so excited to be here. I am a 2L at Southern University Law Center, and this is our $1 Million March. To help us along the way towards $1 million, we have our friends from Enrich. First, we have Mr. Marlon Joseph. He is the Diversity and College Recruitment Advisor. And next, we have Mr. John James, who is the Manager of Supply Chain. Take it away, guys.
Yes. So on behalf of Enbridge, we would like to donate $60,000 to the College of Business and the College of Engineering. We want to champion every one of our fellow alumnus to participate and give back to Southern University.
And as graduates of Southern University, we are trying to give back what Southern University gave to us. And we encourage our fellow alumnus to participate, be involved, and be active. Thank you.
We are continuing our march, and we want to thank our friends, John and Marlon, but we need you to take their example, to give, contribute, and to share. We've got a long way to go, and we need you. It's SU Give Day. Please contribute.
Hi, my name is Giovanni Smith. I'm a 21-year-old senior computer science major from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and I am Southern. I've always wanted to attend an HBCU, and I did a lot of different research trying to select the right HBCU to attend to. And I found Southern because they had one of the top computer science programs with a 99% graduation rate with a career. So that's how I ended up choosing Southern, and I also was able to obtain a great scholarship. So I believe Southern was the best choice for me. I've been able to intern with GE Digital in New Orleans as a software engineer, and this upcoming summer I'm interning with JP Morgan Chase & Company as a software engineering intern in downtown Brooklyn. I'm definitely going to be fully capable of being successful in whatever I pursue because I know for a fact that Southern has prepared me to be who I am and to achieve what I want in computer science.
Good afternoon. I am Omarosa Manigault Newman, and I am a proud second-year law student here at Southern University Law Center in Baton Rouge. As you know, it is the SU Give Day, and we have some expectations. The first expectation is not only that you'll be here watching and listening, but you'll also be engaged, calling, texting, and encouraging others to give. We need your support, and we have an amazing panel for you in this next hour. We've called it the Business Partners and Alumni Trailblazers, and I have talked to every single person on this stage. Not only will you be impressed, but I truly believe that you'll be inspired by the message that they want to share. So I have the pleasure of first introducing from ExxonMobil, Ms. Caroline S. Mays. I'm going to do something different because she has a 4-page bio. I'm going to allow Caroline to introduce herself. Caroline, take it away.
Thank you so much. Like you said, my name is Caroline Mays, and I am with ExxonMobil. My current position is the Baton Rouge Refinery Controls Advisor. Little quick bio about myself. I am born and raised right here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, actually just north of here in Baker, Louisiana. And Louisiana is truly home. When I first started my career with ExxonMobil a couple of decades ago, I started at the Baytown Refinery in Baytown, Texas. Spent first 5 or so years there, and then just had a desire to come back home. Felt like there was the need for me to be here, felt like there was the need for me to utilize my talents and my resources to really give back to the community that made me who the woman that I am today. And so just happy to be here and share a little bit about my experiences with ExxonMobil, as well as my wonderful time at Southern University, and encourage everyone out there who's listening to please support our issue.
Did you put any pressure on any of your family and friends about the number that they need to commit while you're on for the next hour?
I have not, but we can do that right
Right
now.
now.
Right now, I think everyone who's watching at a minimum can donate $100. I know that that may sound low, but in my experiences, it's always good to get people to donate something, right?
Yes.
And so the quality and the quantity that really matters. And so if everyone's out there, don't tell me what you can't do. We all spend money, right? We all spend money on the things that are important to us and what our priorities are. And so $100 is really a small amount to get things started.
I think that is a very wonderful goal. I've got a CEO who is here to represent for Care South. Matthew, will you please introduce yourself?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matthew Valer. As Ms. Omarosa said, I'm the CEO of Care South Medical and Dental, located headquartered here in Baton Rouge, but with locations in Donaldsonville, Zachary, Plaquemine, as well as Shreveport, Louisiana. Uh, Southern grad 2 times, undergrad in 99 in biology, and graduate school with a master's in public administration, healthcare in '02. So from about an hour away, a small town called Karen Crow. Had a wonderful time here at Southern. Great mentor. Southern, I always say, brought me from a boy to a man. People saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. Started with Dean Beverly Wade, giving me an honors college scholarship. Uh, while here in biology, worked with Dr. Willis Jacob, who was a mentor and pretty much showed me the world of biology, took me to my first educational conference. So it exposed me to things I had not seen before. Then even in graduate school with Dr. James Lorenz, continuing that and pushing me to do even more. So Southern has helped me to get to where I am today, and I would not be where I am without Southern. So definitely always try to give back as much as I can personally, as well as professionally to the university, and push others to give in my day-to-day as well as now. So I challenge all friends, family, all my fraternity brothers, and especially my line brothers from Spring 98, Alpha Phi Alpha to give. And my goal is that we at least get $5,000 given while we're on the stage.
Wow, you heard the call. You got you've got the call out there. Now, Matt mentioned scholarships. I want you to know that every cent that you give today will go towards building this community, whether it's scholarships, building technology, infrastructure. Every single dollar you give counts. Matt, you're an example of that. You said a scholarship, and you went from being a student here at Southern to being a CEO. That's a very inspirational journey, I might say so myself.
Thank you.
Next, keeping it all together right here with our trailblazing alum, Miss Montgomery, please introduce yourself and tell the folks around.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Foster Montgomery, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Career Services Center here at Southern University and A&M College, and also the Business and Industry Cluster Liaison. And I am a proud graduate of Southern University, 1996 graduate of the Nelson Mandela School of Public Policy. And thank you all for joining us on today and supporting our students, because they are our greatest asset. And as you all know, we are friends and we are trailblazing together because we want to make a difference in the lives of all of our students here at Southern University. We cannot do that without you. I encourage all of the Southern University graduates and those members of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated to give on today as well. The bar is set high for us. We can do this, and together we can do anything.
Tamara, while you have the microphone, in your work in the Career Services Center, what would an infusion of funds mean to the services that you can provide to our students?
Changing lives, and that's what we're doing in the Office of Career Services. Right now, Caroline is one of our partners, as well as ExxonMobil, and through the efforts of our partnerships with Dow, Shell, ExxonMobil, Procter & Gamble, we're making a difference in the lives of our students by offering them co-ops and internships. Right now, we have a clothing closet called the Career Clothes Closet, and we're making sure that our students who don't have the proper funding to purchase those clothing, well, we're going to make sure that those students are properly dressed for the interviewing setting. If they are experiencing a hardship, they don't have to worry about that. We take all of that worry away from them. We make sure that we're partnering with companies like JCPenney's. Right now, we have one of our upcoming events that will take place on September 11th at the Mall of Louisiana. And we're partnering with JCPenney's to make sure that we give our students 50% off of the entire store and professional attire. And our alums are helping us to make sure that we have the proper attire for our students. Again, we have a clothing closet drive. We had alums just on today donating to the Career Clothes Closet, donating clothing, suits, professional suits, tops and bottoms. And I can tell you, a lot of those clothing still have the tags on them. And some of our female students, of course, we're wanting to make sure that they understand the power of being appropriately dressed. We have so many of the members of Delta Sigma Theta, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. All of the Divine Nines have stepped up and made contributions to the Career Services Center. And I can tell you, there's almost no room left, you know, and so we're excited about that. And we continue to ask our alums to donate financially, donate, even if you don't have the funds, donate your time, because that is important. That's what we need. Become a mentor. Call your deans and your chairpersons and ask them, what can I do to help? Because everybody may not be able to give financially, but if you give your time and become a mentor, that's what we need the most. Your time, your patronage, and your talent. We're changing lives every day, and we cannot do that without the graduates and alums of Southern University. I don't do this by myself. Caroline knows, Matt knows, I will call them and they will answer their call every single time. And that is what Southern University does. And we're amazing because of that.
Well, I want to bring in another trailblazing alumna. Miss Tashana Jackson is the university lead for students and grads. She's the recruiter, and she believes in impactful recruiting, seeing beyond a job placement, and instead fully investing in young professionals. Miss Tashana, Miss Jackson, we're bringing you in. We're so glad that you can join us. Why don't you introduce yourself to those who are joining us for SU Give Day?
Hi, everyone. Well, I am not a Southern University alum. However, I have had the pleasure of working with Southern University and acquiring those funds. I believe it is extremely important. I use my lived experiences to really tell students about the opportunities that we have here at our company and beyond that. But without the funding, students are not going to be able to sit in those rooms and feel confident within themselves. I am an immigrant from Port Antonio, Jamaica. I am the first in my family to ever go to college. That is not just mom, dad, that is aunts, uncles, whatever the line is. And I'm also first generation corporate. So as a result of that, I went into rooms winging it, right? Trying to find my way, trying to navigate. And if I didn't have people who believed in me, or if I didn't have the funds out there and available and accessible to me, then I would not be able to sit here and have these conversations. So when it comes to our organization, we're always proud to donate. To your efforts and to push that for students because we want them to be successful. As Ms. Montgomery mentioned earlier, the Career Clothes Closet, Cap One just did a $10,000 donation towards that Career Clothes Closet, and that's just the beginning. Cap One wants to continue to do that, and we're even having a conversation tomorrow. About ways that we can donate to homecoming initiatives, scholarships,
Law
whether
school.
not a school. Sorry, sorry about that.
I was adding a little joke about the law school, but feel free to have Capital One contribute to the law school as well. It's SU Give Day. Miss Tashana Jackson from Capital One is joining us. Caroline from ExxonMobil is here. And we have Matt. You gave the charge to the men of Alpha Phi Alpha. We have the women of Alpha Kappa Alpha. Did you have a number as well, Tamara, for your AKA sisters? Did you have a challenge? The challenge has been put out there.
5,000.
Okay.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
We can make
Make that happen today.
Today.
I want to tell you that we hit the 7 million mark, but we want to keep pushing because the need does not stop. And so if you're watching, you have an opportunity to click the link, give, contribute, share. That's what SU Give Day is about. So I'm going to start with you, Caroline. What was your greatest moment of being here at Southern?
So, whew, I had a many a moment. But what I was thinking about when I was just listening to Tamara, sorry, I call her T, and Matt, this was actually happenstance. So we didn't realize that we were all going to be on this panel together. But Tamara and I are actually line sisters.
Oh wow!
And we have been thick as thieves since 1996. Matt and I share a best friend that's now one of our guardian angels, Normie J. And when I just think about, it's been 2+ decades, I think is what we were talking about earlier, with these relationships, right? So we've been those little kids, the little girls, the little silly, things that have transpired through the years. But what I think about, like what I think about when I think of Southern University is family, and it's not blood all the time, it's family. Like Matt knows that I will go through thick and thin for him. We recently had some challenges. I've recently had some, life challenges, but we're right there and we're giving each other a hard time because we hadn't caught up in a while, but it doesn't matter, right? Like we sit here, we catch right back on up, we figure out what it is we need to do. And that's what Southern means to me. That's what I think about with Southern. That's what I think about as like the best thing that happened while I was here. Yes, the education, the growing up, all of that matters, but the family environment that we were exposed to, it helped mold us. It helped make us into the people that we are. And so now we can sit here being CEOs, being directors, being the advisors, having those seats at the tables at our representative positions to build and work and network with one another, to give back to the community, to give back to Southern University. so that we can see the next Tamara, Matt, and Caroline sitting here 20 years from now having those same conversations. And so I guess just to sum all of that up, the thing that my favorite memory or my favorite thing about Southern University is family. There's a friend of ours, his name is Burnett Braid, and he goes by Brains, and he's been putting out these different videos on Facebook kind of talking about homecoming. But one of the taglines he keeps saying is, know us, no SU, know us. And he's right. SU made us who we are, and we can't ever forget that. And I know earlier, you kind of look like $100, but the reason why I even said that as a starting point is I don't like the excuses. Everybody talks about, well, I don't have time, or I don't have this, or I don't have that. Start small, and resources go beyond financially. Resources go with time. We're all sitting here. We have other commitments and other meetings. Matt and I were talking about some board meetings and things we needed to shift, but this is where we want to be right now. This is what's important. This is the priority. And so use your resources to make an impact in the communities that made you.
Now, Matt, why, if someone's watching now SU Give Day and our March to a Million, why would they or should they part with that $100? We have to make decisions in this tough economy. Why should they invest in Southern University?
Well, as the good book says, to whom much is given, much is required. And as Caroline said, it would be no SU without us. You give because what Southern has given to you. Think back to when you were a high school student or a college student, what you didn't have, or what you said, you wanted but didn't have. That giving now will provide that for the students. So when I think about giving back, I want to give back so they can have some of the resources that we weren't able to have at that time, technological resources, as well as just some of the research things. So one thing we did as a company about 2 years ago here was started a HBCU Scholars research program along with American Heart to have 2 students participate annually in a cohort where they get research opportunities, because that was the one thing that wasn't afforded here on campus. It was very few. So I got the opportunity to go to the University of Washington for a 12-week program through one of my professors here at Southern. So to bring those research opportunities here to those students. So you should give to allow those students to advance beyond where we are today. Like Caroline said, we want to see others sit in these seats and do more and do better than we've done.
I think it's beautiful to think not only about investing today, but what it means for the future and what you've experienced and how that impacted your giving here. And so I want to bring Tashana in just for a moment, and I'll come back to you. Tashana, you said that you all have made a commitment in terms of programming, time, and resources. Talk to me about why Capital One decided to invest in Southern University.
Well, for us, one of our biggest things is really seeing that untapped talent that comes from HBCUs, especially at Southern University. And one of the reasons why we chose Southern University is because Southern cares so much about their students and wants to see their students succeed. And so we want to be able to contribute to those efforts in any way that we can. And I can tell you firsthand, I visited Southern once in person, and it was one of the best experiences I have ever had. It really felt like home. And I'm so grateful to Career Services because you see that the work is not easy, but they are so willing to do it. And so we want to match those efforts. We want to have their back. We want to make sure that we're contributing.
Well, I'm going to brag a little bit on Matt. His company, Care South, donated $1.4 million. Can we get that kind of commitment from Capital One?
We're working on it. We're working on it.
I'm not afraid to ask. Tell me about that, Matt, about that huge gift that you all have given to the university.
So we wanted to do something that was long lasting and as well as inspire others to give, and not do it in one aspect of the university, but we looked at the university as a whole. So donated funding on an annual basis to the System Foundation. We do money for the Southern University athletics, as well as the nursing school, and we even donate money to the SU band.
Wow.
So on an annual basis. And that probably at 1.4 has gone up, so we probably do about 400,000 annually to
Wow.
Southern from the company.
That is an incredible commitment. I want to thank you on behalf of the Southern University family for the gift that you've given to so many different departments. We are the largest HBCU system in this country. That means that we have the largest needs. So those types of gifts, annual gifts, whether you donate $22, $100, or at your level, it all goes a long way to make a difference. Tamara, when you think about family here at Southern University, who's your favorite teacher or professor that you can remember from your time here?
I believe my favorite teacher was Carrie Johnson. She was an English teacher, and I can remember my freshman year. Miss Johnson was a type of professional. She came to class every day, dressed, coordinated. She was such a warm, friendly, lovable Christian woman who could possibly see if you were having a bad day. She wasn't afraid to call you into her office or write on your paper, "See me," because she cared that much and she paid attention to her students. I'll never forget when my grandmother passed away, I perhaps maybe made a B on my paper. And she called me into her office because it wasn't my writing style. And I shared with her what I was experiencing. And she said, you know, earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot heal. And I just remember her always being a person that I could go and talk to. And I wanted to be that type of person. I wanted to be that type of role model even on campus for my friends. And when Caroline talks about friendship and different things of that nature, all of us during that particular time period, we knew each other. We understood if if one of our friends was having a problem. We could identify that and have that conversation and go to each other's dorm room and start having those conversations. When you talk about Dr. Beverly Wade, Dr. Wade, we all knew her as this powerful educator who pushed us to our purpose. And she saw things in us that we didn't see in ourselves. And I would always remember Dr. Wade making sure that it was right, making sure that the programs were set up, making sure that everything on that document was in order. And I used to wonder, what's the importance of this paper? You know, she wanted you to make sure that our programs and those types of things was on the right kind of paper and that appearance was important. And now sometimes I think I've turned into Dr. Wade. And she would tell people and she would smile and people would call her and say, Mrs. Montgomery she's doing some amazing things. And she would tell them, yes, she's very peculiar. And I would say, just like you, you know, because she taught me so much, but she also taught me the traditions of Southern University. And at the time, I may not have understood that, but now I appreciate her for pushing me to my purpose and all of those Southern University professors who taught us the way. And it is our duty and our responsibility to give back in that amazing way. And that's what we're doing today.
I want to thank you for that. And I want to say that you have honored your grandmother in such a wonderful way by the life that you live and touching so many young people. So
Thank
God
you.
bless you and God bless her. Deshaun, I want to bring you in a bit and just, can you tell me what type of ROI people will get by investing in Southern University and investing in young people?
Well, what I'm noticing so far is we're getting students to a point where they can go into those internships, go into those job opportunities, feeling as confident as possible. And that's just going to make the world better overall. We are getting so many innovative ideas and perspectives from these young professionals. So, as far as on Capital One's end, we want to donate to this because we also want students to feel empowered to go ahead and come to our corporate offices and feel that they are welcomed and feel like they have a place. So, for me, the biggest ROI is the fact that there's so many young professionals that are going to come and be better each and every day because of these donations. So
And can you
I'm
tell me a little bit about your business and industry cluster?
yeah. So as can you kind of like elaborate a little bit?
Yes, the work that you have made a commitment from Capital One to develop through a cluster that you have created.
So here at Capital One, we are doing a lot of people when they see Capital One or think of Capital One, their primary thing is signing up for a credit card. So we're more than that. What we're trying to do is really get students to come and join us when it comes to internship and job opportunities at our corporate level. And we're investing beyond just having them work for us. We want to do business workshops, making sure that students feel confident, financially ready to take that next step after they're finished with their college career. So I would say that that is really what our business is just investing in students no matter where they decide to go. So that's why when I say that I believe in impactful recruiting past the job, I'm saying it's not just, okay, we want them to come and work here and just check a box. We want them to feel as empowered as possible. We want to make sure that they can go anywhere that they choose, that they can become the next CEO or director or lawyer.
Yeah, you know, we are here for SU Give Day. This is the Business Partners and Alumni Trailblazer panel. What a distinguished panel that we have. They've shared stories that are both inspiring, but also expresses the need to invest, to give your resources, give your time. Tamara, expand a little bit more on the importance of working with our students at all levels so that they too can reach the CEO level.
Certainly. And as we talk about the business and industry cluster, the business and industry cluster is that amazing group of corporate partners who partner with the university to fulfill the mission of Southern University. For example, ExxonMobil has been a member of the business and industry cluster for many, many years now with Procter & Gamble, Dow, Shell. Capital One is the company that we are encouraging to become a member of the business and industry cluster so that they can help us fulfill the mission of Southern University by helping us expand in recruitment opportunities, technology, and give us input on the curriculum so that our students can become more resourceful. They can go out there and interview for these jobs and these co-ops and these internships so that they can be productive citizens. So the business and industry cluster helps us to do that. And we're encouraging all of our corporate partners and all of our alums, if you are a part of a corporation and you feel that they need to become a part of the business and industry cluster, there of course is a membership fee. Please give us a call so that we can encourage you and show you how to become a partner to help us to continue to impact the lives of our students. And of course, we also want to encourage you how to get involved within the colleges that are here on this campus.
I have to make one plug too. So all of our members that are part of the business and industry cluster, if you work for any of those corporations, especially if you work for ExxonMobil, we have a 2-to-1 match.
Wow.
And so we need you to donate. It's just as simple as that. We need everyone to donate, and I'm pretty certain that the other corporations and companies that Tamara mentioned also have foundations with matching gift programs. And so it's simple: fill out the documentation and give. That 2-to-1, that's impactful. That it really makes a difference and goes a long way.
And as the business and industry cluster, they don't just give with their monetary donation. That's great. That's wonderful. We need that. We're always excited and thankful for the monetary donations. But giving of your time, coming on campus and conducting mock interviews and conducting interviewing sessions and meeting with our students virtually, that is important. The graduates and the corporate partners, they know that they can call me. Caroline has called me several times and told me things that I need to make sure that I'm doing to encourage a certain student. She sees that they may need help. She can call me and say, I want you to help this student. I can call Caroline and say, I need you to have a conversation with this student because she may be an engineering student. We can do that with all of our majors and make recommendations, but we need you to sign up to become those volunteers. And again, we don't do anything by ourselves. We have some amazing alums who help us do our jobs.
Matt, what message do you have for even young professionals who may be watching who too want to achieve the heights that you have and have the type of experience that you've had in the C-suite?
I would say, find a mentor. Everybody wants to tell their story. Very comfortable telling their story, but I always tell young individuals to seek knowledge, ask questions. Anything you ask me, I'm willing to tell you about my journey, share my story, and everyone has a story. Nobody was just given an opportunity and I just became a CEO. It was a lot of hard work. I stand on the shoulders of many individuals who helped me to get to this point. So I would just encourage them to, find a mentor, talk to individuals about those career paths that they want to enter into, and they'll learn a lot from those individuals.
Matt, the more you talk, the more we raise. Can I give you an update?
Let's get it.
$8 million, 87 cents. That's the exact number. 3,622 donors. I think we can keep pushing though. I think it's wonderful how much you've given, but if you could take out your phones right now, text, share, call, tweet, like, this is your opportunity to contribute to SU Give Day. I want to let you know also that the giving link that we have up will be open all weekend. So if you didn't have a chance to give today, share it. We're going to be pushing all weekend long. That means that all of us will continue to share throughout our networks on social media, and we'll continue to spread the word that Southern University is a good investment of your time, your resources, and the spirit that we have here with these trailblazers on the stage. I want to talk to you, Caroline, because you listen to Tamara talk about her favorite educator. Who inspires you?
Keep asking me the really tough question. Who inspires me? My little boys. How you knew that? My little boys, I have 9-year-old twin boys, and they are the absolute joy of my life. And even when I look at them and just even beyond them, I would say as a whole, our youth inspires me. Our youth inspires me to keep pushing, to know that my efforts are not in vain, that what I'm doing is making an impact, preparing them for the future, making sure that there are opportunities for them in the future. I finished in engineering, mechanical engineering, and started my career with ExxonMobil 2 decades ago. And what I always tell Tamara and when I come back on campus is I want to see more engineers, more people with a seat at the table that look like me. And I'll take it a little bit further. I want to see more females too, Black females in STEM, and I'm going, specifically in engineering. And so when I see a little girl that I see that fire in her, that little sparkle, she's marching to the beat of her own drum. She has that confidence. And I see a little boy with that same energy. It just excites me and inspires me to just keep pushing. If I'm having a tough time or like, why am I really what's my why? It always comes back to that. And I've been blessed to have 2 of those little angels live with me each day to keep pushing, to keep asking those questions. Why do we do this? Mama, what, they ask about engineering, they ask about what different people do, and just that quest for knowledge. But just as a whole, our children, I know it's so cliche, but our children are our future. And it's just really important to me to give back to them and encourage and inspire them, because you really don't know what they may be dealing with or who you may be sparking some interest or motivation in to become the next CEOs, to become the next directors, to become the next presidents, the next astronauts, whatever it is that they inspired to be. You just never know what that little spark of time that you spent encouraging, mentoring, smiling, give them a hug, what difference you're really making in their lives.
Well, good on you. I think you should get a special award for the twins and sitting here so calm and saying at 9 years old. We just have a few minutes left. And so I want to give the entire panel an opportunity to make that one last appeal. It's our Give Day. And so you're going to hear from these trailblazers. They're going to speak directly to you. We want you to give from your heart. We want you to know the why, and we want you to know that it's a good investment. But I'm going to turn to you first, Tashana, for your closing remarks.
Well, thank you all so much for having me on this panel. I cannot emphasize it enough. Please, 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 if you can, continue to donate. These young professionals, they really, really, they have it in them. They just need the opportunity, and these donations will open those opportunities for them. I am grateful to represent Capital One, and I cannot wait for the future donations that Capital One will continue to give to the Southern University community. I'm grateful for Southern for having me on this panel today. I have seen so much work put in the short amount of time that I have experienced this partnership, and I cannot wait to see where it goes. So thank you so much for having me, and please continue to donate.
You're awesome, and we're very grateful for our partnership with Capital One. Matt, your closing appeal.
I would just ask everyone to think back to all alumni, think back to your time at Southern. Think what Southern did for you, and do the same for the future Southern students, the current Southern students by giving. Find it in your heart to give, as we've stated, whatever you can to the university. You know, we love our SU, so please give.
Thank you so much, Tamara.
Again, thank you so much for your contributions on today. And remember that no amount is too small. Give of your time, your talent, and your patronage. And let's continue to fulfill the promise of Southern University.
Caroline, it's up to you to bring it home.
Many of you know us. We all have a story, like Matt said. If you know any of us personally, you know where our hearts are. Join us. Join us, those of you that know us personally. So yes, I'm going to call out Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, my Link sisters, my Jack and Jill sisters. In spring 1996, Beta Psi, you got your two line sisters up here, so come with it. All of my ExxonMobil colleagues, and then just the other industry partners, my engineering alumni and friends. No excuses, y'all. Let's do what we know we need to do. Let's do what we know we can do. There's no excuses. Give of your resources, whatever that may be, financially, your time, your sharings on social media. And I'll say it again, like Brain said, there's no us without SU.
I love that. That sounds like a new slogan. I think we'll take that on. I have to make an appeal on behalf of the Southern University Law Center as well. When you mentioned the need for more African-American women in certain industries, you may know that African-American women only make up 3% of all attorneys in the country. And so I am going to make an appeal on behalf of the Southern University Law Center. If you are a graduate, if you know of anyone who has graduated and you're watching, please, it is so incredibly important that we do provide opportunities for African-American women and men to thrive. And if you plant in very, very fertile soil, which Southern University is, you will see the fruits of that labor. It is SU Give Day, and you can click on the link right there in the chat, and you can give right now. There are other ways you can give as well. We still take checks as well. So you can give that way. But please, ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing panel. I want to thank Tashana, Tamara, Caroline, and Matt for joining us for this Business Partners and Alumni Trailblazers panel. It has been a wonderful hour, and I've seen the numbers tick up because of your advocacy. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will be back with more after this.
Greetings. I am Cariana Rache Kerr. I proudly serve as the 55th Student Government Association President here at the Southern University of Shreveport. My major is physical health and education. The reason why I love Southern is because they offer some of the best programs in the state. Here at Southern University, we have different events that occur throughout the school year. We have Welcome Week, Homecoming, Coronation, and our Southern Calendar Girl pageant. If you're also interested in starting your own organization, you can here at the Southern University.
God is in the midst of her, she shall not be moved. Greetings and humble salutations. I am Tamaya Michelle Williams, a radiologic technology major hailing from Shreveport, Louisiana. I serve as none other than the favored 55th Miss Southern University at Shreveport, queen of the only HBCU in Shreveport, Louisiana. I chose Southern University at Shreveport because it is the only HBCU in the system and the only HBCU in the state that offers a degree in radiologic technology. And what I love about Southern University at Shreveport is it feels like home. My experience with the teachers and professors here at Southern University at Shreveport has been phenomenal. They not only teach you what you need to know for your careers, but they also instill values that you need outside of the classroom.
Everybody, thank you so much for joining us for SU Give Day. This means a lot for Southern University and for our students. And today, we've got some very generous givers here who've supported SU Give Day through the Southern University at Shreveport Foundation to represent their gift and to present it to our students. It's Mr. Frank Williams, Jr., the CEO of Southern University at Shreveport.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. On behalf of Mr. Wendell Piper, who is the president of the organization, and the board, I would like to present to Southern University this check for $125,000, and I would think it's very appropriate to pass this check over to Mr. Michael Taylor, who is really fired up and ready to go. So, Mr. Mike, I'll turn it over to you and your staff. You want to
Thank you, Chief of Staff Williams. Here at SUSLA, we want to thank the foundation and the alumni for supporting SUSLA. We're going to do great things this year, and we're going to do great things with the money here donated to SUSLA. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Morgan Cooper. My major is nursing for the RN. I chose Southern because it's a smaller university, and I felt that the other larger universities in Louisiana were too big for me, and plus the tuition is very reasonable. The nursing program is a 2.5 year university. It's a very close-knit family here. The classes are small, but it's a lot of one-on-one teaching with your teachers. So that benefited me very well versus going to a 4-year where your classes are huge and you basically have to learn on your own. Here you can ask any questions you want. Your teachers always respond to you for the most part. And if you need help, they are very helpful.
So you've seen a couple of examples of the return on investment when you saw the students giving their testimonials about how scholarships impact their lives here at Southern University at Shreveport. Well, here today at SU Give Day, we've got another partner representing his organization here to invest into the lives of students at Southern University at Shreveport on this SU Give Day. That's president of the Southern University Alumni Federation, the president, Dr. Calvin Ben Lester. Dr. Lester, what you got there?
Thank you. On behalf of the Southern University Alumni Federation Shreveport chapter, we are taught that as alumni we are to do 3 things all the time. 1, speak well of our institution. 2, send your children to our institution. And the third thing we're doing today, we're sending our money. And so on behalf of the executive team as well as the members of the chapter, we'd like to present to you this check for $5,000 for student support here at Southern University Shreveport. Thank you very much. Well, here, I'm going to shake your hand.
Absolutely.
Hey, here's your money.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go, sir.
Dr. Lesser, on behalf of the students at SUSLA, we appreciate this magnificent gift to our student body. We are forever grateful to the chapter here in Shreveport. Thank you.
Great.
My name is Terry Sneed, and I'm a nursing student here at Southern University in Shreveport. First, just let me say that I value and appreciate the history that Southern University, being a historical Black college, has brought into the Black community. Southern University Shreveport is the only Black community college in Louisiana. My reason for choosing to come to Southern University here in Shreveport is after doing research, I discovered that Southern University has allied programs, nursing, dental hygienists, and other programs that stands among the very best. It is my desire to be a part of those graduates and leaders to give back to the community and to Southern University as things have been given to me to further my education and to better my livelihood. Being an unemployed full-time nursing student with a family to support can cause hardship, financial hardship. With this scholarship, what it does, it relieves some of that burden. It will be used to aid in my registration and tuition fees. And it is my desire to one day pay it forward and to give back to those who've given to me. Thank you.
Well, everybody, we certainly are feeling the love here at Southern University at Shreveport on this SU Give Day. We've seen an example of one alumni association organization supporting Southern University at Shreveport. Now we've got another representing the Southern University at Shreveport Alumni Association that helps get students into Southern University at Shreveport. We've got Miss Rebecca Gilliam. Miss Gilliam is the Vice President of Alumni Affairs for the association, and she's got a big check. It doesn't look like it, but it's a big check. So, Ms. Gillum, tell us what you brought for us today.
Hello. I'm here to present on behalf of our SUSLA Alumni Association President and the entire association for SUSLA. a check for $10,000 to serve to our students and for GAP scholarships.
Yay!
And we want to thank you for just allowing us to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. What do you say about that, Mr. Taylor?
Wonderful, wonderful. Ms. Gillian, we appreciate on behalf of the student body here and the SGA leadership, we thank you for this wonderful gift to enhance our student scholarship program here at Susler. Thank you.
My name is Ted Scott. I am the director of the Williams Center for Student Undergraduate Achievement here at Southern University at Shreveport. The Williams Center is a Southern University initiative designed to increase the graduation and the retention rates for minority men in higher education through academic support, scholarship, and mentoring. Our goal is to break the cycle of the cradle to the prison pipeline. Unfortunately, Louisiana has more people or minority men going to prison versus going to college. And so we need your help. Once you make a financial donation, we're going to use these funds to be able to support our young men to go through college. And so again, we want you to support this program. We're in the process of raising money for scholarships, stipends, books, and as you can see, we're in the Williams Center. And part of our support of this program is that we meet with these young men weekly because they need the support to be able to cross that finish line. So again, my name is Ted Scott. We want you to focus on us helping these young men to graduate from college.
Greetings, I am Cariana Rashay Kerr. I proudly serve as the 55th Student Government Association President here at the Southern University of Shreveport. My major is physical health and education. The reason why I love Southern is because they offer some of the best programs in the state. Here at Southern University, we have different events that occur throughout the school year. We have Welcome Week, Homecoming, Coronation, and our Southern Calendar Girl pageant. If you're also interested in starting your own organization, you can here at the Southern University.
Student satisfaction and future salary potential. We invite you to
Hey Jaguar Nation, it's Give Day 2022, and we are calling you out.
It's time to show your Jaguar pride, because when Jags come together, we change the world for the better.
Give Day is your chance to celebrate and support the Jaguar Nation. This year's goal is to raise $7 million by August the 31st.
On Give Day, we want you to help us secure $2 million in 24 hours and over 1,000 donations.
Your contribution will help students finish stronger. Every dollar equals more scholarships, more faculty research grants, and more life-changing opportunities for the entire Southern University system.
No matter how big or small your gift, it will impact students and faculty members across each Southern University campus. Your generosity will make this SU Give Day the best ever.
Thank you for supporting Southern University today,
tomorrow,
and forever.
Hi, I'm Paige Hall, and I'm a 20-year-old junior civil engineering major from Arlington, Texas, and I am Southern. My Southern University experience has been very rewarding. I represented the school twice in Washington, D.C., and I'm a career services ambassador as well as a volleyball player and a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. I knew I wanted to be an engineer, and I started researching the engineering program, and Southern does have an engineering program with a good reputation. To high school students, I would say to stay focused and be involved, have as much fun as you want, but remember why you're here and handle your business. Choose Southern University because Southern University will adjust to you.
As we kick off the SU Give Day on August 31st, 2022, it is the final appeal for the Southern University system, which seeks to encourage SUNO alums and friends to join to secure philanthropic contributions for SUNO. SUNO is on solid financial ground, and we are ready to move forward with some exciting new initiatives to grow our programs and student enrollment. However, these new initiatives come at a cost to our students and their families. The pandemic has placed an undue burden on the backs of the families of our students that attend SUNO looking for that ray of hope of becoming a college graduate. We need you now. Please consider donating to the School Scholarship Fund by clicking on the link below and contributing to your college, program, or to the School of Social Work. By doing this, you are ensuring that the future is bright for your fellow Knights. You have until midnight, August 31st to donate. Remember, we are SUNO, and it takes a village.
Southern University offers students a robust academic portfolio across various disciplines, including in-demand programs like education or mass communication, producing a number of thriving broadcasts, print, journalism, and public relations professionals. Many of the university programs have been nationally ranked and recognized, like those in healthcare, business, and engineering. In fact, Southern has produced 90% of the African American engineers in the state of Louisiana, placing multiple graduates in positions across the country. Students in agriculture are working side by side with professionals to combat food deserts and more. Along with these programs, Southern's law program is widely known for producing a number of notable politicians and government leaders nationwide. Southern University not only offers an unmatched college experience and family culture, but a high-quality education to equip each individual for professional success. We are Southern.
As we approach our 55th year, Southern University at Shreveport is in the middle of a relaunch and a rebrand. Throughout the years, SUSLA has established a rich legacy of excellence in Northwest Louisiana. While we look forward to the future with great expectations, we need your help now more than ever. Whether it is $5, $500, $50,000, $500,000 or more, no gift is too large or too small. Because when you give, you are investing in our amazing students, and your contribution has the capacity to transform lives and create brighter futures for generations to come. From our Jaguar family, on behalf of our dedicated faculty and staff and our talented students, we say thank you, and thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
I'm Marissa Diaz, and I am joined today with Southern University at Shreveport, and I have the pleasure of introducing Kim, Ms. Kantika, and Ms. Patricia, who are all part of a different program at the school. So who wants to talk first in regards to your specialty and what to expect in the attendance, the applications, and whatnot?
Yes, I am the program director of medical laboratory technician and phlebotomy. So I have two programs at Southern University. The MLT program is a 2-year program, and the phlebotomy program is a 1-semester program.
How long is the program?
The program is exactly 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Quick. Yes, quick.
Yes.
It is. That's the MLT program. Now,
Okay.
the phlebotomy program is 1 semester, so that can be completed.
Oh, that's really quick.
Very quick. It's a very fast-paced program, yes.
And then after people participate in the program, they are looking to gain jobs in hospitals and labs.
Yes, yes. And at this time, CLS, which this is where we are employed is, there's a very big shortage of phlebotomists and medical laboratory technicians. So the job market is very plentiful at this time.
Which is a good thing. You need a job, spend a semester or 2 years, right?
Yes.
That's wonderful. Now, I also know that Ms. Patricia or Ms. Kantika, then you've got some other programs involved as well.
Yes. I'm Kim Newland, and I am the program director for the Medical Coding Specialist and Health Information Technology program at Southern University here in Shreveport. And the Medical Coding program is a 12-month program once the students have completed some prerequisite courses. And then when they finish that program, in 1 additional semester, they can earn their 2-year degree in health information technology.
Wow.
And we do also take applications for our program. It's a hybrid program, so it meets the needs of both the non-traditional student who needs to work, as well as the traditional students. So they can complete their courses through our learning management system, which is Moodle, and they can do that.
That's amazing to have that fluidity, because there's some people that have to work, right? But maybe want a career change or actually to do something part-time. So that's amazing with the fluidity. And now what do you represent? Yes.
Excuse me, yes. I'm Kantika Shine. I am the program director for respiratory therapy. It's a 2-year degree, but 5 semesters. The students will go and once they do their prerequisites as far as their sciences, math, and English, they can go on to apply for respiratory therapy clinicals. In the clinicals, they will be able to learn more about respiratory fundamentals, the advanced courses of that sort, and then once they get out of that, they can go into the hospital where they can have a job. You know, they'll start their job. And they actually, in their clinical phase, they will be able to work side by side with the respiratory therapist.
Oh,
and then they get that one-on-one
training
yes,
after school, which is important. That's always so scary when you go into the medical field and you're, nervous or afraid, or, picking and prodding and not knowing what to do. So when you have that, sort of like a paid internship, but not really.
Right. Absolutely.
You guys offer an amazing variety of opportunities. Where do people go to apply?
They can reach us on our website, which is www.susla.edu. Go under Allied Health, because we're from the Allied Health and Nursing Division, and they can see our programs all lined up, choose what they're interested in. We have a very detailed description of each one of our programs that tells what the job, what the career field is about, the job opportunities. We have our outcome measures that talks about our success of our programs. Currently, the MLT program has a 90% pass rate on the National Registry. Phlebotomy has a 100% pass rate on the National Registry. So, and we all have great registry rates. So, you know, that's the end product of graduating, getting the on-the-job experience, and then going on to take your national boards and being able to be hireable, you know, be marketable.
Yes, and that is important too, to have the education and be marketable, and to get out into society and to contribute and to the community where you live. And these are amazing, flexible programs, depending on your work schedule and your life and whatnot. So again, y'all have heard it here from Miss Kim, Kantika, and Patricia at Southern University of Shreveport. Now they are located at 3050 MLK Drive, but you can also visit them online to check out all the programs. And I appreciate y'all. Continue with the great work.
Thank you.
Continue with the education, and thank you so much for being
so
here.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
The time for change is now, and thanks to the AEP Foundation delivering on the DREAM Social and Racial Justice Grant Program, SUSLA is preparing the next generation of scientists, pioneers, and explorers. It's all happening today at Southern University at Shreveport.
Southern University at Shreveport is also part of the only historically black college university system in the nation. So we pride ourselves on the issue of diversity. By our very existence, we want to see more minority students, more predominantly underrepresented students in the STEM fields. STEM provides a game changer for our communities.
Dual enrollment is a student that is in high school taking a college course. So they're getting high school credits as well as college credits for that course that they're taking. This STEM Academy program will level the playing field for them.
We develop programs so that students can participate, whereas normally they have been excluded in areas of employment. Once you get in the door with STEM programs, there's no limit to what you can do. We develop programs to be gateway breakers.
We want this to be so big that it expands to help adults who are unemployed and underemployed to be able to gain the training and the skills they need to rise above that livable wage level.
We instill in our students a sense of self-worth, where they fully understand their identity. We embrace everybody because we believe our nation is stronger when we harness the power of our people.
With diversity, everything is possible at Southern University at Shreveport.
Greetings, I am Cariana Rashay Kerr. I proudly serve as the 55th Student Government Association President here at the Southern University of Shreveport. My major is physical health and education. The reason why I love Southern is because they offer some of the best programs in the state. Here at Southern University, we have different events that occur throughout the school year. We have Welcome Week, Homecoming, Coronation, and our Southern Calendar Girl pageant. If you're also interested in starting your own organization, you can here at the Southern University.
My name is Morgan Cooper. My major is nursing for the RN. I chose Southern because it's a smaller university, and I felt that the other larger universities in Louisiana were too big for me, and plus the tuition is very reasonable. The nursing program is a 2.5-year university. It's a very close-knit family here. The classes are small, but it's a lot of one-on-one teaching with your teachers. So that benefited me very well versus going to a 4-year where your classes are huge and you basically have to learn on your own. Here you can ask any questions you want. Your teachers always respond to you for the most part. And if you need help, they are very helpful.
Well, I'm really excited to be here right now with 2 surgical tech students from Southern University Surgical Technology School. And I just find this really fascinating. I'm so excited to hear what you have to say about this program. I think it's something that I would have really loved to have done. So, okay, here we are. Brianna and Mallory, thank you so much for being here today. And tell me something. Tell me about what attracted you to this program of surgical technology. Brianna, I'll ask you.
Okay, well, I really like surgery. It's really interesting, and this is a great way to be a part of that.
So you're actually going in with a surgeon and assisting in surgeries, and you're learning how to do that at Southern University. That's amazing. Oh, wow, that's just very, very cool. And then I understand that, tell me a little bit about the job market in our region for surgical technologists.
It's actually, there's a lot of job opportunities around Shreveport. I mean, you wouldn't think that it's something that, it's not the first thing that comes to mind, but there is a lot of job opportunities around Shreveport, and really anywhere that you go. You can work in any hospital, any clinic, anywhere. There's a lot of opportunities.
That's wonderful. I would think so. I mean, we are a medical community, and I hope very much that we have information to put up on the screen, and there it is. If someone's interested in this career field. Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here with me today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Wonderful.
Greetings, I am Cariana Rashay Kerr. I proudly serve as the 55th Student Government Association President here at the Southern University of Shreveport. My major is physical health and education. The reason why I love Southern is because they offer some of the best programs in the state. Here at Southern University, we have different events that occur throughout the school year. We have Welcome Week, Homecoming, Coronation, and our Southern Calendar Girl pageant. If you're also interested in starting your own organization, you can here at the Southern University.
God is in the midst of her, she shall not be moved. Greetings and humble salutations. I am Tamaya Michelle Williams, a radiologic technology major hailing from Shreveport, Louisiana. I serve as none other than the favored 55th Miss Southern University at Shreveport, queen of the only HBCU in Shreveport, Louisiana. I chose Southern University at Shreveport because it is the only HBCU in the system and the only HBCU in the state that offers a degree in radiologic technology. And what I love about Southern University at Shreveport is it feels like home. My experience with the teachers and professors here at Southern University at Shreveport has been phenomenal. They not only teach you what you need to know for your careers, but they also instill value that you need outside of the classroom.
Everybody, thank you so much for joining us for SU Give Day. This means a lot for Southern University and for our students. And today, we've got some very generous givers here who've supported SU Give Day through the Southern University at Shreveport Foundation to represent their gift and to present it to our students. It's Mr. Frank Williams, Jr., the CEO of Southern University at Shreveport.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. On behalf of Mr. Wendell Piper, who is the president of the organization, and the board, I would like to present to Southern University this check for $125,000, and I would think it's very appropriate to pass this check over to Mr. Michael Taylor, who is really fired up and ready to go. So, Mr. Mike, I'll turn it over to you and your staff.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Williams. Here at SUSLA, we want to thank the foundation and the alumni for supporting SUSLA. We're going to do great things this year, and we're going to do great things with the money here donated to SUSLA. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Morgan Cooper. My major is nursing for the RN. I chose Southern because it's a smaller university, and I felt that the other larger universities in Louisiana were too big for me, and plus the tuition is very reasonable. The nursing program is a 2.5-year university. It's a very close-knit family here. The classes are small, but it's a lot of one-on-one teaching with your teachers. So that benefited me very well versus going to a 4-year where your classes are huge and you basically have to learn on your own. Here you can ask any questions you want. Your teachers always respond to you for the most part. And if you need help, they are very helpful.
So you've seen a couple of examples of the return on investment when you saw the students giving their testimonials about how scholarships impact their lives here at Southern University at Shreveport. Well, here today at SU Give Day, we've got another partner representing his organization here to invest into the lives of students at Southern University at Shreveport on this SU Give Day. That's president of the Southern University Alumni Federation, the president, Dr. Calvin Ben Lester. Dr. Lester, what you got there?
Thank you. On behalf of the Southern University Alumni Federation Shreveport chapter, we are taught that as alumni we are to do 3 things all the time. 1, speak well of our institution. 2, send your children to our institution. And the third thing we're doing today, we're sending our money. And so on behalf of the executive team as well as the members of the chapter, we'd like to present to you this check for $5,000 for student support here at Southern University Shreveport. Thank you very much. Well, here, I'm going to shake your hand.
Absolutely.
And give you the money.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go, sir.
Dr. Lesser, on behalf of the students at SUSLA, we appreciate this magnificent gift to our student body. We are forever grateful to the chapter here in Shreveport. Thank you.
Great.
My name is Terry Sneed, and I'm a nursing student here at Southern University in Shreveport. First, just let me say that I value and appreciate the history that Southern University, being a historical Black college, has brought into the Black community. Southern University Shreveport is the only Black community college in Louisiana. My reason for choosing to come to Southern University here in Shreveport is after doing research, I discovered that Southern University has allied programs, nursing, dental hygienists, and other programs that stands among the very best. It is my desire to be a part of those graduates and leaders to give back to the community and to Southern University as things have been given to me to further my education and to better my livelihood. Being an unemployed full-time nursing student with a family to support can cause hardship, financial hardship. With this scholarship, what it does, it relieves some of that burden. It will be used to aid in my registration and tuition fees. And it is my desire to one day pay it forward and to give back to those who've given to me. Thank you.
Well, everybody, we certainly are feeling the love here at Southern University at Shreveport on this SU Give Day. We've seen the example of one alumni association organization supporting Southern University at Shreveport. Now we've got another representing the Southern University at Shreveport Alumni Association that helps get students into Southern University at Shreveport. We've got Miss Rebecca Gilliam. Miss Gilliam is the Vice President of Alumni Affairs for the association, and she's got a big check. It doesn't look like it, but it's a big check. So, Ms. Gillum, tell us what you brought for us today.
Hello. Hello. I'm here to present on behalf of our SUSLA Alumni Association President and the entire association for SUSLA a check for $10,000 to serve to our students and for GAP scholarships.
Yay!
And we want to thank you for just allowing us to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. What do you say about that, Mr. Taylor?
Wonderful, wonderful. Ms. Gillian, we appreciate on behalf of the student body here and the SGA leadership, we thank you for this wonderful gift to enhance our student scholarship program here at SUSLA. Thank you.
Are we ready? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to SU Give Day. I'm Omarosa Manigault Newman. I am a second-year law student at the Southern University Law Center here in Baton Rouge, and I'm so excited to be sharing this moment with this very distinguished panel. Before I get to this great panel, I have to tell you, you all have outdone yourselves. We reached our goal of 7 million. We're actually at 8 million, but I believe that we can do better. This panel is going to tell you the needs that we have in our athletic department here at Southern University. Because of you, we can achieve some great things, but it is going to take all of us to work together. And so I am excited to first introduce, Marlon, I'm going to actually allow you to introduce yourself and tell the people about the things that you're most proud of and the contributions you've made to Southern University.
Thank you. I'm Marlon Hollis, Assistant Athletic Director for Advancement. I lead the department's marketing, community engagement, development, and of course the new hot item, NIL, is what we're digging into these days. I'm actually a son of the system. I went to undergraduate school here. I finished in 2012 with a degree in business management and a degree in marketing. I met my college sweetheart here. We married. She was in the Southern University, aided with Kenya Warren Hollins. From there, I went to law school. I finished.
Where'd you go to law school?
Of course, Southern University. Of course. I finished there in 2015, and from there, just opened up philanthropy, a life in jurisprudence, just a life in doing the things that I love, which is now sports. It's always been sports. So being at Southern since January, it's a labor of love. It's everything that I could dream of in a dream job. So I'm happy to be back on the floor.
Well, now before we get to Brittany, tell me why it's important for us to support student athletes. Now, I was a student athlete. I played volleyball at Central State, and I think that there's something very unique about the student athlete.
Yeah, so the student athlete experience is second to none. We see ourselves as the ambassadors for the university. We see ourselves as the ones who hold the flag, as the recruitment face of the university. So when we think of things like Southern University housing 16 athletic teams, right now we have our coaches from softball, women's basketball, and volleyball here with us. When we think of our almost 400 student athletes, when we think of their academic achievement, 147 of them this year finishing all SWAC honor roll. But when we start to think of the facilities, the advancement, the cost of attendance, those upgraded lifestyle things that the student athletes need to not only win on and off the field, but on and off the life. Because we're building for the transition, for what's next. So after you matriculate from Southern University, what type of champion do you become then?
That's
so
right.
important to our student athletes, not only help them while they're here, not only allow them to continue to collect SWAC championship rings, but prepare them for graduation and for the next step. So that's why I'm really
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Williams. I think women athletes particularly have to balance a lot in life. Tell us about your role here with the softball team.
Hi, I'm Brittany Williams. I am the head softball coach here at Southern University. This is going into my second year here, and very excited about what the softball program is doing and how we are turning the league. So what we are, or my role here, is to make sure that these women know that they are more than an athlete. My team was known for, we received the Athletes for Hope Award for the community service that we've done around here, as well as the involvement we have in mental wellness and mental health. So developing these students as athletes, but allowing them to have a voice outside of the field as well.
Well, Coach Funches can tell us what the ladies in the women's basketball team are doing and what goals you have for them this year.
Well, the biggest thing for me is just to make sure that these young ladies graduate. This is my 17th year here at Southern University, my 5th as the head coach, and we have a 100% graduation rate. You know, that's one thing I'm more proud of than anything or any other accomplishments that we've had. But that's my biggest goal, to make sure that these young ladies are prepared for life, as well as try to win a few championships in between. You know, that's always good, especially for the coaches. But Southern University is a great place. And, you know, fundraising and things like that and events that we have really help the young ladies have a well-rounded experience while they're here at Southern University. So everything that we do to fundraise is all for the kids. Coach Banks, Marlon, the rest of the staff do a great job of making sure that we have what we need, not just what we need, but, you know, pretty much what we want. So we just try to build on that, but it's a great experience here at Southern University.
Now, the folks in your native of McGee, Mississippi are watching. What appeal would you make for them to give here on today at SU Give Day? I know I'm getting feedback as well. Can you just turn my mic down just a little bit? I'm getting a lot of feedback. I was saying that the folks back home at your native McGee, Mississippi are watching. What appeal can you make to them as to why they should invest in Southern University athletic program?
Well, again, I think it's going to help the young ladies have a well-rounded experience while they're here at Southern. When we go on trips, we don't just play basketball. You know, we do other things to make sure that they have fun as well, because some of these trips that they make, it might be the only opportunity that they get to go to certain areas. You know, we like to make upgrades to the locker rooms and things like that. You know, just the extra stuff, going that extra mile. And again, funding like this really helps us supplement the cost for that.
Thank you so much for that. Ms. Jacobs, lady volleyball is so close to my heart, and you're an outstanding athlete, but you're also celebrated for being an incredible teacher as well. Tell me how you balance that with your current team.
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for that introduction. I played volleyball just about all of my life, volleyball, basketball, softball. I'm from California, born and raised.
Oxnard.
Oxnard, California. I went to a junior college, so I'm a product of a junior college. I knew that I wanted to move out of state. And I was recruited. I didn't know anything about HBCUs, I'll be honest with you. But coming to Louisiana, I was at LSU and my best friend went to Southern, and it was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Fast forward, I had the opportunity to interview for this position, and I was the head coach under Nathaniel Janu, who was the head coach for 32 seasons. An amazing gentleman. I love him with my entire heart. He has taught me so much while he was the head coach, and I have been with Southern for 14 years, 10 years as the head coach going into this season. So with that being said, I've seen a lot. Being the third highest tenure, longest tenured coach, it means everything to understand what we need to do for these young ladies and how we have to teach them before going into coming into coaching. I was an HR manager. So understanding the hiring process and, the timeliness, being on time, and never being late, understanding that you are going to be the backbone of your family and what that means in the community, what that means for your children and how strong you have to be day in and day out. So trying to teach, not trying, but teaching them that sometimes it's a long road, sometimes it's an easy road, but helping them understand what the goal past just being on a team has been paid dividends for us. So having a team this year with 12 incoming kids, 8 of them being freshmen, there is a lot that we have to teach, and it's fun. Once they get it, they get it. I don't know, coaches, we do a lot. We're their home away from home. And, we have to be that safe haven, but at the same time, be very stern because we do have policies that we have to follow.
Vanessa, we're here to raise money. So if you could just look right at the camera and tell the folks who have joined us for SU Give Day, what exactly do the ladies of your team need? What does your program need specifically? Because they're ready to give. We just have to make that appeal.
I'm glad you asked. Well, we are looking for enhancements to our locker room. We have been without for a very long time, and we are moving my office to Seymour Gym, and they've done some upgrades. So I'm very excited about that. We should be moving within the next 2 weeks, but our locker room has got some dollars that we need to raise some
I
dollars.
went by the locker room for the orientation, and I will second what you say, that there needs to be some work. What specifically about the locker room do they need? I'm getting down because we need to make this appeal. Unless people know what you need, they can't give. So tell me about the locker room specifically.
It needs to be gutted. Yeah, we are gutting the entire thing. It's about $70,000. We have the plans for it. It is amazing. So if you look at all of the big colleges, it's going to be in line with that. So the recruiting that we'll be able to do based on our facility is going to be second to none.
Now, you heard the coach. She said 70,000, but because I'm going to be her partner right now and round that up to 100,000. If you are watching SU Give Day, we need $100,000 commitment, and you can give 100, or you can give 500, you can give $1,000 specifically targeted towards improving the locker room here at Southern University for our ladies. All right, I'm going to move over to you, Coach Functions. What specifically does your program need so that people can know what you need and they can make that investment?
Well, like Coach Jackson said, just keeping up with the better teams in the conference. Everybody's trying to upgrade locker rooms, and we're getting a new basketball court, so we're really excited about that. But upgrading our locker rooms, being able to buy supplements and things like that.
The cost of the locker room specifically?
I would estimate it at around $50,000.
And I'm going to round that up in Newman math and say that we'll need to raise probably $100,000 as well. So we're already at $200,000 for a commitment for the improvement for the locker rooms. You can give right now $50, $100, $1,000. Every single dollar that you give today helps to impact the lives of our students, our student athletes, and the work that we're doing. In addition to the locker room, you were saying there were some other programs?
We have two schools in the conference that's upgrading, that's getting new buildings, upgrading locker rooms. That's the big thing. Social media now, showing these improvements, and our kids look at that. Yes. And we want to be able to let them know that we're doing some things to upgrade ours also. So, that's a big thing when it comes to recruiting. It really helps when you keeping up with everybody else. You can't get left behind.
Now, you were featured on ESPN as the slam dunk champion. Can you still dunk?
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Newman. You should have caught me about 15 years ago.
I'm going to turn to Brittany. Ms. Williams, tell me specifically, we have an outstanding softball team here, but we have some needs. So tell us what you need and how people can support you.
Yes, definitely. I'm going to try this
Yeah, I think so.
My voice is a little soft. So we definitely have some things that we are working towards. One of the main things, we're looking for a new stadium. So as of right now, we don't have any bathrooms at our facility. And we would like a place that has a concession stand, bathroom, locker room, enough bleachers that we can put in the back of the stands as well, and a fence around the whole complex for safety reasons and for mainly safety reasons.
Wait, let's just go back to the bathrooms. Did you say that there were no bathrooms at your facility?
Correct.
So, I'm sorry, what do people do when they come to spectate?
So last year we were able to get porta potties out there. We had one by each dugout, and we also had the trailer porta potties for the fans. But yes, we would like something permanent.
So the appeal is simple. We need restroom facilities so that when you go to a softball game, you don't have to use porta potties, and the fence is essential as well.
Yes, right now we have we have a chain link fence, and it has some holes in it and people can easily get in and out. So we would prefer to get a metal fence to just keep it enclosed, keep it safe.
Is there a guesstimate to the cost of these improvements?
Yes, $1 million would be nice for the whole stadium, because the stadium where the restroom and everything is will include a locker room as well and a concession stand plus the fence. So yes.
So just to be clear, restrooms, we're going to get rid of the porta potties, but we're going to need your help. That's some heavy lifting, but I think it's worthwhile because I'm going to come to the games, but I'm not going to use porta potties. I'm not a porta potty kind of girl. In addition to that, you've heard the need for the locker rooms in all of our facilities. You can also help to support that and a chain link fence. So, you're hearing the different needs, but we need you to take action right now. In the chat, there's a link. You can click on it and give what you can. $5, $10. I was on the panel earlier today, and the students were saying $22. Each contribution makes an impact. And I'm going to be rooting for you in your bathrooms. I really am.
Thank you. My mom, she owns a Sprinter, so that's the only reason why she comes. She's like, I bring my own bathroom to your game.
She brings her own. Okay, and this is also on behalf of Brittany's mom too, so that she doesn't have to drive the Sprinter. Marlon, what else do our students need?
Well, of course, facilities is a big thing. We just want to make overall improvements, like they said. But if AD Banks was here, I know he's in the back of office in a meeting, but he would talk about cost of attendance. The new hot thing around is NIL, which is your personal name, image, and likeness. It's individually based. It's based on your personal performance, your personal traction on social media. All personal. But when we think of things like cost of attendance and competing with our institutions down the street, who we look at as competition, not necessarily directly at the HBCU. So when we look at Southeastern and McNeese and UL, we see that those athletes get stipends for being an athlete. Because when you're an athlete, you have no time for work, you don't have much time for social activities. There's a lot of burdensome things that go into it, from gas to food to supplies to the coaches probably have a full list of things, but when we start thinking of things like cost of attendance, it could be broken down to, I was speaking with Robert earlier, we have 31,000 alums. If each alum gives $100, look how big that investment is. And when we think about dividing that in cost of attendance across our 300 or so athletes, each student can get $1,000 stipend a semester, which is $2,250 a month. So when you're recruiting big, we use NIL as a drawing piece for it. But when you say every single athlete who's a Southern University student athlete will get this stipend, will get this check, will get this supplement, I think it speaks volumes bigger in that way. So when we start looking at things like cost of attendance as regular funding for your regular day life, when we start looking at things like summer school, because all the coaches can attest that summer school, the school year is based off a 10-year budget. So summer schools come from additional funds that are raised through other campaigns, from personal commitments from the coaches who sometimes have to go in their own personal pockets and help out their children because they're the parents of this program. So when we think of summer school, books, cost of attendance, all of those things cost money, and we're a low resource institution. So our budget is, we can proudly say that all teams are eligible for postseason play, but when we think of the travel that comes with in-season play and postseason play, and that's hotel lodge, and that's food, that's study materials. We would love for every student athlete to get some type of computerized system. So iPads, I'll make that appeal. We have almost 400 athletes. If a donor want to donate us iPads so every student can get their plays in their hand and they could have things to travel on the road, it would be so much
400
better.
athletes need iPads, need
Yes.
computers, so that when they're on the road, they can keep up with their homework. And I remember those days of being those long drives after you compete, trying to stay up on your academics. That would make a difference for them as well.
Yes, it will.
Earlier, I believe one of the chancellors mentioned the desire to have the same thing, to have the technology for the athletes. And so I'm going to join Marlon in that appeal to you on this special day. We need the support for our students so that not only are they outstanding athletes, but they are also outstanding in their academic success as well.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now, can you just tell me before you pass the mic to Brittany, who inspires you here at Southern University?
I think I'm inspired by everyone. The legacy here, the tradition here, the Southern hospitality is second to none. And it's funny that we're Southern University, but when we think of, my mom was a non-traditional student here. She was, when I think of the Parker story, she was a senior in college my freshman year.
Wow.
I was freshman class president. I had the shaker walking across the court around the field, but I was also having dinner and lunch in the cafeteria with my mom sometime when she'll have late class. So the tenacity of her, and then looking at the professors who made sure that she finished, made sure that she graduated. So when I think of myself being a high school student athlete and being so dedicated to academics, and then looking for avenues for more funding, more resources for a student body or a family who would put their arms around me and let me know that, hey, you're not just here because you're a student, you're here because you're family. So I think the full Southern University system inspires me. But then when I look at Dolores Spikes, who was a trailblazer here, first female HBCU, first female system president in the country as a Southern grad. When I look at Chancellor Pierre, who's the chancellor at the Law Center, who was one of my professors, and I look at his story, when I look at so many champions.
Did you pass his class just as a second? I'm in his class right now. I'm in Chancellor Pierre's civic procedure class. Did you pass?
Yeah, it was tough. I did a lot of office hours.
Yeah, okay, because I'm struggling over here too.
Yes,
I before you pass it to Brittany, I said this. You said that your mom was a non-traditional student.
Yes.
Does that make me a non-traditional student almost at 50?
Well, she was non-traditional in undergrad. I think professional school may be a little.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Shout out to your mom. Brittany, who inspires you here at Southern University?
She's right here next to me, Coach Jacobs. When I first got here, I went to her office and I was like, "Can you please mentor me?" And she was like, "Okay." And what I really liked about that is she did not take that lightly. She came to our swag tournament in Gulfport and talked to my team, told them about the faith of a mustard seed, and before every game, my team had a mustard seed. So it was something that was very impactful for my players and myself to know that I'm not here alone. You really do have a family. And I'm saying her specifically, but every coach here has helped me grow in this position of mine. So very grateful for them and the staff, Coach Banks, Dr. Marlon, all of them have been very helpful to do what I do here. So.
And you know, the scripture is very clear that if you look at any mountain and you have the faith of the size of mustard seed, you can look at that mountain and tell it to move. We're looking at a mountain of challenges here. And we have faith that each of you will dig deep into your heart and deep into your pockets and contribute, because there is such a need. You've heard every single one of these appeals, and they're appealing on behalf of student athletes who have committed to this institution to play their hearts out, to leave it all on the field, leave it all on the court, but they need your support to make it across that stretch, to make it to home plate. And it's all up to you. You can give right now in the link in the chat that you're watching right now. Contribute SU Give Day. Coach Fun, just tell us, who inspires you here at Southern University?
Well, when I first got here in 2005, just the family atmosphere that Southern University has. And they took me in with open arms. And it truly was a family atmosphere. Coach Cador, a lot of different coaches, the older coaches that were here, and they taught me so much. And just getting the opportunity to be able to coach at the collegiate level and learning from people who started years ago. You know, they had to fight for everything that they have. So in turn, I try to do the same thing with coaches when they come in. Anything that we can do to help our younger coaches, that's what we do. And it's truly a family atmosphere, and that's something that Coach Banks, AD Banks, preaches every day. You know, we have to stick together through the good and the bad. And that's the biggest thing that inspires me more than anything else, just that family atmosphere that we have here at Southern University. And that spreads throughout the faculty, the staff, and to our student athletes. You know, if it's a softball player that needs some help, or a volleyball player that needs some help, or a women's basketball player that needs some help from softball coaches, or Coach Williams or Coach Jacobs. I mean, we look out for each other.
Yeah.
You know, the kids are our number one priority.
Yes, Coach Jacobs, I was a scholarship recipient when I competed. Is there a need for scholarships in your program?
We're fully funded. We get 12 full scholarships a year, so we're a head count sport. So we will always take extra. You know, we'll never turn that down. It's funny. I was ready to talk about who inspired me.
I'm gonna ask you that, but I'm also about the money right now too.
Yes. You know, Nathaniel Deneau, who was the longtime volleyball coach, I didn't understand how much he did with not just with Southern University because he bleeds blue and gold. However, with the chapter, the Baton Rouge chapter, he raises lots of money and helps with, you know, scholarships for regular students. So I think all of that is important. You know, as soon as student athletes graduate, how do they give back? And I think that's one of the pieces that we as athletes and coaches to preach to our student athletes to give back, to join a chapter so that they understand what's going on campus. They know what they went through. We want to have them leave the program better than how they found it. And so them joining an alumni federation foundation and giving back to Southern helps everyone.
Now, is there, and this is going to be for the entire panel, is there a specific athlete that you can share a little bit about their story to the SU family who's watching right now?
I've got several. We've got some pretty dynamic student athletes. One in particular, her name is Paige Hall. She's from Dallas. She was an outstanding student in engineering. She now works for Procter & Gamble in Alexandria. She's been promoted 3 times. She recruits here at Southern University for Procter & Gamble. And so we're very excited every time she comes out. She goes to the Bayou Classic. She does events over there for Procter & Gamble. So we're really proud of her.
Same question for you, Coach. Tell us about an athlete who's currently in your program that you think the SU family should know about.
Well, we have several. I think Amanda McWayne, she's a returning 5th year senior. I have Zenobia Johnson. This is her 4th year. And coming out of high school, a lot of people didn't know if she was going to be able to compete, number one, athletically and academically. But she has come in and she has done a great job, and she's going to graduate this summer. You know, just being able to help. She was raised by her grandma and her aunt. You know, and that's the kind of kids that we take and nurture and make sure that they have an opportunity to make it. You know, it's a lot of things that they don't know coming in, but we have to teach them. And you know, it's going to be some bumps in the road, but you have to have faith in them. But I have a lot of pride in just trying to help young ladies that's been just left out there and people don't think that they're going to succeed. You know, as a coach, as a mentor, I try to walk that walk every day and teach them this is how you're supposed to do things. You do it the right way, and it's going to pay off in the end. But I have an entire team of young ladies that, I mean, they're incredible. They work extremely hard. You don't have to force them to do things, and they are quality young ladies, and that's what we recruit.
That's right. Coach Williams, you grew up here.
I did.
And are there athletes who are from Baton Rouge who are part of your team that you want to tell us a bit about?
Not specifically from Baton Rouge, but I do have some in-state. Kyra Williams, Kenzie Jackson, Blair Willis, they're all from Louisiana, just to name a few. Cameron Atkins, her family is from Port Allen, not too far from here. Christina Mayer. And these guys honestly had the talent to go anywhere. So I remember before my first game last year, they all looked a little nervous, and I told them, I was like, we are not less than. So this is why I definitely appreciate the fundraising. My one of my biggest goal as a head coach is to give these athletes that D1 experience. They could have gone anywhere, but they chose this HBCU. They chose to rep Southern across their chest. And I don't want them to have to choose between a school that they really love and not get the things that they want versus PWI where they can get 5 practice shirts. You know, like something simple as that. So those of you that are looking to donate, think about these children who chose this HBCU. Yes. We do not want them to feel less than.
Yes. Marlon, are there any outstanding students that you want to highlight?
Yeah, actually, I started in athletics in January. So when I started in January, we started an internship program, and surprising to me that it was so many student athletes who were interested in interning in athletic operation, compliance, academics, just to get a good feel for how to manage a team, because they also realized from great coaches that in addition to being a great coach or a great athlete, you have to know more than just the on-field piece to it. You have to know everything that goes around it. So I connected with Caleb Washington. He's actually a graduate student on the football team. And we had this conversation this week. As a graduate student on a sport with limited amount of scholarships, he's no longer a scholarship athlete, but he loved the sport so much. He started a master's program to take advantage of the extra year from COVID, but he now is a student athlete devoting his time and attention with student loans. So I started to think of it like, oh my God, you're really pouring yourself out to this sport. You're pouring yourself out to shed light on the great things in Baton Rouge, because he's doing camps with youth. He's doing volunteering. It's reading in schools. He's an ambassador for Athletes for Hope, what Coach Brittany mentioned, that leads the community engagement around the city of Baton Rouge. But he's not a scholarship athlete. So when I think of students like him, it makes me really want to make the appeal for cost of attendance and increase NIL support for alumni who have businesses or connection with businesses, or who want to band together with a group of friends to sponsor a group of kids, because these athletes are laying it all out on the line.
Yes.
To wear the S on their chest because they love Southern, because they love the program, because they love their coaches. But some of them, like Caleb, is not even on scholarship, where he's at practice every day. He's fully dedicating his time and attention to the sport because he loves it so much. So additional resources, direct donations, cost of attendance, NIL, scholarships specifically from your business dedicated to athletes, certain teams, all hands in. We're the Jaguar Nation, so I want us to be everyone connected all across the nation.
Well, we have our final appeal, so I'm going to get to every member on this panel to make the appeal. I want to just tell you that this theme this year is supporting Southern today, tomorrow, and forever. And today we've had almost 600 donors. We need an additional 400 donors today that you can contribute, because our goal is to raise $500,000 for our athletic program. today, not overall, but today, while you're sitting here. And so you can make that impact, and we can see it real time if you click on the link that's in the chat right now. And each of these representatives, our coaches, our assistant AD, they are going to tell you right now why you should give on SU Give Day. And so since you have the mic in your hand, why don't you lead us off, Marlon?
Cool beans. So my appeal, when you come across the hump, when you see the banks of the mighty Mississippi River, when you are on the bluff and you bleed the blue and gold, we always hold pride to say that we're the Jaguar Nation. But when we look at the number of supporters, for the number of alumni we have who are giving back, and we start to look at those percentages, it doesn't seem like we're the Jaguar Nation. So we show up to football games, basketball games, all sporting events, we tailgate. We sometimes don't even go inside of the game. But when we think of supporting the university, the financial commitment comes first. So whether it's $10, whether it's $18.80 a month, which totals up to $225 a year, which is the Baton Rouge zip code, no matter what you can give, we would definitely appreciate it. And all of our coaches across all 17 sports, including cheer, will really benefit from this.
Thank you so much for that. Brittany, please bring it home for us.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, these athletes made a decision to come to Southern University, which is something that we don't take lightly as a coaching staff. We want to represent this school in the best light possible. So giving these kids exactly what they need in order to be successful. I know for us, it's bats, gloves, and helmets, like little things like that. As far as our travel schedule, we would like to fly to Florida. That's one of our opening tournament weekends that we are looking for. So if you're looking for something or a program that has a need, athletics definitely has a need, and that money definitely will be allocated properly.
Wonderful.
Well, like Coach Williams said, just making sure that our young ladies have the opportunity to feel like that they are at an LSU or some of these other universities. We want to give them the best of the best. And anything that you give most definitely will help. I mean, it helps with things like team building, little things like that. Just bringing speakers in and just being able to just build on what we have and continue to grow and give them the Division I experience. We have a lot of young ladies that turn down cost of attendance stipends to come to Southern University, and that's a great thing. But anything that you give most definitely will go to use, and we need it, no doubt.
Before Coach Jacobs wraps us completely up today, I want to bring you up to speed on where we are with the numbers. Currently, we are at $8,214,347.87. We have had 3,696 donors, and we have had 600 donors today, but we're trying to reach 1,000 donors today. So if you have the $22, one of our students, undergraduate students, made that appeal, and I thought it was great. It's 2022. You can give $22. That'll help us get to that goal. We're $781,000 away from the $9 million mark. $781 away from that mark. And so I want to just make sure that you know that the athletics department has raised $623,000. But we need $1 million, right? And we want to raise $1 million before the kickoff for this weekend's football classic, which will be my first game as a Southern University student. Yes, the Pete Richardson Classic. And so please, we're making this appeal. We don't take it lightly. We know that there is, really tough economic times that you have to make some decisions, but you've heard the appeal. We need you. We need you more than ever. And I have to tell you, there is no us without SU. And so we need you. One other thing, is there someone that can speak to the new sports that are on the horizon before you close us out? I'm saving Coach Jacobs for the last wrap up, but anyone can talk about that. We have some new sports on the horizon.
Yeah, so we are looking to add women's and men's golf, as well as Men's tennis, yes.
Oh, I thought he said kickball because I was going to join the team.
Just gonna join. But yes, our men's tennis program and our golf program are programs that were once here. And of course, as SWAC stands for Southern Winds and Other Championship, they were championship sports. Throughout time, we've had some changes in administration, but Athletic Director Roman Banks and now President Shields are committed to further expanding our athletic footprint. So within this
And how
next
much
year,
would it take to stand up those programs?
arguably, I want to say the budget for the tennis program for the men's right now is $100,000 because it includes the local travel, recruitment, that the recruitment piece of the travel because the scholarships are already funded. But I know we are talking about new sports, but I want to segue into our basketball coach. Coach Sean Woods is here.
Coach Woods, your timing is impeccable. Do you know why your timing is impeccable? Because I was asking specifically about the needs for each program. We're making an appeal. It's SU Give Day, and Coach Woods has just joined us. He's missed some of the fun, but there's still time left. I'm going to build in some more time because I want to hear about the work that you're doing. I want you to tell the people who are watching specifically about the needs that each of your athletes have. And then I want you to make the ask.
Well, first of all, the whole world knows that we're not the only one, but we are a low income, low resource institution, especially for athletics. And, we still have to go out and compete, but it's kind of hard to when we have to go, especially teams like us, have to go out and play what we call guaranteed games for money just to offset the budget for our team, and not only our team, but for our athletic department. So, and sometimes it's it's fair from a recruiting standpoint because you want to get competitive kids that want to play those type of games, but sometimes it's not fair because of the travel and things like that. Yeah, we're going to get money, but sometimes we're going to get money, but how we get there is not good. We're taking bus rides halfway around, across the country and asking our kids to perform, and that's not fair to them. We have some things that's not good right now. You got to have perfect. You got to have good training. You got to have good care, medical care, and that's a problem. You got to have academic resources for these kids to be successful. And that's a problem. And also, the thing about it is we want to, these kids now, you got to have what we call a cost of attendance. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to be competitive playing Division I athletics, especially the way the transfer is now, kids coming and you want to attract those kids, you got to be able to give them what they were getting where they left, or they're going to go somewhere else to get what they were getting where they left.
So let's get specific because the other coaches asked for things such as bathroom renovations, locker rooms, fences for their playing field. What specifically is your greatest need right now?
Well, we got to have what I just said, medical. You got to have proper trainers.
So, okay, because we're in a numbers run right now, raising monies. What would the cost be for an additional?
It depends on, if say for instance, each institution, if you're going to run it right, needs at least 6 to 7 trainers.
6 to 7 trainers?
Yes, to cover 15 to 16 sports.
And how many trainers do you have right now?
Right now, we only have one.
Okay, Jack Nation, listen, we have one trainer. We need 6 to 7 to be effective. Just give me a ballpark.
Well, if you say the average salary is $50,000-$60,000 to get a legit trainer in here, you take that times 5 to 7. That's just with trainers. As far as travel is concerned, we want to be able to treat our kids just like every other school treat them. We're on a fixed budget as far as meals and things like that. So that, on average right now, we're at $31 a day, coach, something like that, $37 a day. It's $50 a day. Okay, now it's $50 a day, but sometimes, you waking up and you stand at the Hampton Inn and all you eating is that breakfast at the Hampton Inn. I don't know where you stand at when you travel, but that's not gonna suit a big time athlete going to play a major game. You know what I mean? So it's the little things that you really don't think about that most people don't see. And then you get to facilities like they said, you want your locker room to be the Taj Mahal because that's an attraction. That's got to be a place where kids can come in and relax, waiting for practice and things like that. You talked about the bathrooms and things like it's facilities.
Yes.
Because everything is a sale when you're in college athletics, and you wonder why the bigger schools continue to enhance their facilities. It's just like McDonald's. McDonald's is the #1 burger place in the world, but guess what though? They spend more advertising dollars because you got to spend money to make money.
So if there's one donor who's watching, and there's lots of donors watching, we know this because we've had 600 of them give today, 625,000 so far. We're looking for $1 million for the athletic program. But if there's one donor that's watching right now, what is your top specific line item request that a donor
right
can
now
support?
it's locker room and in-house facilities. And also, trainers. But right now, from what we need right now is we need to spruce up our place to keep our place and make our place continue to look like a Taj Mahal, because it's always a sale. You don't want a kid to come in here in our place and be like, this place here is nicer. That's just like somebody walking into your house, and your house ain't clean, or it's dingy, or needs some paint, or so on and so forth. But then they go to another house and it looks nice. You know what I'm saying? So everything is an attraction. So I would say right now, our needs as men's basketball is our facilities have to be upgraded, locker rooms, training facilities, lounges, things like that. And then also, we got to have the proper care, health care.
Okay, so we've heard the list. We need trainers, we need facilities, we need support. Some of the other coaches mentioned that they wanted computers and iPads for the students so they could stay up on their academics. You've heard the request from each of the coaches, and now I am going to turn to you, Ms. Jacobs, to bring us home and to just wrap up this entire panel and make the appeal. You know that we are on this $1 million march. You know that we're in the middle of this SU Give campaign, but really it comes down to each individual that's watching. You see the work that they put in. They put their heart and soul to helping to develop athletes, but also to develop leaders who will leave Southern University and make an incredible impact on the world. And it starts with you. And it starts with you taking action. And so Coach Jacobs is going to tell you exactly why you should give on today. No pressure.
No pressure at all. Here we go. Jaguar Nation, we need you. And what we do understand that there is absolutely no support without saying SU, right? Let's go. Let's get out there. Let's break out our pocketbooks, our checks, and let's write us the checks that we absolutely need to get these student athletes everything that they not only need, but want in order to help us compete at a high level.
Wow. That was exceptional. You have heard from this dynamic panel. I don't know how you can say no. I don't know how you cannot just share right now. Text, share, support. There are several ways that you can give. You can also stop on by the foundation. We're here in this beautiful foundation building. I know that you'll all be at the game this weekend. So you're going to bring your food, you're going to be dressed in all your white, you're going to have your pom-poms. Bring your checkbooks too. You can give there as well. This has been amazing. Just don't forget that our theme is about supporting Southern today, tomorrow, forever. And so we thank you for joining us. We thank you for the stories that each of you have shared. And on behalf of everyone that's watching, I thank you for all that you do for our student athletes, the commitment that you've made and the appeal that you've made. So there you have it. Give generously, give often, and share the message. Southern University needs you. SU Give Day. I'm Omarosa Manigault Newman, a second-year law student at Southern University Law Center, and I thank you for joining us today.
Southern University offers students a robust academic portfolio across various disciplines, including in-demand programs like education or mass communication, producing a number of thriving broadcasts, print, journalism, and public relations professionals. Many of the university programs have been nationally ranked and recognized, like those in healthcare, business, and engineering. In fact, Southern has produced 90% of the African American engineers in the state of Louisiana, placing multiple graduates in positions across the country. Students in agriculture are working side by side with professionals to combat food deserts and more. Along with these programs, Southern's law program is widely known for producing a number of notable politicians and government leaders nationwide. Southern University not only offers an unmatched college experience and family culture, but a high-quality education to equip each individual for professional success. We are Southern.
Greetings, lawyer leaders and supporters. The Southern University Law Center is a premier legal education institution that provides access to diverse groups. With over 4,000 alumni across the globe, our footprint knows no bounds. On this Give Day, I have one request: support SULC. Your generosity assists us in offering scholarships, implementing experiential learning opportunities, providing community assistance, and more. No gift is too small. Stay safe and stay well.
Hey Jaguar Nation, it's Give Day 2022, and we are calling you out.
It's time to show your Jaguar pride, because when Jags come together, we change the world for the better.
Give Day is your chance to celebrate and support the Jaguar Nation. This year's goal is to raise $7 million by August the 31st.
On Give Day, we want you to help us secure $2 million in 24 hours and over 1,000 donations.
Your contribution will help students finish stronger. Every dollar equals more scholarships, more faculty research grants, and more life-changing opportunities for the entire Southern University system.
No matter how big or small your gift, It will impact students and faculty members across each Southern University campus. Your generosity will make this SU Give Day the best ever.
Thank you for supporting Southern University today,
tomorrow,
and forever.